Chapter 3002. Targeted by the Blood Hall? The lady in the white dress was stunned. She looked at Qin Feiyang's silhouette again with curiosity in her eyes. The Blood Hall was the king of the Western land. Someone targeted by the Blood Hall must be extraordinary. I'll tell you the details when I have time. Elder Hu took out a red sword that was 3 feet long and placed it on the table. He smiled and said, "Take it with you. It'll be useful at a critical moment." A sovereign divine weapon. The lady in the white dress narrowed her eyes. She looked at Elder Hu and said, "You care so much about him. It seems that his origin is not simple. He doesn't have any origin. He's just someone from the lower realm." Elder Hu smiled. "Someone from the lower realm?" The lady in the white dress frowned. "Don't ask. Because I don't know how to answer you." Elder Hu shook his head. "You mean, you don't know why the Blood Hall targeted him?" The lady in the white dress was suspicious. "Yes." Elder Hu nodded. "Then why are you helping him?" The lady in the white dress frowned. "Since he's targeted by the Blood Hall, we naturally have to intervene. Moreover, this lad is not simple. Because he has a sovereign divine weapon in his hands." Elder Hu's eyes sparkled as he said this. A sovereign divine weapon. The lady in the white dress was stunned. If this did not come from Elder Hu, she would not have believed it even if she was beaten to death. "Hurry up and go. When you go out, remember to hide it. Don't let anyone see you. After all, there are many spies from the Blood Hall here." Elder Hu smiled. "All right." The lady in the white dress stood up and put away the sovereign divine weapon. She turned around and took a step forward, disappearing without a trace. Qin Feiyang, Blood Hall. After Elder Hu watched the lady in the white dress leave, he sat alone in the main hall and pondered. After a dozen breaths, boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended on the main hall. Elder Hu raised his head and raised his eyebrows. Whoosh! In the next moment, he stood up and appeared in the air above the main hall. He saw a blood-red figure standing in front of him. That's right. This person was the Blood Hall Palace Master. Elder Hu's eyes darkened as he said angrily, "Old thing, you're getting bolder and bolder. How dare you come to my demon palace so brazenly? What is it? Not welcome?" The Blood Hall Master looked at Elder Hu. Elder Hu's eyes sparkled as he suddenly laughed out loud. "Welcome, welcome. Of course, you're welcome. Hypocrite." The Blood Hall Master snorted coldly and asked, "Where is your Hall Master?" "He went out." Elder Hu chuckled. The Hall Master of the Blood Hall was shocked and asked, "Where did she go?" "Why should I tell you? Our Devil Palace and your Blood Palace don't seem to be on such good terms." Elder Hu looked at him mockingly. The Blood Hall's Hall Master said indifferently, "I'm just curious as to what matter would require your esteemed Hall Master to personally take action. As for this matter, it's neither big nor small. I heard that recently, the Heavenly Cloud Sea has been very restless, so the Temple Master wants to go take a look." Elder Hu said with a smile. "She went to the Heavenly Cloud Sea?" The Blood Hall Master was shocked and hurriedly asked, "When did she go?" "A few days ago." "Why? Didn't the spies you placed here inform you?" Elder Hu looked at him suspiciously. "Damn it." The Blood Hall Master cursed and was about to leave. But at this moment, a gentle voice came from the top of a giant mountain not far away. "Old Shwe, since you're here, come and have a seat." The Blood Hall Master looked up and then glared at Elder Hu. "Didn't you say that your Hall Master went to the Heavenly Cloud Sea?" Cough cough. "I'm just kidding. Do you really believe me? But since you're so concerned about the Heavenly Cloud Sea, did something really happen there? Or is that young man called Qin Feiyang still in the Heavenly Cloud Sea?" Elder Hu's face was full of ridicule. The Blood Hall Master snorted and said, "Let's go and have a seat. You're the one the Hall Master invited, not me. Why should I join in the fun?" Elder Hu shook his head. "But I want to invite you to have a seat. You won't refuse me, right?" The Blood Hall Master said. "Haha, do you think I won't give you face? But I'm really busy now, so I won't accompany you." Elder Hu said and was about to leave. But as soon as he took a step, the Blood Hall Master stepped in front of Elder Hu and said, You don't have to be in such a hurry. What do you mean? Elder Hu raised his eyebrows. It's rare for old friends to meet. Can't you put aside those trivial matters first? The Blood Hall master chuckled. Elder Hu's eyes flashed and he nodded. Okay, I'll give you face and accompany you. That's right. The Blood Hall master smiled and stepped aside. He extended his hand and said, please. Elder Hu shook his head and walked toward the top of the mountain on the opposite side. The Blood Hall master's eyes flashed as he followed Elder Hu. The heavenly cloud sea. The chase continued. The distance between Qin Feiyang and the black-clothed youth did not change. But compared to the black-clothed youth who was indifferent and calm, Qin Feiyang was extremely uneasy. This uneasy factor was undoubtedly Elder Hai. Until now, he still remembered how Elder Hai kidnapped the mermaid princess when he was in the Great Qin Empire. At that time, this person directly activated the space-time law and entered the Black Tortoise realm. No one could stop him. So, once this person came, there would be many variables. Qin Feiyang looked at the ancient castle in front of him and asked, can we get rid of them? The ancient castle did not respond. Qin Feiyang was helpless and was used to it. Boom. But before he finished speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly descended in front of him. Qin Feiyang looked up and his gaze suddenly trembled. It was Elder Hai. He was still the same as half a month ago. White hair and white beard, with a celestial aura. He has really reconstructed his physical body and divine soul. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with shock. We meet again. Elder Hai opened his mouth and said, but this time, there is no Elder Hu to help you. As his voice fell, Elder Hai waved his hand and a spacetime crack appeared. Not good, he wants to go to the Black Tortoise realm again. Qin Feiyang's expression changed. Clang. The ancient castle shook violently and a wisp of time array fell, enveloping Qin Feiyang. Elder Hai's brows raised. This ancient castle actually cut off spacetime teleportation. Thank you. Qin Feiyang was extremely grateful. But it was a little surprising that the ancient castle had such an ability. But why didn't the ancient castle do this back in the Great Qin Empire? After thinking for a while, Qin Feiyang revealed a look of understanding. Back in the Great Qin Empire, no one had seen Elder Hai, so no one knew that he had mastered the spacetime law. Since they did not know, they naturally could not guard against it. This was the so-called element of surprise. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang could not help but let out a long breath in his heart. As long as the ancient castle could cut off spacetime teleportation, they would not have to worry about that person entering the Black Tortoise realm again. Moreover, against the current Elder Hai, they could still counterattack. Kill him directly, he doesn't have a sovereign divine weapon, he's not your opponent. Qin Feiyang looked at the ancient castle and said, boom. The ancient castle's divine aura filled the sky as it charged towards Elder Hai. Naive. Seeing this, Elder Hai's lips curled into a mocking smile. Clang. In the next instant, a 3-foot-long sword appeared. Elder Hai grabbed it in his hand and slashed at the ancient castle. In an instant, the two divine weapons collided, and the ancient castle was actually blocked. How is this possible? Qin Feiyang was shocked and hurriedly looked at the long sword in Elder Hai's hand. When he saw the appearance of the long sword, his face was filled with disbelief. Wasn't this the dragon god sword? Boom. At the same time, the black-clothed youth behind charged over. The horsetail whisk exuded a destructive aura as it blasted towards Qin Feiyang. The ancient castle protected Qin Feiyang and once again faced the horsetail whisk. With two sovereign divine weapons in front and behind, it had no choice but to face them head-on. Boom. Clang. A soul-stirring and fierce battle unfolded. Qin Feiyang kept staring at the dragon god sword. This sovereign divine weapon was not unfamiliar to him at all. It was the dragon's sovereign divine weapon, but now, why was it in Elder Hai's hands? Could it be, as they guessed, that all of this was Ice Dragon's doing behind the scenes? This damned beast is really like a ghost that won't go away. Crack. Suddenly, an ear-piercing shattering sound rang out. Qin Feiyang looked at the ancient castle in horror and found that there was a crack on the ancient castle. Ha ha, Qin Feiyang, You didn't expect to fall into this sovereign's hands so quickly, right? The dragon god sword laughed loudly. You're just a loser, what's there to be arrogant about? Qin Feiyang's face sank. You're courting death. The dragon god sword was instantly enraged upon hearing this. The battle in the inland sea was a scar that could never be healed. It didn't want to recall that memory. Now that Qin Feiyang had mentioned it again, it was as good as mercilessly tearing open this scar. How could it not be enraged? Terrifying sword projections surged toward the ancient castle in a frenzy. The horsetail whisk was also unbelievably powerful. The ancient castle and Qin Feiyang were in imminent peril. Qin Feiyang roared in his mind, Pai Lupi, Theta Wang, prepare some fresh blood for me, Lord. The two of them were startled upon hearing Qin Feiyang's voice. Prepare some fresh blood. It looked like they had encountered another powerful enemy. They had to activate their slaughter zone. Hurry. Qin Feiyang's voice sounded again. Lord, don't be in such a hurry. Long before the battle with the dragons, Miss Fire Lotus told us that you would sooner or later encounter great trouble after entering the Sky Cloud realm. So, she told us to help collect blood whenever we had the time. We also obeyed and have been calling on the creatures of the Black Tortoise realm to collect blood. And after witnessing your battle with the dragons, everyone was more active than before and kept on donating blood. Now, the Western region's blood sea has accumulated a lot. Pai Lupi said. Qin Feiyang froze upon hearing this and immediately sank his consciousness into the Black Tortoise realm's western region. Sure enough, the blood sea that had almost been depleted was now about to be filled. Moreover, there were countless creatures lining up to donate blood around the blood sea. So the creatures of the Black Tortoise realm have been silently helping me all this time. And that girl Fire Lotus, she's really considerate. No matter what, Fire Lotus always considered him first. It was also because Fire Lotus was silently helping him that he could wander outside without any worries. It was hard to imagine what would happen if he left Fire Lotus. Perhaps he couldn't leave this girl now. Chapter 3003. Shua. In an instant, Qin Feiyang disappeared. The black-clothed youth and old high frowned. Black Tortoise World. Qin Feiyang stood above the blood sea with his eyes closed. He released his perception and looked at the living beings around him. Thank you, everyone. It's the Lord Ruler. Where is he? Why can't I see him? Everyone was stunned and quickly scanned the sky. But Qin Feiyang was above the center of the blood sea. The entire western region was a blood sea. With their cultivation, it was impossible for them to see the center of the blood sea. You don't need to know where I am. In short, I want to thank everyone for silently helping me. Qin Feiyang said. Why are you being so polite? You've taken care of us, we should be the ones thanking you. Furthermore, there's not much we can do. We can only do such a small thing to repay you. Everyone spoke. In your eyes, this is only a small thing. But in my eyes, this is a life-saving matter. All right. I won't be polite with you. In the future, I will work harder to protect everyone, protect this world, and protect our common home. Qin Feiyang said. That's enough. Everyone nodded. Qin Feiyang didn't hesitate and directly activated the slaughter domain. Splash. The blood below turned into huge waves and rushed toward Qin Feiyang. In an instant, Qin Feiyang was drowned in blood. Not good. He must be going to activate the slaughter domain. You guys, quickly think of a way to kill your way into the Black Tortoise world. Outside. Seeing Qin Feiyang disappear, the dragon god sword pondered for a moment before shouting at Old High and Old High. Slaughter domain. The two were slightly stunned. There was a trace of suspicion in their eyes. Slaughter domain is a type of divine art, but don't underestimate it. This slaughter domain can allow Qin Feiyang's strength to surpass a sovereign weapon. Back in the ancient world, this lord lost to him like this. The dragon god sword roared, its tone anxious. It had personally experienced the might of the slaughter domain, so it did not dare to underestimate it. Is it that heaven-defying? However, Old High and the black-clothed youth were somewhat suspicious. Because this was too inconceivable. The strength of a sovereign divine weapon was obvious to all. How could it be stronger than a sovereign divine weapon? What kind of joke was this? What kind of divine art was this? They had never seen it before. How could there be such a freakish one? Boom. At this moment, Qin Feiyang appeared. A day outside was equivalent to 1,000 years inside. Therefore, when Qin Feiyang superimposed his cultivation base, not much time had passed in the outside world. However, at this moment, Qin Feiyang was completely different from before. Blood energy swirled around his body, and his killing intent soared to the heavens. Even the sea beasts tens of millions of miles away could feel the monstrous killing intent. It was as if a god of death had descended upon the world. Especially the blood sword in his hand. The blood in the western region's blood sea had almost been sucked dry by him. He was no different from when he was in the inner sea. Damn it! The dragon god sword roared. How is this possible? Old Hai and the black-robed man stared at Qin Feiyang, dumbfounded. At this moment, even they felt a fatal threat from Qin Feiyang. If I could destroy you in the inner sea, I can do the same now. Qin Feiyang held the blood sword and charged toward the dragon god sword. Clang! With a slash of the sword, sparks burst out. The dragon god sword was immediately forced back. Qin Feiyang also spat out a mouthful of blood. He immediately used the battle symbol art and charged forward again. This is too heaven-defying. Looking at Qin Feiyang's murderous intent, the black-robed man could not help but be stunned. There were very few things that could surprise him. However, at this moment, he was truly shocked by Qin Feiyang. What level of divine art was this? How could it be so heaven-defying? Space-time storm. Old Hai waved his hand, and a huge tornado swept toward Qin Feiyang. Get lost! Qin Feiyang roared and slashed out with his sword. The space-time storm was annihilated on the spot. What? Old Hai's eyes trembled. This was Qin Feiyang's means. No wonder even the dragon god sword, a sovereign divine weapon, was so afraid. He suddenly felt a little worried. What would happen if Qin Feiyang charged into the Blood Palace? With Qin Feiyang's appearance, the pressure on the castle was greatly reduced. They focused on fighting the horsetail whisk. The two battlefields were dark. Old Hai and the black-robed man could not intervene for a while. They could only watch the battle from afar. The black-robed man turned to look at Old Hai and frowned. Old Hai, who did you provoke? And that sovereign divine weapon, where did you get it? Old Hai was speechless. Look at what you're saying. It's as if we want to provoke him. As for the sovereign divine weapon, it was given to us by someone else. Someone else? I've seen all the sovereign divine weapons in the sky cloud realm. But this one, who is it? The black-robed man was suspicious. This, Old Hai was a little hesitant. You and the palace master are the same. Okay, I won't ask. Anyway, the grudge has already been formed. It's useless to know. Now I just hope that Qin Feiyang won't run to our blood palace like this. Otherwise, I'm afraid our blood palace will be razed to the ground. The black-robed man was quite worried. Don't worry. If he really dares to go to the blood palace, I guarantee that he won't be able to return. Old Hai said. So confident. Why didn't I know that our blood palace has this ability? The black-robed man frowned. In this regard, Old Hai just smiled faintly. Sigh. The black-robed man sighed helplessly. He did not know what these two palace masters were up to. Time passed breath by breath. The battle between Qin Feiyang and the castle and the dragon god sword and the horsetail whisk became more and more intense. The void here had already turned into chaos, as if heaven and earth had just been created. The sea below was also full of devastation. Countless sea beasts were fleeing to the distant sea. This was a pinnacle battle. A battle of this level, even in the sky cloud realm, didn't happen often. Qin Feiyang. The dragon god sword roared. 99 sky dragons soared into the sky, carrying monstrous hostility as they pounced toward Qin Feiyang. Hate me. That's true. After all, you were once defeated by me. For a sovereign divine weapon like you, it should be a great shame. But, no matter how hard you work, you can't wash away this shame. I, Qin Feiyang, am your nightmare. Qin Feiyang roared and waved the blood-red sword. Waves of blood-red sword chi immediately tore through the chaos and attacked the 99 sky dragons. Boom! The sky fell and the earth cracked. The divine might was shocking. Gradually, the dragon god sword was at a disadvantage again. This made it very angry. Why would such a terrifying human appear? And why would the beings of the Black Tortoise world help him? Because it was obvious that the blood that superimposed the slaughter domain must have been contributed by the beings of the Black Tortoise world. Absorbing blood to increase one's strength, this was the behavior of a demon. Why would they help him? Support him? Were the beings of the Black Tortoise world crazy? No. We can't continue fighting, or something will happen. Although it had the horsetail whisk as a helper, Qin Feiyang also had the help of the ancient castle. If they really fought to the death, it would be like the situation in the inner sea, where both sides would suffer. Clang! It shook off Qin Feiyang and rushed to Old Sea like lightning, shouting, "Go! Go!" Old Sea frowned. What else? Can you defeat him now? The dragon god sword roared. Old Sea was silent. Facing the current Qin Feiyang, he really didn't have much confidence. Hurry up. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave, the dragon god sword urged. It knew Qin Feiyang too well. When he went all out, he was more ruthless than anyone. Sure enough. Before it finished its words, Qin Feiyang held the blood-colored sword and charged at it. Hurry! The dragon god sword roared. Clang! But at this moment, accompanied by an ear-piercing sword cry, a sword shadow shattered the sky, breaking through the air like lightning. Qin Feiyang was shocked. When he looked up, a cold light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, Old Sea and the black-clothed youth also looked at the sword shadow. The black-clothed youth also had a trace of suspicion in his eyes, but a smile crept onto Old Sea's face. Just in time, the dragon god sword was also overjoyed. It immediately charged at Qin Feiyang and roared, "Don't run if you have the ability." Qin Feiyang faced the dragon god sword while looking at the sword shadow. That's right. That was the sovereign divine weapon in the hands of the dragon's prince, the ice dragon sacred sword. Qin Feiyang. From afar, the ice dragon's sacred sword let out a deafening roar. Then, when they arrived at the battlefield, without saying a word, they charged at Qin Feiyang. The situation was reversed in an instant. Facing these two former enemies, Qin Feiyang couldn't block them at all. The blood-colored sword and the slaughter domain were both cracking. But escaping was also impossible. 3 sovereign divine weapons, as well as Old Sea and the black-clothed youth, these two powerful existences, it was difficult for him and the ancient castle to kill their way out. Since he couldn't kill his way out, then he would fight to the death. Even if he died, he would drag them down with him. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with madness. His entire body was covered in blood, but he didn't retreat at all. The blood-colored sword continued to clash with the 2 sovereign divine weapons. The terrifying shockwaves of the battle swept through the world. "He's a ruthless person," the black-clothed youth muttered. This old man didn't realize that he was actually such a crazy person. Old Sea whispered. When he was calmer than anyone else. When he was crazier than anyone else. This kind of person was too terrifying. Especially when it was such a young junior. If he was so strong now, what about in the future? He also finally realized that this didn't seem to be a good start. Once this kind of person was provoked, he had to eliminate the roots. Boom! Suddenly, a destructive aura emerged from Old Sea's body. The black-clothed youth was shocked. Qin Feiyang was also shocked. He looked at Old Sea from the corner of his eyes. Old Sea's current aura actually made him feel a trace of fear. This child must die. Old Sea opened his mouth and stared at Qin Feiyang. His killing intent was bone-chilling. That aura became more and more terrifying, causing the world to tremble. But when you use this move, it will consume a small realm of cultivation, and it will be lost forever. You have to recultivate it, the black-clothed youth said. What? Consuming a small realm of cultivation in exchange for a killer move? And it will be lost forever. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. This kind of killer move, how terrifying was it? Chapter 3004. Not to mention sovereigns, even imperishable realm experts wouldn't be willing to waste a small realm's worth of cultivation. Even if this move was heaven-defying. But at this moment, Old High didn't hesitate at all. Just how much did he want to kill him? Was he really that big of a threat to the Blood Hall? Qin Feiyang probably didn't realize how terrifying his current state was. Not to mention Old High, any opponent would want to kill him. Just think about it. A mere half-step imperishable realm expert could fight against a sovereign weapon. How heaven-defying was this? Qin Feiyang, you will die today. The dragon god sword sneered. It only felt hatred for Qin Feiyang, because back in the inner sea, Qin Feiyang really wanted to destroy it. If it wasn't for the revered dragon and Qin Feiyang being heavily injured at that time, it would probably have been buried in the inner sea. Qin Feiyang's eyes were gloomy. 3 sovereign weapons and Old High's mysterious killing move, this wasn't a good thing. Just him and Ji Yu Bao alone wouldn't be able to fight back. Clang. Ji Yu Bao also realized that the situation wasn't good. He shook off his whisk and charged at Old High. Time stop. The power of law filled the air. In an instant, the 3 sovereign weapons, Old High and the black-clothed youth, froze in the air. Ji Yu Bao used this chance to attack Old High. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also used this chance to attack the black-clothed youth with his blood-colored sword. These two had to die, because there were too many variables in their existence. Only by getting rid of them could he fight the 3 sovereign weapons without hesitation. As for running, there was no way to do so now. Because Old High controlled the law of space, no matter how they ran, he could catch up. The only solution was to fight to the death. But just as Qin Feiyang and Ji Yu Bao were about to reach the black-clothed youth and Old High, the law of space surged out of Old High's body. The state of time stop was broken. In the next instant, Old High opened a crack in space, grabbed the black-clothed youth, and disappeared. At the same time, the 3 sovereign divine weapons charged toward Qin Feiyang and the ancient castle from behind. Damn it! Qin Feiyang cursed. He thought that he could use this opportunity to get rid of the 2 of them, but he still underestimated their strength. However, it made sense when he thought about it. How could the dignified number 2 and number 3 figures of the Blood Hall be people with an undeserved reputation? Clang. The 3 sovereigns' divine weapons arrived in an instant. Qin Feiyang and the castle turned around to counterattack, but they were obviously in a hurry. With a loud bang, Qin Feiyang and the castle were sent flying. The blood sword cracked inch by inch. Qin Feiyang was also seriously injured in an instant. It was obvious that he was weak. Dozens of cracks also appeared on the ancient castle. It could be said that their situation was precarious. Old High, I don't think you need to activate that forbidden technique. Old High and the black-clothed youth appeared on the other side of the void. The black-clothed youth looked at the situation of Qin Feiyang and the ancient castle. This is called being too smart for your own good. Do you think you can kill us with this little trick? In the end, they were the ones who were caught off guard. Old High sneered. The black-clothed youth said, but you can't deny that this kid is indeed terrifying. No matter how terrifying he is, we have to wait for him to grow up. Old High was disdainful, and the terrifying aura inside him gradually faded. Qin Feiyang, this is retribution. Go to hell. The dragon god sword sneered. The 3 sovereigns' divine weapons didn't hold back at all. Their divine might destroyed all directions as they attacked Qin Feiyang and the ancient castle. Clang. The ancient castle shook in the void, emitting a decisive aura as it blasted toward the 3 sovereigns' divine weapons. 1 against 3? Obviously, it was impossible. The ancient castle was immediately torn apart. Bastard! Qin Feiyang was furious. He rushed to the front of the ancient castle and slashed with the blood sword. You are already at the end of your road. The dragon god sword sneered. With a loud clang, the blood-red sword shattered, and the slaughter domain collapsed as well. You are very strong. If it was 1 against 1, we wouldn't be your match. But what a pity. Now, there is only you and the ancient castle. Facing our 3 sovereigns' divine weapons, even the slaughter domain is powerless. The dragon god sword said regretfully. Then, it immediately charged toward Qin Feiyang, not giving Qin Feiyang any chance to breathe, because it understood Qin Feiyang too well. There were too many possibilities in his body. Once he was given time, he might be able to find a chance to turn things around. Looking at the three sovereigns' divine weapons, Qin Feiyang felt bitter. It seemed that he still couldn't escape this calamity. He sighed, "Ancient castle, I am really sorry. I have always been a burden to you." The ancient castle was silent. "Even now, you are still not willing to communicate with me." Qin Feiyang was helpless. "There is no such thing as a burden. On the contrary, I cherish you as a companion." A voice suddenly sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. "The Shadowless." Qin Feiyang's body trembled. This familiar voice, it had been a long time. Wait, wasn't he talking to the ancient castle now? Why would the voice of the Shadowless appear? There was no such thing as a burden. Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at the ancient castle with a face full of surprise. "Yes, I am the Shadowless you have always called." The voice sounded again. "You are the Shadowless?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. The ancient castle was the Shadowless? This was too unexpected. He had never thought of this before. In other words, the ancient castle had been communicating with him for a long time, but he didn't know. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and said with a smile, "Thank you for always being with me." "What are you thanking me for? We are companions. We rely on each other and protect each other." The ancient castle smiled. "We rely on each other and protect each other," Qin Feiyang muttered, his eyes suddenly filled with determination, and said, "Ancient castle, I have one last thing to ask of you. Take the Black Tortoise realm away and protect the creatures inside. I believe that you can do it." Qin Feiyang looked at the three Dominator divine weapons and said in a low voice, "Difficult. I'll do my best." The ancient castle sighed. "Thank you." Qin Feiyang smiled gratefully, took a step in front of the ancient castle, and secretly said, "Little brat, leave with the ancient castle immediately." "How troublesome." The little boy's voice sounded. Following closely, the little boy appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. However, he did not leave. Looking at the three Dominator divine weapons, his small eyes emitted an incomparably sharp light. However, under that light, there was also a trace of fear. "Go!" Qin Feiyang shouted. "Sigh." The little boy shook his head and sighed, and said helplessly, "Why do I have to deal with a troublemaker like you? There's always a bunch of trouble wherever you go." Boom. As his voice fell, the little boy raised his arm, and strands of resplendent five-colored divine light appeared in his palm. However, this five-colored divine light was not divine power. It emitted an extremely obscure aura. The ancient castle was shocked and hurriedly shouted, "You can't do this." Qin Feiyang looked at the ancient castle. What was this divine light? It actually made the ancient castle so anxious. Now that things have come to this, I can't really leave him alone. The little boy shook his head. The five-colored divine light in his hand became more and more resplendent, illuminating half of the world. Its aura also became more and more terrifying. At this moment, even the three Dominator divine weapons couldn't help but feel a sense of fear in their hearts. "This is source energy," Ice Dragon Holy Sword exclaimed. "This is the source energy." Qin Feiyang looked at the five-colored divine light in the little boy's hand. He had always heard of the source energy, but he had never seen it before. So this was what it looked like. If you know that it's the source energy, then you should know how powerful it is. The little boy looked at the three Dominator divine weapons and said, "The source energy is indeed very strong, but with the current Black Tortoise world, it is no match for us." The Dragon God Sword sneered. The little boy shouted, "Then, what if I use up all the source energy of the Black Tortoise world?" The moment he spoke, a large amount of five-colored divine light appeared and condensed into a circular ball of light in front of the little boy, emitting a world-destroying aura. Moreover, the source energy was still emerging, and the five-colored ball of light grew bigger and bigger. The surrounding void collapsed one by one, and then turned into chaos. This phenomenon spread wildly. It was as if it was going to swallow the entire heavenly cloud sea. For this part of the sea, it was a disaster. Crazy. If I use up all the source energy, The black tortoise world will be destroyed, and even you will be destroyed. For a Qin Feiyang, is it worth it? The dragon god sword roared and didn't dare to approach, its voice was filled with fear. The destruction of the black tortoise world, Qin Feiyang's body and mind trembled as he looked at the little boy. Whether it's worth it or not, I know it in my heart, you don't need to worry. The little boy snorted. Good. Since you don't care about anything, then I don't care. Today, Qin Feiyang must die, you can't stop it. The dragon god sword roared. With a loud clang, the dragon god sword shone brightly and slashed at Qin Feiyang. Help! If it's alone, it will definitely be a situation of mutual destruction. But with our help, there might be a chance of survival. The ice dragon sacred sword shouted. Clang! The dragon god sword and horsetail whisk also immediately attacked. Do you have to fight to the death? Good. I'll fulfill your wish, the little boy shouted. But at this moment, a crimson sword light descended from the sky, tearing through the chaos and attacking Old High and the black-clothed youth. The two of them were shocked and quickly looked up. They saw a woman in a white dress standing in the sky, holding a crimson sword in her hand. This is... Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Isn't this Elder Hua's sovereign divine weapon? The sword light arrived in an instant, and Old High and the black-clothed youth immediately escaped. At the same time, the woman in the white dress took a step forward and landed in front of Qin Feiyang, saying, I've finally found you. Looking for me? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The woman in the white dress didn't answer. With a gentle wave of her slender arm, a space-time crack appeared, and then swept up Qin Feiyang, the little boy, and the castle, and entered the space-time crack without looking back. Don't even think about escaping. The god of heaven sword roared. Don't be arrogant, one day, we will kill our way to the blood palace, just you wait. The little boy's voice came out from the crack. Immediately after, a 5-colored ball of light flew out from the crack, carrying a destructive aura as it blasted toward the 3 sovereign divine weapons. Chapter 3005. The 3 sovereign divine weapons never expected that the little boy would attack them before leaving. Caught off guard, they collided with the 5-colored divine light. Clang! Immediately, cracks appeared on their bodies. Back to Qin Feiyang and the others. At this moment, they descended above a mountain. The mountains stretched for tens of thousands of miles, ancient trees towered into the sky, and fierce beasts ran rampant. Gusts of sea breeze blew from behind. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look, and discovered that there was a boundless sea behind him. That's the heavenly cloud sea. The woman in white put away the red sword and said with a faint smile. Qin Feiyang asked, You mean, we have already left the heavenly cloud sea? Yes. The woman in white nodded and pointed to the mountain below. This is the border between the eastern continent and the heavenly cloud sea. The eastern continent, the heavenly cloud sea, the border. Qin Feiyang looked at them one by one and murmured, So now, we are safe? Yes. Safe. But we can't relax because there are many people from the blood hall lurking in the eastern continent. The woman in white said. Qin Feiyang and the little boy looked at each other and couldn't help but have a trace of joy in their eyes. This was really a new lease of life after a disaster. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and a life divine pill appeared. He looked at the woman and asked, May I ask, who is senior to Elder Hua? It's not important, I'm just an errand boy. The woman in white waved her hand and looked at Qin Feiyang with interest, but you really surprised me. You can actually fight with the 3 sovereign divine weapons to this extent. I've let senior see a joke. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Although the little boy had a solemn look, even if the 3 sovereign divine weapons were destroyed, there was still the black-clothed youth and Elder Hua. So, if it weren't for this woman's help, they would have died in the end. I'm laughing at you. Facing the 3 sovereign divine weapons, no one in the entire sky cloud realm has the courage to fight with them. Although it's quite embarrassing, this courage is worthy of praise. The woman nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. All right, you guys rest. Without waiting for Qin Feiyang's response, the woman in the white dress turned around and disappeared into the mountains below. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Leaving just like that? He still had a lot of questions. Whoosh. At this moment, Ji Bao also silently entered the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang originally wanted to chat with the castle a bit more, but the castle clearly didn't want to communicate with him. Shaking his head helplessly, Qin Feiyang looked at the little boy. A trace of surprise suddenly crept into his eyes. He hadn't noticed it before, but the little boy's face was a little pale, and there was a trace of weakness between his brows. "What's wrong with you?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Nothing. It's just that I've used up too much of my source energy just now." The little boy shook his head. Qin Feiyang recalled the little boy's attack in the spatial rift, so he asked, how much origin power was there? 1/3. The little boy said. "What? So much?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. "En." The little boy nodded and said, "It doesn't seem like much after condensing it, but its lethality is extremely terrifying. Then can this 1/3 of the source energy hurt the Dragon God Sword and the others?" Qin Feiyang was doubtful. "Yes. But it's far from fatal. With the current state of the Black Tortoise world, to truly destroy them, I'll have to use all of my source energy." The little boy said. "Then will the Black Tortoise world really be destroyed after using up all of your source energy? And you, will your soul really be destroyed?" Qin Feiyang asked. "En." The little boy nodded. Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled, and he hurriedly said, "Then don't do anything in the future. Have you seen me do anything in the past? There's no other way this time. In the future, just don't cause me any trouble." The little boy glared at Qin Feiyang and went straight to the Black Tortoise world. "They're the ones who came to provoke me, okay?" Qin Feiyang was depressed. Originally, he wanted to get married and enter the bridal chamber, but in the end, these people came looking for trouble and came to snatch the bride. Fine. Then he would go and snatch her back. In the end, he managed to snatch her back, but trouble came again. A large number of powerhouses came to kill him. They even used 3 sovereign divine weapons. They really thought highly of him. What could he do? He could only fight with his life. It could be said that, whether it was the dragons of the past or the current blood hall, the other party came to provoke him again and again. In other words, he had always been passive in his counterattack. Whoosh. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath again and turned to look at the sea of heavenly clouds. His eyes flashed with a cold light. "Just wait, the good show is yet to come. How you treat me today, I'll return it to you in the future." Following closely, Qin Feiyang turned and scanned the boundless land in front of him. The eastern continent. Whoosh. Just as Qin Feiyang was about to leave, a white figure rushed out from the mountains below. Qin Feiyang looked and found that it was the woman in the white dress. He was stunned. "Senior, you didn't leave. Did I say I was leaving again?" The woman in the white dress asked. "Ah." Qin Feiyang was stunned. At that time, she only said to let them rest and didn't say anything about leaving. The woman in the white dress asked, "Let me ask you, are you willing to go to the demonic palace with me?" "Demonic palace?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and hurriedly said, "Senior Hua is from the demonic palace." The woman in the white dress said, "Don't worry about it, I'm just asking you if you want to go or not." This, Qin Feiyang hesitated. Elder Hua's identity was obvious. He was definitely from the demonic palace and his position in the demonic palace was not low. This woman had most likely left to send a message to Elder Hua. In other words, the person who invited him to the demonic palace was most likely Elder Hua. But he knew nothing about Elder Hua and this woman in front of him. Although it was a bit like repaying kindness with evil, he had to be careful now. Because there were many things in this world that were not as simple as they seemed on the surface. He had to be careful. The woman in the white dress said, "I won't force you, I respect your choice." "Thank you," Qin Feiyang said gratefully. After muttering to himself for a while, he finally made a decision in his heart and said, "Senior should also know that I am from the lower realms and know nothing about the Sky Cloud realm. Therefore, I want to walk around first." The woman in the white dress asked, "So you're rejecting my invitation?" "I'm sorry." Qin Feiyang's face showed a trace of apology. "All right. As long as you're happy." The woman in the white dress smiled faintly and then took out a token from her arms. "Then take this. It might be useful in the future. After saying that, she threw the token to Qin Feiyang and then opened a spacetime passage and left. Qin Feiyang caught the token. After watching the woman leave, he lowered his head and looked at the token in his hand. The token was half the size of an adult's palm. It was completely black and there was a striking word demon engraved on it. Is this the Demon Palace's token? Qin Feiyang muttered and turned it over. There was a name on the back. Chu Yun. Chu Yun. Qin Feiyang muttered. Was this the woman's name? But in Luo Tianshan's memory, he did not find any information about Chu Yun. It seemed that this woman's status in the Demon Palace was not low. People like Luo Tianshan were not qualified to come in contact with her. Qin Feiyang put away the token and glanced around. Then he took a step and disappeared into the mountain ahead. Demon Palace. At this moment, in a hall, the blood-red clothed old man glared at Elder Hua and a woman above him. He said gloomily, "You're really despicable. You actually let Chu Yun secretly go and save them. Saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. Besides, in terms of despicability, how can we compare to your blood palace? You actually went to the lower realm to capture someone, and it's someone else's bride. Haven't you heard of this saying? It's better to tear down 10 temples than to ruin a marriage." Elder Hua chuckled. Good, very good. The blood-red clothed old man was so angry that he laughed and said, "I'd like to see how long you can protect him." After saying that, he turned around and left with his hands behind his back. Take care. I won't send you off. Elder Hua waved his hand and smiled. Humph. The blood-red clothed old man snorted coldly. He walked out of the hall and disappeared into thin air. Old thing. A cold light flashed in Elder Hua's eyes. We've finally won back this time. The woman sitting above him laughed. She was a charming woman in her 30s. She wore a palace dress and looked graceful and luxurious. Her aura was also unfathomable. Not bad. Elder Hua nodded. The woman in the palace dress looked at Elder Hua and asked, "What do you plan to do with Qin Feiyang?" This, Elder Hua pondered for a while and said, "Let's wait for Xiao Yun to come back and tell us the details before we make a decision." All right. The woman in the palace dress nodded. Whoosh. Speak of the devil. A spacetime crack appeared in the hall, and the woman in the white dress walked out quickly. You're back. Elder Hua chuckled. Just this once. Don't come to me for help again. The woman in the white dress waved her hand, and a red sword appeared in front of the woman in the palace dress. The woman in the palace dress put away the sword and asked, "Where's Qin Feiyang? He rejected our invitation." The woman in the white dress shook her head. Rejected. Elder Hua was stunned. Yes. The reason is that he wants to walk around and have a look. The woman in the white dress nodded. There's actually someone who rejected our invitation. The woman in the palace dress shook her head and smiled. She looked at the woman in the white dress and said, "What do you think of him? I only said a few words to him. How can I judge him?" After the woman in the white dress said that, her face darkened slightly. She said, "However, I heard something big." What is it? The woman in the palace dress and Elder Hua were surprised. When I appeared, there was a child standing next to Qin Feiyang. And this child can control the origin energy, the woman in the white dress said. The origin energy. The woman in the palace dress stood up. Elder Hua was also shocked. He asked, "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." The woman in the white dress shook her head. How is that possible? Elder Hua and the woman in the palace dress looked at each other. The woman in the white dress said, "I suspect that Qin Feiyang has an independent world in his hands." That's impossible. Elder Hua said decisively. An independent world? What kind of concept was that? The woman in the white dress asked. Then tell me, how do you explain the origin energy? I don't know. Elder Hua shook his head. The woman in the palace dress returned to her seat and muttered, "If this child really has an independent world, then it's incredible." Chapter 3006. The woman in white asked curiously, "Do you think the Blood Hall attacked him because of this?" It's hard to judge. Elder Hua pondered for a while and shook his head. The woman in palace attire looked at the woman in white and asked, "Is there anything else?" Yes. The woman in white nodded. What? Elder Hua looked at her suspiciously. The woman in white said, "The Blood Hall suddenly has 2 more sovereign divine weapons." Huh! The two were surprised. The woman in white waved her hand, and the Ice Dragon Sacred Sword and the Dragon God Sword condensed. The two looked at the 2 sovereign divine weapons, their faces full of surprise. They had never seen it before. At that time, it was because of these 2 sovereign divine weapons that Qin Feiyang and the others were driven to despair. Moreover, it seems that they have some deep hatred in the past. The woman in white said, "What the hell is going on?" Elder Hua frowned. The woman in white said, "In addition, Qin Feiyang's strength doesn't seem to be simple." "What do you mean?" Elder Hua was suspicious. "When I found them, I didn't show up immediately. I hid in the dark and watched. I saw him activate a kind of divine art. According to the 2 sovereign divine weapons, it seems to be some kind of slaughter domain. This kind of divine art can actually increase his strength to the level where he can contend with the sovereign divine weapons. No. To be exact, it's a little stronger than the sovereign divine weapons." The woman in white said, her face full of disbelief. "What? He actually has such a method?" Elder Hua was shocked. "Anyway, this person's method is not something we can underestimate. Just this time, even if we didn't help him, with his ability, even if the Blood Hall killed him, they would have to pay a heavy price." The woman in white smiled faintly. "Interesting." Hearing this, the woman in palace attire revealed a trace of expectation. The appearance of this child might be able to break the eternal balance of the Sky Cloud realm. Immediately, the woman in palace attire looked at the silent Elder Hua and said, "Little Yun has explained the situation. Now, what do you think we should do to deal with this child?" This Elder Hua was also hesitant. "There are times when you can't make up your mind." The white-dressed woman looked at Elder Hua with a mocking expression. Elder Hua glared at the woman in white and said, "I'll go out for a walk first." Then, he disappeared like a wisp of smoke. "Still going for a walk? You're in a good mood." The woman in the white dress shouted. "He's not going for a walk." The woman shook her head. The white-skirted woman said, "I know that he's taken a fancy to this Qin Feiyang. However, this Qin Feiyang is no ordinary person. I'm afraid that it won't be that easy to have any ideas about him or for us to use him. Let Elder Hua think about it on his own. The most important thing right now is to investigate the origins of those 2 sovereign weapons. Immediately notify our spies in the Blood Hall and have them find out as soon as possible." The woman said, "We can find a chance to ask Qin Feiyang about this. That's because he most definitely knows the origin of those 2 sovereign divine armaments." The white-dressed woman frowned. "Don't disturb him for the time being, lest he feels disgusted. Let's investigate first. If we really can't find anything, we'll go look for him." The woman in the palace dress said, "That's fine. I'll let my men arrange it." After the woman in the white dress said that, she turned around and left quickly. Qin Feiyang, sovereign divine armaments, it seems that the Sky Cloud realm is going to be lively. The woman in the palace dress muttered to herself. Then, she smiled slightly and got up and disappeared. Back to Qin Feiyang. He walked in the air above the mountains and rivers, looking down curiously at everything below. There were all kinds of ferocious beasts running rampant in the mountains. And they were all very powerful. Qin Feiyang found more than a dozen perfect imperishable realm ferocious beasts. He didn't find any sovereign realm ferocious beasts. Along the way, there were ferocious beasts blocking his way from time to time. However, he had a heaven-defying divine artifact. As long as it wasn't an expert like Elder Hua, he wasn't afraid. These mountains and rivers were also extremely vast. It took him 5 days to get out and enter the sky above a plane. One must know. His current speed wasn't slow, but it took him 5 days to cross this mountain. And this mountain was just a drop in the ocean in the entire eastern continent. One could imagine how big the entire eastern continent was, and how big the entire Sky Cloud realm was. Standing in the air above the plain, Qin Feiyang looked ahead. In front of him, there was a city. The city covered an area of hundreds of thousands of miles, and majestic buildings stood tall. There was a towering city wall on all sides, exuding an ancient aura. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and Madman appeared beside him. What? Madman raised his eyebrows. He was cultivating when he was suddenly pulled out, so he was a little unhappy. Aren't you interested in looking at this land? Qin Feiyang smiled. Madman glanced around and looked at the city in front of him. He pursed his lips and said, "What's there to look at?" Although he said so, there was a trace of curiosity in his eyes. You don't mean what you say. The Sky Cloud realm is completely beyond our imagination. Look at the city in front. From Luo Tianshan's memories, it's called East Mountain City. It's the closest city to the Sky Cloud Sea in the eastern continent. Luo Tianshan's home is here. Do you know how many people there are in this city? About 5 to 6 million, but this city is the smallest in the eastern continent. Qin Feiyang said. This is the smallest. Madman was stunned. Qin Feiyang nodded. Madman looked at East Mountain City and frowned. Then how strong are the people here? Is there a need to ask? There are martial artists who have just stepped onto the path of cultivation, and there are also powerful imperishable realm experts. And the city lord of East Mountain City, according to Luo Tianshan's memories, is a half-step dominator. Qin Feiyang said. This is a dominator realm expert. Madman was stunned. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, but it seems to be this city lord. Half-step dominator. Interesting, Madman chuckled. Then let's go in and take a look. I need to buy something just now. Qin Feiyang asked. What do you want to buy? Madman was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, divine sound transmission stone and a teleportation altar. Madman was surprised. This place also uses a teleportation altar? Yes. Apart from the divine sound transmission stone, everything else is no different from the ancient world. For example, Soul Vein and Crystal Vein are the most important resources of the Sky Cloud realm. Of course, there are many things that the ancient world doesn't have. Let's talk about it later. Qin Feiyang smiled. Then let's go. Madman immediately flew down. Qin Feiyang smiled and also landed on the plains below. Then, the two walked side by side toward the city. On the way, there were many people coming and going. There were rich people who were leisurely strolling and chatting, and there were also ordinary people who were in a hurry. Madman looked at the passers-by and suddenly thought of something. He asked suspiciously, "What's with the first volume of the pill scripture? If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten." Qin Feiyang patted his head and said, "Speaking of the first volume of the pill scripture, there is a legend in the Sky Cloud realm." Legend? Madman was stunned. Yes. Legend has it that there are 2 volumes of the pill scripture. The first volume records all the pill recipes below the Dominator realm. As for the second volume, it records pill recipes above the Dominator realm. But in the Sky Cloud realm, there is only the second volume and not the first volume. Qin Feiyang said. Only the second volume and not the first volume? Madman was stunned. Yes. The second volume of the pill scripture is handwritten copies of all the major forces in the Sky Cloud realm. But only the first volume of the pill scripture is like a mystery, no one knows where it is. Not only the ordinary people of Luo Tian Mountain, even the major forces of the Sky Cloud realm have been looking for the first volume of the pill scripture. But no one has found it. As for the whereabouts of the first volume of the pill scripture, it has never stopped. Today, someone said that the first volume of the pill scripture is somewhere. Tomorrow, someone said that the first volume of the pill scripture has appeared somewhere. But when everyone rushed to check, there was no first volume of the pill scripture at all. It was all rumors. In short, the news about the first volume of the pill scripture has appeared again and again, but none of it is true. Qin Feiyang said. Madman nodded and frowned. You said that the first volume of the pill scripture is all the pill recipes below the Dominator realm, right? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then the pill scripture in your hand, I heard Dan Wangxai say that it contains all the pill recipes below the Dominator realm. Say, is the pill scripture in your hand the first volume of the pill scripture that the Sky Cloud realm is looking for? Madman asked. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. This question, he didn't have time to think about it. There was also the universe ring that he snatched from Ju Xie. He didn't have time to look at it. He didn't know if the first volume of the pill scripture was in the universe ring. If the pill scripture in your hand is really the first volume of the pill scripture that the Sky Cloud realm is looking for, then you've really poked a big hole. Madman said with a gloating smile. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. You see, the entire Sky Cloud realm is looking for it. It can be seen how much they covet the first volume of the pill scripture. If they know that it's in your hands, you say, they will frantically come to snatch it. Madman laughed sinisterly. Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He shook his head and smiled. Hearing you say that, it seems to be quite serious. So, this pill scripture in your hand, you must not leak it out. Madman warned. Those who know about the existence of the pill scripture are our own people. If we don't say it, who will know? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. That's true. Madman nodded. While talking, the two had already approached the city gate. On both sides of the city gate, two guards stood straight. They wore armor and scanned the people coming and going. Their eyes were extremely sharp. And the strength of these two people was also quite good. Half-step imperishable realm, damn. Even the guards of the city gate are half-step imperishable realm. The Sky Cloud realm really has as many imperishable realm experts as dogs. Madman muttered. Yes. There's always a higher mountain. Qin Feiyang nodded. The path of cultivation was actually like this. When you reach the peak of a place, you will suddenly find that there is a place stronger than here, forcing you to keep moving forward. Chapter 3007. In front of the city gate, everyone maintained a good order as they entered the city one after another. Qin Feiyang and Madman secretly communicated as they followed the flow of people towards the city gate. Facing the people entering and leaving, the two guards didn't check them one by one. Only when they saw a new face would they go up and ask a few questions. When Qin Feiyang and Madman walked over, the two guards looked at each other and stopped them, asking, "You two are a bit unfamiliar, where did you come from?" Madman glanced at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang had read Luo Tianshan's memories, so he definitely knew the situation of East Mountain City. And with Qin Feiyang's personality, when he was preparing to enter East Mountain City, he must have thought of a way to deal with it. As expected, facing the questioning of the two guards, Qin Feiyang didn't panic at all. He looked at the two guards and smiled. "We came from Mountain River Town." Mountain River Town? The two guards were startled. After thinking carefully for a moment, there was indeed such a place in this area. First time in East Mountain City? The guard on the left asked. Qin Feiyang smiled. "It's not my first time here. I came here occasionally before, but I didn't meet you two." If he said it was his first time here, it wouldn't be realistic. After all, he lived in this area. And from Luo Tianshan's memories, the guards guarding the city gate would change every once in a while, so it wasn't a problem to say that. "Okay then, since you've been here before, you should know the rules here. Go in." The two guards retreated to their original positions. "Thank you." Qin Feiyang smiled gratefully and led Madman into the city. "What rules?" Madman was suspicious. "What other rules can there be? It's just that you can't fight or cause destruction in the city." Qin Feiyang thought. "Heh. Do I look like such an honest person to you?" Madman chuckled. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. "Stop." But suddenly, the shouts of the two guards behind him sounded again. Qin Feiyang and the Madman were stunned. They turned around and saw a short, middle-aged man with the head of a dog and the eyes of a mouse being stopped by two guards. "I don't think I've seen you before." The two sized up the middle-aged man. The man immediately smiled. "Sirs, I'm from the nearby Black Mountain town. This is my first time coming to East Mountain City." "First time?" The two guards were startled. Yes. The man nodded. "If I remember correctly, Black Hills Town is not far from East Mount City. Is this your first time here?" The two guards frowned. Hearing this, the man did not panic at all. He smiled and said, "It's like this. Although I was born in Black Hills Town, I have always been in Tianfeng City." "I see." Madman asked suspiciously, "What kind of place is Wind City?" Wind City is another city near the Sky Cloud Ocean. It's a bit bigger than East Mountain City. However, he was born in Black Mountain Town. It's his first time coming to East Mountain City. Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Qin Feiyang frowned. Is Black Mountain Town far from here? Madman was puzzled. Not far. With our cultivation, it's only half a day's journey. Qin Feiyang shook his head. That's nothing. After all, he just said that he's in Wind City. Maybe he was born in Black Mountain Town and lived in Wind City. Madman said. Qin Feiyang nodded and didn't think too much about it. He walked side by side with Madman, looking at the local customs of East Mountain City. Because there was a ban on fighting, the city was relatively peaceful. There was an endless stream of people going in and out of the shops on both sides. It was very lively. What is the currency of the Sky Cloud domain? Madman suddenly asked. Qin Feiyang said, divine crystals and soul stones. Soul stones? Madman was startled. Yes. Generally speaking, they use divine crystals to trade. But if they encounter precious treasures, they will use soul stones to trade. Qin Feiyang explained. I see. Madman muttered and asked, then there should be places like the treasure pavilion here, right? Of course there is. The trading places in the eastern continent are called demon towers. They are all over the big and small cities in the eastern continent. Qin Feiyang said. Demon towers? Madman was startled. Demon towers are under the jurisdiction of the Demon Hall. In other words, the Demon Hall is the owner behind the demon towers. It's the same in the western continent, southern continent, and northern continent. The trading places are all backed by the Blood Hall, Sky Hall, and Deity Hall. Qin Feiyang said. The trading places under the Demon Hall are called Demon Towers. Then the trading places under the Blood Hall, Deity Hall, and Sky Hall are called Blood Towers, Deity Towers, and Heaven Towers. Madman was speechless. You don't say, it's really like that. Qin Feiyang smiled. Ah. Madman was stunned. How lazy are the people from the 4 super forces? Even the names are so casual. Actually, it's easier to distinguish them this way. For example, when everyone talks about demon towers, they will naturally think of the Demon Hall. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Then, in the future, this daddy will be called Demon Tower. As long as the name Demon Tower is mentioned, everyone will think of this daddy. Madman chuckled. You must be so bored that your balls hurt. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Madman grinned and was about to say something. But he suddenly turned around and looked behind. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Madman's gaze shifted to a shop and frowned. Something seems wrong. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. It seems like someone is following us. Madman transmitted his voice. Following? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He actually didn't notice. Madman secretly said, do you still remember the person from Black Hills Town that we saw at the city gate? Qin Feiyang nodded. He has been following us all this time. Madman said. Qin Feiyang hurriedly looked at the crowd, but he didn't notice anything. When this daddy turned around, he entered that shop. Madman transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang also headed toward the shop. But because of his position, he could only see the entrance of the shop and couldn't see the situation inside. Don't alert the enemy. Let's confirm it first. Qin Feiyang secretly said. The two continued to stroll around the street as if nothing had happened. But just as the two left, a middle-aged man walked up from the shop and followed Qin Feiyang from afar. It was the middle-aged man with the head of a snake. Qin Feiyang and Madman had been paying attention. After confirming this matter, they were puzzled. Why would they be targeted the moment they arrived at Eastern Mountain City? Is it the Demon Hall? Madman was suspicious. Demon Hall? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and frowned. They don't have to target us. Who knows? The existence of the ancient castle and the Black Tortoise realm has already been known by the Demon Hall. You know the saying treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. Madman transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang frowned. Was it really the Demon Hall? But he felt that it was the Blood Hall. Because the woman in the white dress said that there were many Blood Hall pawns lurking in the eastern continent. Qin Feiyang secretly said, let's ignore him for now. Let's go directly to the Demon Tower. The two sped up their pace. After reading Luo Tianshan's memory, Qin Feiyang also knew where the Demon Tower was. Soon, the two of them walked to the front of a large black hall with ease. The hall was more than 100 feet tall and majestic. On the front of the building, there was a plaque with two grand words engraved on it. Demon Tower. On both sides of the door, there were 4 men in black standing straight and emitting a terrifying aura. They are also half-step imperishable realm, Madman muttered. Qin Feiyang's mouth couldn't help but twitch. One had to know that in the ancient realm, half-step imperishable realm was already in existence, standing at the top of the pyramid, and was admired by the world. But in the Sky Cloud realm, they were used to guard the city gates. The difference in treatment was like heaven and earth. Qin Feiyang and Madman secretly glanced behind them and found that the man with the face of a rat was still following them. Thus, the two of them entered the demonic tower quietly. What entered their sight was a spacious hall with rows of transparent counters neatly placed on the 4 sides. Inside the counters, there were treasures shining with divine light. Divine weapons, divine arts, herbs, pills, everything was there. 2 young masters, welcome to the Demon Tower. A young and beautiful woman around 20 years old walked in front of Qin Feiyang and Madman and bowed. Hello. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Is there anything the 2 young masters need help with? The young woman was wearing a red dress and had a friendly smile on her face. Obviously. She was a staff member here. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I need some divine sound transmission stones, teleportation altars, pill fire and pill furnace. Young master is also an alchemist. The young woman smiled in surprise. I know a little. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Young master is really a humble person. Okay. These are all very common things, I will arrange them for you. But pill fire and pill furnace, what level do you need? The young woman said. 8th grade divine pill furnace. Plus 3 kinds of 7th grade divine pill fires. Qin Feiyang said. Because now, the netherworld demonic flame was 7th grade divine pill fires. It needed to swallow 3 kinds of 7th grade divine pill fires to reach 8th grade. 8th grade pill furnace? 7th grade pill fire? The young woman was stunned. Why? Is it difficult? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. It is indeed a little difficult. The young woman nodded. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Luo Tianshan was not an alchemist, so he did not have much memory in this area. I believe you also know that there are countless alchemists in our eastern continent. Not to mention 7th grade and 8th grade divine pill fires, even 1st grade divine pill fires are not available. The young woman explained. So you don't have any? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Yes. However, we usually only auction pill fires and pill furnaces of this level, not sell them. The young woman said. Qin Feiyang said, then you can sell them to me at the auction price. The young woman was a little hesitant. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, you don't have to be embarrassed. I really don't want to waste time at the auction house. You can sell them to me at the highest auction price. That's a little expensive, the young woman said. Soul stones are not a problem. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. The young woman was stunned and said with a smile, it seems that both of you are from rich families. Well, I will ask the manager. Please wait here for a moment. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Chapter 3008. With nothing to do, Qin Feiyang and Madman strolled around the hall. Soon, they noticed that the man with the head of a mouse had also entered the demonic building, looking at the treasures on the counter as if nothing had happened. However, from time to time, he would look at Qin Feiyang and Madman. Not done yet. Madman raised his eyebrows. No hurry. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and looked down at the counter in front of him. Through the transparent glass, he saw a divine pill with 2 dragon-shaped core chi. This was a life divine pill. There were also many pills with dragon-shaped core chi and 2 dragon-shaped core chi on the side. He basically knew them all. However, he did not see any potential pills or potential pills. Could it be that there were no such pills in the Sky Cloud realm? Qin Feiyang, come and take a look. Suddenly, Madman's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang walked over suspiciously. Madman pointed to the counter in front of him and said, "Look." Qin Feiyang looked over and saw a jade box lying inside the counter. Inside the jade box, there was a pill. This pill was the same size as an ordinary pill, but the color was somewhat dazzling. Its whole body was golden yellow, as if cast in gold. And there were 4 dragon-shaped core qi on it. 4 dragon-shaped core qi. This was already comparable to Dan Wangcai, Yi Zhong, and Wang Chang. The most important thing was that he had never seen this kind of pill before. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and found that next to the jade box, there was a small card with the information of the pill. Shongqing Nature Pill. This pill has the magical effect of breaking through the undying realm and opening the door of potential. When Qin Feiyang saw this, he was stunned. It was actually a pill to open the door of potential in the undying realm. "We must get this pill." Madman transmitted his voice, his eyes burning with passion. Because right now, what they lacked was this pill. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered as he thought to himself, "Do you think this Dan mantra in my hand is really the first volume of the Dan mantra of the Sky Cloud realm? I think it's possible." Madman nodded. "Then don't be rash. This could be a bait." Qin Feiyang thought. Bait? Madman was stunned. Yes. Think about it, the Sky Cloud realm doesn't have the first volume of the alchemy mantra, so there are no potential pills. Thus, even if they possess the Shongqing fortune pellet, it would still be useless. Because the door of potential must be opened layer by layer, slowly and gradually. As for the Shongqing nature pill, it can only open the door of potential for those in the imperishable realm. It cannot open the door of potential for those below the imperishable realm. In other words, without pills like the potential pill, this Shongqing fortune pill would be useless. Since it's useless, why did Mo Lu place the Shongqing fate pill here? Obviously, they want to use this Shongqing nature pill to lure out the person who possesses the first volume of the alchemy mantra. Qin Feiyang analyzed. You mean, anyone who comes to buy the Shongqing nature pill might possess the first volume of the alchemy mantra? Madman asked. That's right. Because the second volume of the alchemy mantra is in the hands of the major forces, and the pill formulas inside will definitely not be leaked out. After all, it's so important. Therefore, those who possess the first volume of the alchemy mantra can only go to the major trading centers to buy the Shongqing nature pill. Qin Feiyang thought. Madman nodded in realization and said in surprise, "How did you think of this? Did you know it from Luo Tianshan's memories?" This has nothing to do with Luo Tianshan's memories. How could a small figure like Luo Tianshan know such a secret? For me to think of this, I have to thank the treasure pavilion of the North region. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. Madman was stunned. When I entered the North region and went to the treasure pavilion, I found a divine art called the Chaos Origin Divine Art. At that time, I didn't know what was going on, so I planned to get it. Because this Chaos Origin Divine Art was specially created for people with inner demons. After cultivating the Chaos Origin Divine Art, the main body and inner demons can fuse together and unleash extremely powerful strength. Although my inner demons are dead, I wanted to buy it as a memento. But at that moment, Huoyi ran out and told me not to buy it. Later, I found out that the Chaos Origin Divine Art was a bait to lure people with inner demons out. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. So that's how it is. Then, did you get this Chaos Origin Divine Art? Madman asked. Yes. Once, when I was with the Vice Pavilion Master, I thought of the Chaos Origin Divine Art, so I asked him for it and explained the situation to him. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then it seems that this Shongqing nature pill really can't be bought. Madman looked at the pill in the jade box enviously. Because now that he had stepped into the imperishable stage, he had to prepare for a rainy day. No rush. To open the door of potential, you need to reach the perfection imperishable stage. You still have a long way to go. Let's talk about it later. There are so many of us, we can't keep buying Shongqing nature pills in the Demon Tower, so, we have to get the pill formula. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Ever since he had the pill scripture, he had never worried about pill formulas. This feeling was really something he hadn't felt for a long time. He couldn't help but think of the Iron Bull Town. In the Iron Bull Town, not to mention the pill formula, even getting a pill was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Makes sense. Madman nodded. Let's take a look. Since there is a pill that can open the door of potential in the imperishable stage, there should also be a pill that can increase the cultivation of the imperishable stage. This thing is the most important thing for us right now. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. That's right. Madman patted his head and immediately started searching. The door of potential could only be opened after reaching the perfection imperishable stage, but increasing one's cultivation could be done at any time. Being able to use a pill to increase one's cultivation could save a lot of time. However, when the two of them searched all the counters, they still couldn't find a pill that could increase the cultivation of the imperishable stage. Why is there nothing? Madman frowned and transmitted his voice. Is there no such information in Luo Tianshan's memory? Let me think. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and searched Luo Tianshan's memory. After a while, his eyes lit up and he nodded. Yes. Tell me. Madman urged. There is indeed such a pill called the Dragon Phoenix Divine Pill. It requires dragon blood and phoenix blood as a catalyst. But this pill is very precious. The Demon Tower usually doesn't sell it. Even if it is sold, it will be in the auction house. Qin Feiyang secretly said. Then let's go to the auction house. Madman said. You don't understand what I mean. The Demon Tower usually doesn't sell this pill to outsiders. Even if it is a disciple of the Demon Palace, they would have to pay a huge price to obtain one. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Is there a need to hide it like this? Madman's face was immediately filled with displeasure when he heard this. What a joke. This is a pill that can increase the cultivation of the imperishable stage. How can it not be hidden? Not to mention this Dragon Phoenix Divine Pill, even the 9-chew Yellow Dragon Pill and the 9-turn Dragon Blood Pill in my hands are hidden in my hands. I don't want to give it to outsiders. Qin Feiyang said. All right. Madman nodded his head weakly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, it seems that it won't be easy to get these two pill formulas. From the current situation, he had to enter the Demon Palace to have a chance. If he used the pill scripture in his hands to exchange, the Demon Palace would definitely be very happy. But his pill scripture couldn't be exposed, and he couldn't let others take advantage of him, so he could only think of another way. At this time, the woman in red returned and looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman with a smile. The Tower Master has agreed. Thank you. Qin Feiyang hurriedly thanked her. The woman in red said with a little difficulty, but the Tower Master has a request. Request? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. En. The woman in red nodded and said, the Tower Master said that he must personally watch you refine a pill once. Personally watch me refine a pill? Qin Feiyang frowned. This is the Tower Master's request, I can't do anything about it. The woman in red said helplessly. In other words, if I refine a pill in front of him, he won't sell me the pill fire and pill furnace? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. The woman in red nodded. This is a place where you do business. As long as you have money, why do you have to make such a strange request? Madman raised his eyebrows. Wasn't this a waste of their time? I hope the two young masters can forgive me. The woman in red smiled apologetically. What do we do? Madman looked at Qin Feiyang. We have a request, what else can we do? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and looked at the woman in red. Lead the way. Following the woman in red, the two of them walked to the second floor, entered a secluded corner, and stopped in front of a door. The woman in red knocked on the door and said respectfully, Tower Master, they have been brought here. Come in. A hoarse voice sounded from inside. The woman in red pushed open the door and retreated to the side, looking at Qin Feiyang and Madman. Please come in. Qin Feiyang and Madman nodded and walked into the room one after another. It turned out that this was a study. It was about 100 feet, and the layout was quite simple. There was a tea table on one side and a desk on the other. In front of the desk, a white-haired old man was squatting there with his head lowered, as if he was looking at an account book. Take a seat first. The white-haired old man just casually raised his head to look at the two of them before continuing with his work. After Qin Feiyang and Madman entered the study, the woman in red did not follow them in. She closed the door and turned to leave. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" But when she walked to the stairs, she saw a middle-aged man looking up sneakily. That's right. It was the middle-aged man with the face of a rat. The middle-aged man waved his hand and said, Nothing, I'm just looking for the entrance to the auction house." The woman in red nodded and walked to the middle-aged man's side. She pointed at a long corridor and said, "The entrance to the auction house is over there, I'll take you there." No need, you do your work, I'll go by myself." The middle-aged man smiled and walked towards the auction house. But after the woman in red left, he turned back and quietly went up to the second floor. He put his ear on the door and eavesdropped on the movements inside. Chapter 3009. Inside the room, Qin Feiyang sat beside the tea table, silently looking at the white-haired old man. But Madman next to him had a look of displeasure. Who are these people? There are guests, but they didn't come to entertain them. They just buried themselves in their own business. He had never seen such a business person. After a long time, Madman was almost unable to suppress the anger in his heart. At this time, the white-haired old man finally put down the matter in his hand and looked at the two of them. "Which one of you is refining pills?" Madman was stunned. After making them wait for so long, shouldn't he at least apologize? But not only did he not say it, he even put on a high and mighty attitude. "Who was this for? I'm asking you, who is refining pills?" The white-haired old man frowned, and there was a trace of impatience in his tone. Madman retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang. Let's go. Pay to suffer." "What do you mean? I made you wait for a while and you have complaints. Let me tell you, it's your honor that this old man can meet you." The white-haired old man smiled proudly. "Honor?" Madman was taken aback for a moment, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Arrogant in front of him? One must know that he was the only one who was arrogant in front of others. Even if this was the Sky Cloud boundary, even if this was the Demon Hall's territory, he would not allow it. "Senior brother, calm down. Qin Feiyang quickly comforted him. He looked at the white-haired old man and smiled. "It's me who is refining pills." The white-haired old man said, "Then let's start. This old man is very busy and has no time to waste with you." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Brat, are you sick? You can even endure this kind of crime? If you want me, let's just start and rob this demon tower." Madman sneered. "Don't worry. You don't have to do it." Qin Feiyang secretly smiled and took out the Nether Devil Flame and Heaven Flame Divine Furnace. En. 7th grade pill furnace, 7th grade pill fire. The white-haired old man was taken aback, and a trace of surprise appeared in his old eyes. "I looked outside for a while just now. It seems that the highest quality pill in your building is only 4 dragon-shaped pill chi." Qin Feiyang looked at the white-haired old man and smiled faintly. "What do you mean?" The white-haired old man was suspicious. "What I want to say is that this is all there is to it." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "That's all?" The white-haired old man was taken aback for a moment before a mocking expression crept up on his face. He coldly snorted and said, "You're so young, yet you talk big. Since you're so disdainful, then this old man would like to see how many dragon-shaped pills you can refine. When the time comes, don't just refine pill veins. That would be a joke." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "What if I can refine a dragon-shaped pill?" "You? Even if you can refine a dragon-shaped core chi, you'll only be able to refine half of it. Can it be compared to a pill with 4 dragon-shaped core energies? This old man really regrets meeting you now. You've overestimated yourself and overestimated yourself." The white-haired old man sneered. "Damn, you're still excited?" Madman's eyes flashed coldly. "Don't worry." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and looked at the white-haired old man. "I'm asking you, if I can refine a complete dragon-shaped pill, what will you do?" The white-haired old man stared at Qin Feiyang. So calm. Could he really be an alchemy monster? But he basically knew all the alchemists within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles, but he had never heard of such a person. "Why aren't you saying anything? Is that all you've got?" Madman sneered. "You," the white-haired old man suddenly frowned. "TSK. Molu. That's all there is to it." Madman's face was full of disdain. "How dare you?" The white-haired old man slammed his palm on the desk and shouted, "Fine, if you can refine a complete dragon-shaped pill." This old man, Madman's eyes turned cold as he stared at the white-haired old man aggressively and said, "Then kneel down and kowtow to us." "Old bastard, do you dare to do that?" "Old bastard." The white-haired old man fumed and said angrily, "Sure, this old man will bet with you." "That's what you said. We didn't force you." Qin Feiyang smiled. "That's what this old man said. Hurry up and refine the pill," the white-haired old man shouted. "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded and took out a set of medicinal ingredients for the divine life pill. Without any preparation, he directly revived the netherworld demonic flame. Although he had the Pill King's wealth now, he rarely refined pills, but his experience and talent were all here. The entire process was neither fast nor slow. It was as smooth as flowing water. Rather than saying that he was refining pills, it was better to say that it was a wonderful performance. Seeing this, the white-haired old man's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. This kind of technique and mentality wasn't something an ordinary alchemist could do. Soon, a strong medicinal fragrance came from the study. Whoosh! Another few breaths passed. A divine light flashed out from the heaven flame divine furnace. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the divine light went straight to the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man grabbed it in his hand and looked down. His expression suddenly became dull. There were actually 4 dragon-shaped pill auras, and they were all complete dragon-shaped pill auras. How was this possible? He was dumbfounded and stood there motionless. 4, there were actually 4. Since when was there such a monstrous alchemist born in the eastern mountain city? Qin Feiyang put away the netherworld demonic flame and the heaven flame divine furnace and smiled faintly. "How was it?" The white-haired old man trembled and looked up at Qin Feiyang. He muttered, "Who exactly are you?" "Don't care who I am. I don't need you to kneel. However, the moral character of your Devil Palace has truly broadened my horizons. Fortunately, I also promised that woman and didn't enter your demon hall." "What a joke." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and turned to look at Frenzy. "Senior brother, let's go. See that? Don't look down on others in the future. Also, a businessman should have the attitude of a businessman. The customer is God." Frenzy glanced at the white-haired old man indifferently and followed Qin Feiyang to the door. The white-haired old man's face was ashen as he said angrily, "Don't you want the pill fire and pill furnace?" "No need. I'm afraid of dirtying my hands if I take them from someone like you," Qin Feiyang said without turning back. "Dirtying my hands?" After being humiliated repeatedly, the white-haired old man was already angry. When he heard Qin Feiyang's words, he couldn't hold it in anymore and a trace of killing intent emerged. Swoosh! At the same time, Qin Feiyang suddenly turned around and looked at the white-haired old man. Because he felt the killing intent. "You'd better put away your killing intent immediately, or I'll make your demon tower disappear," Qin Feiyang said. "Make the demon tower disappear?" The white-haired old man looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. He was probably a fool. Did he know who the owner of the demon tower was? In the entire eastern continent, who would dare to be impudent in the demon tower? Not to mention saying such audacious word. Clang. But at this moment, the door was kicked open. "Who is it?" The white-haired old man shouted angrily and looked at the door, only to see the middle-aged man standing outside. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy were also stunned. Wasn't this the person who followed them? He actually followed them here. And from the looks of it, he was even more arrogant than them. At least they didn't directly kick the door. "Who are you? Did you eat a leopard's guts?" First, it was Qin Feiyang and Frenzy who repeatedly humiliated him, and now there was an even bolder person who directly kicked the door. The white-haired old man was already extremely angry. "I think the one who ate a leopard's guts is you," the middle-aged man shouted and strode into the study. His face was gloomy. Impudent, impudent. The white-haired old man was so angry that his neck was crooked. I really didn't expect that there would be someone like you in my demon hall. The middle-aged man shook his head with a face full of disappointment. Demon hall? Qin Feiyang and Frenzy looked at each other. The white-haired old man was also stunned. After sizing up the middle-aged man for a while, he asked in surprise, "You're from the demon hall?" The middle-aged man took out a facial restoration pill and threw it into his mouth. Immediately, his appearance began to change. Gradually, an old man with fiery red hair appeared in front of the three of them. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy looked at each other. Wasn't this Elder Hua? Elder Hua had been following them all this time? You are. The white-haired old man looked at Elder Hua's appearance and couldn't help but tremble. As the owner of the Demon Tower, he actually didn't see Elder Hua often. Because Elder Hua's position in the Demon Hall was too high, it was very difficult for people like him to see him. But once, he was lucky enough to see him from afar. The old man in front of him was almost exactly the same as the old man he saw back then. Me. Elder Hua snorted through his nose and said, "The higher-ups sent you here to manage the demonic tower so that you can manage the business here well, not so that you can abuse your power here." "I'm sorry." The white-haired old man's eyes trembled. He quickly ran out from behind the desk and knelt on the ground with a pale face. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy looked at each other. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, "Senior, take your time to deal with your family matters. We'll take our leave first." After saying that, the two turned and left. Wait. Elder Hua turned around and looked at them. The two stopped and turned around with a smile. "Senior, do you have any other instructions?" "I say, why do the two of you look at me like I'm a ghost?" Elder Hua didn't hide it. "Why would we? You saved our lives, we can't thank you enough. We just don't want to hinder you from dealing with your family matters." Qin Feiyang and Frenzy laughed. They actually know Elder Hua. Hearing the three's conversation, the white-haired old man couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. He never thought that these two seemingly ordinary young men would actually know Elder Hua. And judging from their relationship, it wasn't simple. Elder Hua listened to the two's conversation and snorted, "Grateful? If you really want to be grateful, you wouldn't have rejected Xiao Yun's invitation." Xiao Yun. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy were puzzled. "It's that girl Chu Yun. Didn't she give you her identity token?" Elder Hua said. "Are you talking about this token?" Qin Feiyang took out the black token and asked. "Yes. If you really need anything, just come to the Demon Tower and take out this token. Who would dare to make things difficult for you?" Elder Hua rolled his eyes. At the same time, looking at the token in Qin Feiyang's hand, the white-haired old man felt like he was struck by lightning. Who are these two people? They actually have Lord Chu Yun's identity token. He finally realized that he had kicked an iron plate this time. Chapter 30:10. Is this token really that useful? Ignoring the white-haired old man who was in a panic, Madman grabbed the token from Qin Feiyang's hand and looked at it with a doubtful face. Elder Hua's mouth twitched. There was actually someone who doubted the use of this token. One had to know that in the Eastern continent, how many people wanted this token? But it was all a dream. You will know in the future. Elder Hua didn't bother to explain. He looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. How about it? Are you interested in my demonic palace? Play. The white-haired old man's eyes trembled again. What kind of person was this? Even Elder Hua was so polite. If it was someone else, they would have gone crazy with joy. But the young man in front of him was silent, as if he was in a difficult position. The demonic palace was the strongest force in the Eastern continent. It was no exaggeration to say that it was the ruler of the Eastern continent. Many people dreamed of entering the demonic palace. Because entering the demonic palace was an honor, something that would bring glory to one's ancestors. However, this person actually had an embarrassed expression when he was personally invited by Elder Hua. He couldn't help but want to stand up for Elder Hua. He was just a half-step eternal realm cultivator. What right did he have to be arrogant? Elder Hua was an overlord, but he was willing to put down his pride and personally invite him. That was the blessing of several generations. He really didn't know what was good for him. Also, if you agree, this little brother beside you can also enter the demonic palace and enjoy the same treatment as you. Elder Hu glanced at Madman and continued. Yes. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He pointed at Madman and asked, is he the little brother you mentioned? Madman was also stunned. Yes. Elder Hu nodded. Qin Feiyang's lips curled up slightly. He had a playful smile. Wait. Old man, what do you mean? Madman frowned and looked at Elder Hu unhappily. Elder Hu's words made him feel like he was Qin Feiyang's subordinate. Qin Feiyang agreed to enter the demonic palace, so he could also enter the demonic palace? He was puzzled. Since when did he need Qin Feiyang to survive in this world? Elder Hu smiled and said, it means that if he enters the Devil Palace, you can enter the Devil Palace with him. Stop. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand. Elder Hu looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Madman. Looking at Madman's dark face, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. He coughed dryly and said, Elder Hu is looking down on you. I'm not stupid, I don't need you to remind me. Madman pursed his lips. Ha ha, Qin Feiyang laughed, his face full of ridicule. Looking at their expressions, Elder Hu couldn't help but look at Madman. Could it be that this person wasn't simple? Frenzy glared at Qin Feiyang, then looked at Elder Hu and said, Elder Hu, to be honest, after seeing this Devil Tower Lord's performance, I really don't have much interest in your Devil Palace. I have even less interest in an old fellow like you who looks down on others. How dare you? The white-haired old man shouted. He actually dared to insult Elder Hu. You're courting death. Madman's gaze turned and landed on the white-haired old man. A blood-red eye suddenly split open between his eyebrows. Blood eye. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang hurriedly moved behind Madman. Elder Hu looked at the blood eye between Madman's eyebrows, his eyes filled with shock. He actually felt a sense of threat from this eye. Then, he looked at the white-haired old man. He was also looking at Madman's blood eye, his face filled with shock. He was at the Great Circle Undead Realm, and his cultivation was far from Elder Hu's. The blood eye brought him a greater sense of danger. It was like the eye of a death god, filled with a fatal threat. Senior brother Madman, calm down. Your innate ability is our trump card, we can't use it so easily. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Madman raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Don't look at me, don't look at me. Qin Feiyang hurriedly turned his head. Looking at Qin Feiyang's terrified expression, the corner of the madman's mouth twitched, and he immediately closed his blood eye. He said speechlessly, What are you so nervous for? I haven't even activated my innate ability yet. Isn't this human instinct? Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. The blood eye hadn't activated the power of petrification, so he wouldn't be petrified. However, Qin Feiyang had personally witnessed the power of the blood eye, so when he saw Madman activate it, he instinctively felt fear. One had to know. This was a ruthless person who had almost single-handedly destroyed the entire dragon clan. For Qin Feiyang's sake, I won't kill you today. But remember this, if you dare to be arrogant in front of me again, I'll let you experience what it means to wish you were dead. Madman stared at the white-haired old man and coldly snorted before turning around and leaving. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. He looked at Elder Hu and cupped his hands. Thank you for your kindness, goodbye. After saying that, he hurriedly followed. Looking at their backs, the white-haired old man's eyes flashed with resentment. He then looked at Elder Hu and angrily said, They're too rude, shut up. Elder Hu scolded. The white-haired old man shrunk his neck. Elder Hu stared at the empty doorway with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Did he really underestimate this person? His attention had always been on Qin Feiyang. He also thought that Madman was just a small follower of Qin Feiyang. But looking at the current situation, it didn't seem to be the case. Because when facing an angry lunatic, even Qin Feiyang seemed to be a bit afraid. If there was no other reason, then this self-proclaimed madman was probably an extremely terrifying young man. He was somewhat confused. Was it because he was old and blind? Or was the other party deliberately playing tricks? Suddenly, He thought of a plan and turned to the white-haired old man and asked, "Do you want to take revenge on them?" The white-haired old man was stunned and hurriedly shook his head. "No, no. What a joke. Even you are protecting them. How would I dare to take revenge on them?" Elder Hua snorted coldly. "I didn't expect my devil hall to have trash like you." The white-haired old man wanted to cry but had no tears. But suddenly, he realized that Elder Hua's words seemed to be wrong. He looked at Elder Hua suspiciously and asked, "Elder Hua, what do you mean?" Elder Hua said angrily, "I put down my face and personally invited them, but they actually rejected me. Are they trying to embarrass me? Isn't that so? They're simply too arrogant." The white-haired old man was filled with righteous indignation. Just as he finished speaking, he couldn't help but be shocked. He immediately smiled and said, "I already understand what you mean. You're not hopeless. Go, do it cleanly. Don't let Xiao Yun know." Elder Hua said. "Understood." The white-haired old man nodded and immediately got up to leave. "How can my devil hall have such idiots?" Looking at the white-haired old man with a face full of killing intent, Fire Dragon couldn't help but shake his head. Then, a trace of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Immediately after, he disappeared without a trace. Back to Qin Feiyang and Elder Hua. After going downstairs, they directly left the Devil Tower. "Senior brother Madman, are you really angry?" On the street, Qin Feiyang looked at Madman in amusement. "Nonsense. If it were you, wouldn't you be angry?" Madman rolled his eyes. He actually treated him as Qin Feiyang's accessory? What kind of joke was this? When his name spread far and wide, Qin Feiyang wasn't even born yet. "Actually, this is not bad." Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. "How is it not bad?" Madman frowned. "Think about it. They only pay attention to me and ignore your existence. If we encounter any danger one day, will you be able to catch them off guard?" Qin Feiyang secretly said. "That's true. But this old man Hua's attitude is indeed unpleasant. I feel that the people of this devil hall are almost the same, self-righteous." Madman's face was full of disdain. "After all, we are people from the lower realms. How can they take a fancy to us?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. Who didn't climb up step by step from the bottom? Could it be that he was born a sovereign realm expert? Actually, compared to this, I am more concerned about this. Don't you think that this devil hall is too enthusiastic towards you? Madman secretly said. "It is a little enthusiastic. It is probably because of the blood hall. After all, there is a good saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend." Qin Feiyang said. "If that's the case, it doesn't matter. But I am worried that their scheme is not so simple." Madman sighed. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled as he asked, "You mean the ancient castle and the Black Tortoise realm?" "We can't rule out this possibility," Madman said. Qin Feiyang's eyes sank slightly. With the ancient castle and the Black Tortoise realm being exposed one after another, this kind of thing could really happen. After all, an independent world was full of fatal temptation for anyone. "Let's not talk about it anymore." Madman shook his head and secretly asked, "Where are we going now?" Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "Why don't we go to Wind City again?" "All right. Let's go to a few more places and see with our own eyes. It is also good to understand the true character of the Devil Hall." Madman nodded. Immediately, the two left East Mountain City and soared into the sky. Like a bolt of lightning, they flew towards Wind City. It only took half a day's journey from East Mountain City to Wind City. The two of them weren't in a hurry. Along the way, they enjoyed the scenery of the Eastern continent. Actually, looking at it this way, the Sky Cloud realm isn't much different from the ancient realm. Madman laughed. Each world is about the same, the only difference is the strong and the weak. Qin Feiyang smiled. "Then tell me, is there a stronger world above the Sky Cloud realm?" Madman raised his head and looked at the sky. His eyes were incomparably deep. "Only God knows." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Madman suddenly seemed to think of something and said, "By the way, what about the fire dragon? Why haven't I seen it in the Sky Cloud realm?" "Fire dragon, Killing intent flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. Back then in the hell of the Nether King, if Wang Ming hadn't self-destructed, he would have definitely died in the hands of the fire dragon. In his dictionary, there were 4 words: revenge must be taken. Madman said, if you meet the fire dragon again now, it will be very easy for you to kill it. Not necessarily, after all, it has the ice dragon and small beast behind it. But if I really meet it, I definitely won't let it go. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. The grudge between him and the fire dragon wasn't just a matter of a day or 2. It had already started when he first entered the divine ruins. It could be said that, apart from the devil ancestor and the others, the fire dragon was the one who had lived the longest among his enemies. The saying that a scourge lives for 1,000 years was indeed true. Chapter 30:11. Madman patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder to comfort him. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and glanced at the forest below. What's wrong? Madman was surprised. I feel a trace of killing intent. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Killing intent? Madman was slightly taken aback as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Is it that demonic tower lord? I don't know. But the killing intent does exist. Because I cultivate the kill art, I'm very sensitive to killing intent. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Bastard, you're still not done? A trace of hostility appeared between Madman's eyebrows as a terrifying evil force suddenly broke out of his body and blasted towards the mountain below. Not good, we've been discovered. Exclamations suddenly came from below. Boom. The evil force instantly arrived and the mountain below was razed to the ground. Dust billowed and covered the sky. Whoosh. 2 figures rushed out from the dust and fled into the distance. Want to leave? Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other and immediately sneered as they descended towards the 2 like lightning. They could only see the backs of those 2. But from the back, they should be 2 middle-aged men. As for their cultivation, both of them were at the greater success imperishable stage. Although their cultivation was stronger than Qin Feiyang and Madman, they didn't have the slightest intention of entangling with them. They used their supreme-grade auxiliary divine techniques and frantically fled. They seem to know our strength and don't dare to clash with us. Qin Feiyang frowned. They shouldn't be people sent by the demonic Tower Lord. Madman whispered. Because the demonic Tower Lord in East Mountain City didn't know their true strength. So, if they were assassins sent by this person, they definitely wouldn't be running for their lives. Suddenly, the 2 looked at each other as killing intent surged in their eyes. Because 2 words appeared in their minds at the same time. Blood Hall. Qin Feiyang immediately used the Dao art and quickly approached with Madman. This matter had to be made clear. If these 2 people were really from the Blood Hall, he would have to treat them with caution. Because they had just entered the Eastern continent. If they were targeted by the Blood Hall, it would undoubtedly mean that the Blood Hall's hidden forces in the Eastern continent were extraordinarily terrifying. After activating the Dao character formula, his speed was indeed different. In just a few breaths, he had caught up to the 2. So fast. The 2 men turned pale with fright. Whoosh. Qin Feiyang put down Madman and took a step forward, standing in front of the 2. Madman blocked the way and sneered, "You dare to assassinate us?" The 2 of them turned to look at the Madman and then back at Qin Feiyang. They immediately split up and fled in opposite directions. Qin Feiyang and the Madman finally saw their faces clearly. They were 2 middle-aged men with thin bodies and dark expressions. Qin Feiyang coldly snorted. He activated the Rising Dragon's secret art and his cultivation instantly soared to the small success imperishable realm. Following closely, he took a step forward, appeared in front of another person, and punched out. That person was slightly stunned and immediately sneered. He actually dared to attack him with his bare hands. Even if he had reached the small success imperishable realm because of the Dao character formula, compared to him, there was still a gap of a small realm. Without hesitation, that person slapped at Qin Feiyang with murderous intent surging in his eyes. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but shake his head. Boom. The fist and palm met in an instant, and a terrifying aura immediately rolled out. The next moment, That person's expression changed, and his arm was shattered on the spot. What kind of power was this? His face was filled with shock, and his entire body flew out like a meteorite. Qin Feiyang chased after him again and stomped on that person's lower abdomen. A terrifying power roared out, and with a crack, his qi was shattered on the spot. The other middle-aged man couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this scene. What kind of strange power was this? It actually injured a supreme expert of the large success imperishable realm? He was even more terrified and desperately fled. Qin Feiyang used the walk formula and quickly chased after him. Go to hell! The middle-aged man suddenly turned around, and a battle sword suddenly appeared in his hand, exuding a monstrous sharpness, and slashed at Qin Feiyang angrily. This was a supreme-level artifact. It was so sudden that he thought Qin Feiyang definitely wouldn't be able to react in time. And no matter how strong his physical body was, it was impossible to block a supreme-level artifact. But the next moment, an extremely shocking scene appeared in front of him. His opponent actually grabbed the supreme-level artifact in his hand with his bare hand. Yes. Qin Feiyang didn't care about the supreme-level artifact at all now. Because his current physical body was equivalent to a supreme-level artifact. Clang! He grabbed the blade with his left hand and punched the middle-aged man's lower abdomen with his right hand like lightning. Accompanied by a painful scream, this person's qi was also shattered. So strong. Both of them were extremely terrified. They never thought that this person's strength would be to this extent. At the same time, in the nearby void, there was a spatial divine object hidden. A person stood inside the spatial divine object, and his face was filled with shock at this moment. This person was the Tower Master of Eastern Mountain City's Demon Tower, the white-haired old man. He had also been tailing Qin Feiyang and the madman, but he didn't expect to see this scene. He actually blocked a supreme-level artifact with his bare hands. Such a terrifying physical body and such strength, he was simply a monster. This made him unable to help but feel timid. Outside, Qin Feiyang grabbed the middle-aged man and walked to the madman's side, then looked at the other person. That person's face was filled with fear as he slowly walked to the front of Qin Feiyang and the madman. Qin Feiyang asked, "Speak, who sent you here?" The two trembled in fear, but they didn't speak. The madman sent a sound transmission. How about forcibly reading their memories? No. Their cultivation is stronger than mine. If they are really from the blood hall, then using the puppet technique to control them is very risky. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The madman raised his eyebrows, glanced at the mountain range below, and thought, "Do you think they have accomplices? Won't we know if we use divine sense?" Qin Feiyang said. The madman immediately released his divine sense, covering the sky and earth in all directions. Not good. The expression of the white-haired old man hiding in the spatial divine object suddenly changed, and he hurriedly controlled the spatial divine object to leave. However, he was one step too late. Courting death. When the madman caught the spatial divine object, he immediately roared and chased after it, blasting it into the void. With a loud bang, sparks suddenly appeared in the void. Immediately after, the white-haired old man appeared in front of the madman in a sorry state. "It's you." The madman was stunned. The white-haired old man pretended to be calm and smiled, "I just happened to pass by. I didn't expect to meet two little brothers, it's really fate. Just happened to pass by. How can there be such a coincidence in the world?" The madman put on a fake smile. "It's fate. It's just so wonderful." The white-haired old man chuckled. "Is that so? Then why don't we go over and have a good chat?" The madman pointed at Qin Feiyang not far away and looked at the white-haired old man, his eyes full of ridicule. "Don't you have something to do? I won't disturb you." The white-haired old man wanted to leave, but the madman stepped in front of him and laughed. "It's okay, we're not afraid of disturbances. But I still have something urgent to deal with. Why don't we do it another day? I'll treat you two little brothers to a few drinks another day," the white-haired old man said as he scanned the surrounding void, obviously looking for a way out. "Since you want to drink, let's do it today." The madman laughed and stretched out his hand, making an inviting gesture. "Better not." The white-haired old man waved his hand. The madman's face suddenly sank and shouted, "I'm speaking human language, can't you understand?" The white-haired old man's expression froze, and a trace of hostility appeared between his brows. Clang! The next moment, a long blade appeared, its sharpness toppling mountains and overturning seas. This was also a supreme-level divine artifact. "You really think I'm afraid of you?" The white-haired old man grabbed the long blade and slashed at the madman. "Stupid." The madman shook his head and raised his arm to block the long blade. "What?" The white-haired old man was shocked. The two middle-aged men whose chi seas were destroyed also looked at the madman in shock. Blocking a divine artifact with his bare hands again? Could it be that his body was the same as Qin Fei Yang's? The facts proved that this was the case. With a clang, the madman grabbed the long blade and slapped at the white-haired old man's stomach. With a crack, the white-haired old man's chi-si shattered on the spot. How is this possible? The white-haired old man was shocked, then he screamed and almost fainted. Although his cultivation was at the peak imperishable realm, the madman's body and strength had reached the supreme level. Even he couldn't withstand the full power of a palm. "With your strength, you dare to be arrogant in front of me?" The madman's face was full of disdain as he grabbed the white-haired old man like he was a chick. He walked in front of Qin Fei Yang and grinned. "Isn't it interesting?" "A little." Qin Fei Yang nodded and scanned the three. Finally, his eyes landed on the white-haired old man and smiled. "Looks like you ignored what senior brother madman said before he left. Let me tell you, don't be arrogant. Because it was Elder Hua's idea to kill you. If you dare to touch me now, you will be going against my demon palace. From now on, there will be no place for you in the entire eastern continent." The white-haired old man sneered. "Elder Hua's idea?" Qin Fei Yang and the madman looked at each other and couldn't help but frown. "Are you sure?" The madman looked at the white-haired old man and asked. "If it wasn't for Elder Hua, do you think I would dare to come here?" The white-haired old man looked at the two with mockery. "This old thing really doesn't have good intentions." The madman cursed. "But don't you think it's strange? Since it's Elder Hua's idea, why didn't he do it himself? Let's talk about it later. He also knows that we have a sovereign weapon. Isn't asking him to kill us the same as sending him to his death?" Qin Fei Yang transmitted his voice. "That's true. What is this old thing trying to do?" The madman frowned. "Don't worry about Elder Hua." Qin Fei Yang shook his head and ignored the white-haired old man. He looked at the two middle-aged men and said indifferently, "Even if you don't say it, I know who you are." The two remained silent. Chapter 30:12. Qin Fei Yang looked at the two of them and said, "You two are also from the Demon Palace, right?" The two of them were stunned. Frenzy also looked at Qin Fei Yang in shock. Qin Fei Yang clearly knew that the two of them were not from the Demon Palace, so why did he deliberately say that? At the same time, the white-haired old man also looked at the two of them in shock. Qin Fei Yang said again, "It should be Elder Hua who sent you to assassinate us, right?" The two of them looked at each other, then finally spoke and nodded, "Yes, yes, yes, Elder Hua sent us." A bunch of nonsense. At the same time, accompanied by an angry roar, an old man appeared out of thin air. Who else could it be but Elder Hua? Frenzy looked at Elder Hua in a daze. Why was this old thing here? But suddenly, he looked at Qin Fei Yang, and a look of realization appeared in his eyes. Qin Fei Yang should have guessed that Elder Hua was also hiding in the dark, so he deliberately used these two middle-aged men to lure Elder Hua to take the initiative to show himself. From this, it also proved that these two middle-aged men were definitely from the Blood Hall. Because by doing so, they could point the finger at the Demon Palace. In other words, as long as they said that they were from the Demon Palace, Qin Fei Yang and Frenzy would become enemies with the Demon Palace. This way, the Blood Hall could sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, reaping the benefits. But they didn't expect Elder Hua to be here. As for the fact that their divine sense didn't find Elder Hua previously, it wasn't strange. After all, as an overlord and a sovereign realm expert, he definitely had the means to block divine sense. What a bunch of nonsense. Elder Hua ran over angrily, looked at the two of them and said angrily, "This old man knows you. You even said that you are from the Demon Palace. This old man wants to see if you are from the Demon Palace or not." After saying that, he snatched their universe rings and began to search. He also knew that these two people might be from the Blood Hall. Therefore, there should be a token from the Blood Hall in their universe rings. But in the end, he didn't find the token in the universe rings. Qin Feiyang looked at Elder Hua and teased, "If it were someone from your Devil Hall, would he bring along the Devil Hall's identity token when he infiltrates the Western continent?" Elder Hua's expression stiffened as he lowered his head to look at the two of them. Killing intent flickered in his eyes as he said, "Who are you? How dare you slander this old man?" The two of them were terrified. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "That goes without saying. They are from the Blood Hall." "You know?" Elder Hua frowned. "Yes. The moment we saw them, senior brother Feng Zi and I had already determined their identities." Qin Feiyang nodded. Elder Hua glanced at the mad scientist before looking at Qin Feiyang. He frowned and asked, "Then why did you say they were from my Devil Hall?" Qin Feiyang laughed, "If I didn't say that, would you have taken the initiative to show up?" Elder Hua was stunned. So it was because of this brat's gloves. Seeing that Elder Hua was ignoring him, the white-haired old man finally couldn't help but exclaim, "Elder Hua, they are fake, but I am real. You asked me to kill them." "Shut up." Elder Hua glared at Qin Feiyang and frowned. "How did you know this old man was hiding?" "Because of him." Qin Feiyang pointed at the white-haired old man and said faintly, "He's right. You did ask him to kill us." "How so?" Elder Hua's pupils shrank as he asked. "It's simple. In the Devil Tower, he knew our relationship with you. If you didn't say anything, would he dare to attack us?" Qin Feiyang said. Elder Hua's eyes flickered as he said, "Then tell me, why did I ask him to kill you?" "Because of senior brother Feng Zi." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Because of me?" Feng Zi was stunned. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, "Your performance in the Devil Tower has piqued Elder Hua's interest, so he wants to know how capable you are." Feng Zi frowned and looked at Elder Hua. "So you asked him to test my strength?" Cough, cough. Elder Hua coughed and looked embarrassed. It was obvious that Qin Feiyang had expected it. "You're already so old. Can you not be so bored?" Feng Zi's face darkened. What kind of person is this? He must be bored. The white-haired old man was stunned. "So, I'm just cannon fodder?" "Yes. You're cannon fodder. Of course, Elder Hua is also making use of trash because you're not fit to manage the Devil Tower. In other words, even if Elder Hua didn't ask you to test senior brother Feng Zi's strength, he would still kill you." Qin Feiyang laughed. The white-haired old man looked at Elder Hua and said, "Is that so?" "Yes." Elder Hua nodded expressionlessly. "Old man, I'll take you down with me." The white-haired old man was instantly enraged and pounced at Elder Hua. However, Elder Hua only glanced at him indifferently and waved his hand. The white-haired old man was destroyed on the spot. "You guys deserve to die too. How dare you try to sow discord between us?" Elder Hua looked at the two middle-aged men and slapped them. The two of them screamed on the spot and not even a strand of hair was left. Qin Feiyang and Feng Zi looked at each other. This old man is really cruel. Then, Elder Hua looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled, "I didn't expect you to see through everything. It seems that I've underestimated you. Do you have an answer in your heart now?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Elder Hua turned to look at Feng Zi and frowned slightly. He shook his head and said, "No, he didn't even make a move." "Didn't make a move?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and said speechlessly, "If senior brother Feng Zi didn't make a move, then how did your tower master get crippled? It's just that his physical body and strength are stronger than ordinary people. That doesn't mean anything." Elder Hua shook his head. "That doesn't mean anything?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Why are you talking to him? Do I need his approval? Are you still going to Wind City? If not, I'm going to cultivate in seclusion," Feng Zi said with disdain. Hearing this, Elder Hua's beard couldn't help but curl up. What kind of young man is this? Doesn't he know how to respect the old and love the young? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He cupped his hands and said, "Elder Hua, goodbye." With that, he followed Madman and didn't stay on the road, heading straight for Tianfeng City. Elder Hua's face turned green and red as he watched the two of them disappear. They just left me here. That's not right. I'm an overlord. Who in the Eastern continent wouldn't flatter and fawn on me? But these two brats didn't seem to care about me at all. You don't need my approval. Fine, fine, fine. Brat, since you have a temper, I'll fight with you. Elder Hua gritted his teeth and took a step forward, disappearing without a trace. Humans are all like this. They don't even want to look at those who flatter them. But when they meet someone with a temper like Feng Zi, it would arouse their competitive spirit. Wind City. It was located in the southeast of the Eastern continent. The scale of the city was only 1/3 bigger than Eastern Mountain City. The others were about the same. There were guards at the city gate. Everyone entered the city in an orderly manner. Inside the city, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. Qin Feiyang and Feng Zi easily entered Wind City. Luo Tianshan used to come to Wind City often, so he was quite familiar with the city. Soon, Qin Feiyang and Mo Tiange were familiar with the place and found the demonic tower in Tianfeng City. This place was also very lively. There was an endless stream of people entering and exiting. A beautiful woman came up to receive Qin Feiyang and Feng Zi. Qin Feiyang went straight to the point and explained his purpose of coming. Hearing this, the woman also ran to ask the tower master. Qin Feiyang and Feng Zi took the opportunity to walk around the demon tower. In the end, they found that the demon tower in Wind City also sold the Shongqing nature pill. But the Dragon Phoenix divine pill that could increase one's cultivation was also not available here. This made Qin Feiyang and Feng Zi even more certain that the Shongqing nature pill was a bait. The two of you, our tower master invites you. After a while, the woman came back and looked at Qin Feiyang and Feng Zi with a smile. Invites? Don't tell me she wants you to refine pills again. Feng Zi transmitted his voice. Let's go and see. Qin Feiyang secretly smiled. Just like the demon tower in Eastern Mountain City, the two followed the woman to the second floor and entered a secluded study. Inside, there was a woman sitting. This woman looked to be in her 30s. She wore a long white dress that was spotless. She sat in front of the desk with an account book in her hand. When Qin Feiyang and Feng Zi entered the study, she immediately put down the account book and looked up at the two of them. The attitude here is different. Feng Zi muttered. Qin Feiyang smiled and cupped his hands. Greetings, Tower Master. The woman in white smiled, got up and walked to the side of the tea table. Have a seat. Thank you. The two of them sat opposite the woman in white. The woman in white asked, which one of you wants the pill furnace and pill fire? Me. Qin Feiyang said. The woman in white smiled and said, then can I ask you to refine a pill in front of me? Qin Feiyang and Feng Zi looked at each other. She really wanted to refine pills? What was going on in this demon tower? Eastern Mountain City was like this, and so was Wind City. The woman in white smiled and said, if you're not willing, I won't force you. Then if I'm not willing, will you not sell me the pill furnace and pill fire? Qin Feiyang asked calmly. How is that possible? Our demon tower is open for business. How can we reject customers? If you're really unwilling, the transaction will still proceed. Will it hinder anything? The woman in white smiled. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown. Since it wouldn't hinder anything, then why must he refine pills? The woman in white said, there's no hurry. Take your time to consider. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. If the Tower Master of Wind City's Demon Tower was also someone like the white-haired old man, he would definitely turn around and leave without saying anything. However, the woman in front of him, be it her attitude or tone, was very easygoing and worthy of respect. As for the token that Chu Yun gave him, he had no intention of taking it out at all. After all, there was a saying that went, you have to take advantage of others. Once he used this token, it was equivalent to owing the Demon Hall a favor. In this world, the most difficult thing to repay was a favor. Chapter 3013. Qin Feiyang stood up and was about to take out the pill fire and pill furnace. But at this moment, bang! The door was pushed open. Qin Feiyang and Madman were stunned. They turned around, thinking that it was Elder Hua again. But they found that it was a young man in his 20s who rushed in. Young Master Su, the Tower Master is receiving a guest. A staff member also ran in anxiously, then looked at the woman in white and said, Tower Master, young Master Su, it's fine. The woman in white waved her hand and looked at the staff member with a smile. You can leave first. Yes. The staff member nodded respectfully and looked helplessly at the young man beside him before leaving the study. The young man was dressed in purple. He had a dignified appearance and an extraordinary temperament. At this moment, his face was filled with joy as he rushed in front of the woman in white and said, Tower Master, I can already refine pills with 10 pill patterns. Is that so? The woman in white chuckled. En. The young man in purple nodded and immediately took out the pill furnace and pill fire. He said proudly, I'll refine it for you to see now. The pill furnace was a bronze cauldron with a diameter of 0.5 meter, emitting a hazy treasure light. The pill fire was the size of a baby's fist. Wisps of flames danced like a happy sparrow child. Qin Feiyang looked at the pill fire and pill furnace with a trace of surprise in his eyes. What's wrong? Madman was suspicious. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice, this is actually a 7th grade divine level pill furnace and pill fire. Is it very valuable? Madman was puzzled. Valuable? Qin Feiyang was stunned and speechless. A 7th grade divine level pill fire and pill furnace can no longer be measured by value, okay? I'm not an alchemist, how would I know? Even if you give me a 9th grade divine level pill fire and pill furnace, they are still scrap metal to me. Madman pouted. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly as he looked at the young man in purple. This person was only a half-step 9th heaven realm cultivator, but he had a pill fire and pill furnace of this level. It seemed that his identity was not simple. Wait. The woman in white hurriedly stopped him and said with a smile, everything has to be done according to the order of arrival. First come, first served. The purple-clothed young man was slightly taken aback. He seemed to have just noticed Madman and Qin Feiyang beside him. He asked, Are you also here to refine pills? Qin Feiyang was about to answer. The purple-clothed youth continued, Let this young master refine first. In any case, looking at you guys, you won't be able to refine any high-quality pills. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and the madman's mouths twitched. This kid seems to be a little arrogant. Madman's eyes shifted as he laughed sinisterly. Qin Feiyang, I have a good idea. What? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. The things we want to buy should cost a lot of soul stones. Why don't we find someone to pay for us? The madman laughed evilly. Qin Feiyang stared blankly. What do you mean? This is the club. The madman looked at the purple-clothed youth with a mocking expression. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh inwardly. He transmitted his voice, do as you see fit. The madman laughed and looked at the purple-clothed youth. He frowned and said, Kid, who are you looking down on? The purple-clothed youth said arrogantly, I'm not looking down on anyone. I'm just speaking the truth. Then you're very strong. The madman smiled playfully. Of course. I'm known as the #1 genius alchemist of the younger generation in Tianfeng City. Do you think this young master is strong? The purple-clothed youth looked at the madman indifferently with disdain. Ah. The madman was stunned. Why, are you scared? The purple-clothed youth said. A mere #1 genius alchemist of Tianfeng City can make you so proud. The madman was speechless. You're still not convinced? The purple-clothed youth raised his brows. Of course not. The madman pointed at Qin Feiyang and asked indifferently, Do you know who he is? The purple-clothed youth sized up Qin Feiyang and shook his head. The madman said, He's the worst alchemist in our village. Ah. Qin Feiyang looked at the madman in shock. The worst alchemist in the village? Hearing this, the purple-clothed youth and the white-clothed woman also looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Ha ha, the worst alchemist in the village? You must be joking. Using the worst alchemist in the village to compare with me, the #1 genius alchemist of the younger generation in Tianfeng City? The purple-clothed youth laughed, his eyes full of ridicule. Don't speak too early. Even if he's the worst alchemist in our village, you might not be able to compare to him. The madman said calmly. What? Even the worst alchemist, I can't compare to him? You're humiliating this young master. All right, let's compare. The purple-clothed youth said angrily. The madman's eyes flashed with a scheming smile. He frowned and said, You really want to compare? I'm afraid you'll lose. What a joke. If this young master can't even compare to the worst alchemist in the village, how can this young master survive in Tianfeng City in the future? The purple-clothed youth was so angry that he laughed, not realizing that he had fallen into the madman's trap. All right, we'll compete with you. But it's a bit boring to compare like this. Why don't we add some stakes? The madman asked. Sure. If this young master loses, no matter what you say, this young master will do it. But if you lose, seeing that your cultivation is quite strong, you can be this young master's followers in the future. The purple-clothed youth said. Not bad, it's decided then. The madman nodded repeatedly. The white-clothed woman shook her head speechlessly and asked, Then who's going first? Young Master Su, you go first. Let us, the country bumpkins from the village, broaden our horizons. The madman said. At least you have some self-awareness. You know that you're a country bumpkin. The purple-clothed youth smiled proudly and focused on refining the pill. The entire process was extremely cautious. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. When the pill was out of the furnace, he was already sweating profusely. He had refined a divine life pill, and there were indeed 10 patterns. He was only a step away from becoming a divine pill. Not bad. You've indeed improved a lot. The white-clothed woman observed for a while with the eyes of a judge and smiled at the purple-clothed youth. The purple-clothed youth was overjoyed when he heard this. He asked with anticipation, Then can I enter the demon hall now? The white-clothed woman said, Currently, you already have the qualifications, but this matter has to be reported first and waited for the higher-ups to make a decision. The purple-clothed youth was overjoyed when he heard this. Then please help me. After this matter is done, my Su family will definitely reward you greatly. Entering the demon hall is not up to me, so I can't help much. Besides, I'm recruiting talents for the demon hall. It's my duty. The white-clothed woman smiled and then looked at Qin Feiyang. The purple-clothed youth also looked at Qin Feiyang and said proudly, You've seen it with your own eyes. It's not too late to admit your mistake. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He looked at the white-clothed woman and said, You want me to refine pills because you want to know my talent in alchemy? Yes. The purpose of our demon tower's existence is to do business. On the other hand, it's to find talents among the common people. As long as we meet a young person with outstanding talent, we will invite them. Especially alchemists. Therefore, when I learned that you're an alchemist and a new face that I've never seen before, I wanted to see it with my own eyes. The white-clothed woman explained. So that's the case. Qin Feiyang was enlightened. It seemed that the Eastern Mountain City's Demon Tower Master also had the same intention. It was just that his conduct was too bad and disgusting. Hurry up. Don't waste everyone's time. The purple-clothed youth urged. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at the youth. To be honest, it's not too late to go back on your words. Go back on my words? I think you're guilty. The purple-clothed youth smiled. He was very happy. I'm not joking. Qin Feiyang was helpless. I'm not joking with you either. Why? You're still not making a move. Could it be that you don't have a furnace and fire? Why don't I lend you mine? The purple-clothed youth looked at Qin Feiyang with a mocking expression. All right. Since you don't want to listen to my advice, I might as well take this opportunity to teach you a lesson. There's always someone better than you. No matter how great your achievements are, don't be too complacent. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he waved his hand and the Netherworld Devil Flame and Heaven Flame Divine Cauldron appeared. It's also a 7th grade divine grade furnace and fire. The white-clothed woman's pupils contracted. As a businessman, she could naturally recognize the grade of the furnace and fire at a glance. Madman looked at the purple-clothed youth and laughed. Kid, look carefully. They're both 7th grade and I'm not bullying you. So what if you're a 7th grade? Some people can't even refine a single pill pattern with a 7th grade furnace and fire. The purple-clothed youth's face was full of disdain, but there was a trace of suspicion in his eyes. He even had a 7th grade divine grade furnace and fire. Was he really a bumpkin from the village? Qin Feiyang waved his hand and a divine life pill appeared. Immediately after, he then revived the netherworld devil flame and started to refine it calmly. Not bad. Looking at Qin Feiyang's skillful technique and calm demeanor, the white-clothed woman couldn't help but nod her head in praise. Just from this point alone, it was already clear who the winner was. Whoosh! Soon, the divine life pill turned into a divine light and flew out of the heaven flame divine furnace. It carried a majestic life energy and landed in the white-clothed woman's hand. During the entire process, Qin Feiyang didn't have any sweat on his forehead. It was completely effortless. The white-clothed woman grabbed the divine life pill and looked down. A trace of shock appeared in her eyes. Dragon-shaped pill chi. And it was 4 complete dragon-shaped pill chis. This alchemy talent was a bit terrifying. How is it? The purple-clothed youth tiptoed and looked at the white-clothed woman's hand. You lost. The white-clothed woman looked at the purple-clothed youth and smiled. I lost. The purple-clothed youth was taken aback and shook his head. I don't believe it. See for yourself. The white-clothed woman raised her hand and opened it. The divine life pill in her palm immediately appeared in front of the purple-clothed youth. This, looking at the 4 dragon-shaped pill chis, the purple-clothed youth was dumbfounded. It was actually 4 dragon-shaped pill chis. That medicinal pill that he refined was on a completely different level when compared to this medicinal pill. A country bumpkin and the worst alchemist was actually so powerful. Chapter 30:14. Do you really believe that he's the worst alchemist in the village? The white-clothed woman looked at the purple-clothed youth speechlessly. The purple-clothed youth suddenly came back to his senses. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman and said angrily, You schemed against me? That's not important. What's important is that we won. If you agree to a bet, you have to admit defeat. Don't go back on your word. The madman smiled proudly. The purple-clothed youth glared at the madman. This was a trap for him to jump into. You're a man, and a man has to keep his word, right? The madman smiled. Timph, I'll remember you. The purple-clothed youth snorted and said, Tell me, what do you want me to do for you? Very simple. This time, we came to the Demon Tower to purchase some daily necessities. You just have to pay for us. The madman said. That's it. The purple-clothed youth was stunned. The madman nodded. The purple-clothed youth smiled proudly and said generously, Isn't that simple? I'll give you 100 million god crystals to spend as you wish. Cough cough. The white-clothed woman coughed dryly and looked at the youth. 100 million soulstones isn't enough. What? The purple-clothed youth was stunned. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman and asked the white-clothed woman, 100 million soulstones isn't enough. What daily necessities are they buying? 1,000 divine sound transmission stones, 1 million teleportation altar, 1 8th grade divine pill furnace, and 3 7th grade divine pill fires. The white-clothed woman smiled. The purple-clothed youth's face darkened when he heard this. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman and said angrily, These are the daily necessities you mentioned. That's right. Divine sound transmission stones and teleportation altars are daily necessities. As for pill fires and pill furnaces, they are daily necessities for an alchemist. Don't go back on your word. Pay the bill, the madman said. Just kill me. The purple-clothed youth's face was ashen. He thought that these daily necessities wouldn't cost much, but he didn't expect them to sell these things. What was even worse was that it wasn't just a little. 1,000 divine sound transmission stones, 1 million teleportation altars, Tier 8 divine grade cauldron, Tier 7 divine grade pillfire, and 3 more? Even if he were to be sold, he wouldn't be worth that much. Aren't you a man? Madman frowned. Even if I were a man, I wouldn't be able to do it. The purple-clothed youth had a bitter expression on his face. Why was he betting for no reason? Wasn't this the same as being a sucker? Madman shook his head. That won't do. If you can't take it out, we'll go to your house and ask for it. Don't. The young man in purple hurriedly waved his hand. There was a trace of fear in his eyes as he muttered, "If my family finds out, they'll beat me to death. Whether you get beaten to death or not has nothing to do with us. We only care about paying the bill." Madman said. "Then let's discuss it." The purple-clad young man asked. "There's no room for discussion." Madman shook his head. "Please." The purple-clothed youth finally put down his pride and looked at Madman with a pitiful expression. The madman said with a cold face, "I don't buy it. Hurry up and pay up." The purple-clothed youth was anxious as he looked at the white-clothed woman for help. The white-clothed woman shook her head and smiled. "This is all voluntary. I have no right to speak." "But, the purple-clothed youth had a bitter expression. "I say, can you be a man? If you continue like this, I'll really go to your house and ask for it." Madman said angrily. Don't. The purple-clothed youth hurriedly waved his hand and said dejectedly, "Wait here. I'll go home and ask for it myself." Madman said, "Then don't think of running away." "What kind of person am I?" The purple-clothed youth roared and turned to run out. The white-clothed woman shook her head and smiled. This is the vigor of youth. If he kept a low profile, would he have gotten into such a situation? Madman glanced at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Old Qin, do you really think he won't run away?" "Old Qin?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "If I don't call you Old Qin, should I call you Little Qin?" Madman rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang was speechless. The white-clothed woman looked at the two of them and sighed. "This time, he'll really be forced into a dead end." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang and Madman were slightly stunned as they looked at the white-clothed woman suspiciously. Although he's the son of the Su family's patriarch and the Su family is also the largest wealthy family in Tianfeng City, due to some reasons, he wasn't valued by the Su family. It's also because of this that he's working so hard to refine pills and enter the demon hall. The white-clothed woman said. As the son of the patriarch, he's actually not valued? Madman was stunned. The situation in his family is very complicated. His father has 2 women. The first madam is the first wife and the second madam is the second. This young Master Su is the second madam's child. But this second madam was born poor and died early. The first madam is different. Her family is also a wealthy family. The Su family sometimes has to rely on them. The first madam also gave birth to a son. This person is young Master Su's elder brother and is known as the Su family's eldest young master. And many years ago, he relied on his extraordinary cultivation talent to enter the demon hall. Because of this, the Su family's patriarch likes this eldest young master very much and naturally treats this young Master Su more and more coldly. And the first madam also doesn't like this young Master Su very much and often adds fuel to the fire in the Su family's patriarch's ears. So now, the Su family's patriarch not only doesn't like this young Master Su, but also somewhat hates him. From time to time, he would curse and even punch and kick him sometimes. Speaking of which, he's also a pitiful child. The white-clothed woman shook her head and sighed. No wonder I found that although he's a little arrogant, he seems to be a little different from the average hedonistic son. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. Who doesn't want to be valued by others? Calling him a hedonistic son is still far from it. Anyway, in my eyes, he's a good child. The white-clothed woman smiled slightly. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, "Since that's the case, let's forget about buying a single item." The white-clothed woman looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang laughed. "As I said just now, I just wanted to teach him a lesson." Immediately, the white-clothed woman couldn't help but look at Qin Feiyang in a new light. It was rare to see such a young man. Qin Feiyang said, "I'll have to trouble you to prepare the things I need." "All right." The white-clothed woman nodded and looked at the door. "Come in." A staff member pushed open the door and entered. The white-clothed woman gave an order, and the staff member immediately went to prepare. The white-clothed woman returned to her seat and smiled. "Please sit." Qin Feiyang put away the pill fire and pill furnace, and sat opposite the white-clothed woman with the madman. The white-clothed woman made tea and smiled. I still don't know the names of the two little brothers. Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang didn't hide anything. The matter of the heavenly cloud sea didn't spread out, so not many people knew about him other than the upper echelons of the Demon Palace and the Blood Palace. The white-clothed woman nodded and looked at the madman. What about you? Madman. The madman spoke. Ah. The white-clothed woman was stunned. The madman said, if you don't like it, then call me Madman Mo. The corner of the white-clothed woman's mouth twitched slightly. Was there a difference? Qin Feiyang laughed. Tower Master, you may not know, but we all call him Madman. The white-clothed woman couldn't help but shake her head. What kind of young people were these? They didn't use a good name, but had to call him such unsightly nicknames. The white-clothed woman poured 2 cups of tea and pushed them in front of Qin Feiyang and the madman. She asked with a smile, are the two of you interested in joining my demon palace? Not interested. The madman didn't even think about it and shook his head. The white-clothed woman's expression froze, and she hurriedly said, listen carefully, I said demon palace. I'm not deaf, of course I know it's demon palace, but I'm not interested. The madman pursed his lips. The thought of Elder Hui made him angry. The white-clothed woman didn't know what to say for a moment. The Demon Palace is a super force of the Eastern continent. It's our honor to be able to take a fancy to us, but we all like to be free and don't want to be restrained. Qin Feiyang smiled. All right, then I won't force you. The white-clothed woman nodded with a regretful expression. But in her opinion, the madman wasn't very important. The main thing was Qin Feiyang's talent in alchemy. To be able to refine pills with 4 dragon-shaped core qi at such a young age, if he entered the Demon Palace and was properly groomed, he would definitely become a famous alchemy master in the future. What a pity. The other party didn't seem to have any feelings for their Demon Palace. But it was strange that there was actually someone in the Eastern continent who wasn't interested in their Demon Palace. One had to know. No matter how big the famous family or how powerful the person was, they would all be proud of entering the Demon Palace. Not interested. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Not long after, the staff member came with an interspatial ring. The white-clothed woman gestured for him to hand the interspatial ring directly to Qin Feiyang. After Qin Feiyang checked them one by one, he also took out soul stones to pay the bill. To him, soul stones were just a number, no matter how many there were. Then, Qin Feiyang and the madman didn't stay any longer and left the Demon Palace. The staff member smiled and said, Tower Master, this is a big customer. Yes. So many soul stones and he didn't even blink. Ordinary people can't do that. The white-clothed woman nodded and pondered for a while before instructing, send someone to investigate immediately and see if there is a person called Qin Feiyang in this area of Qianfeng City. Okay. The staff member nodded and then turned to leave quickly. Outside. After walking out of the Demon Palace, Qin Feiyang and the madman started strolling on the streets. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice with a smile. This Tower Master is not bad, right? She is much better than the Tower Master of Eastern Mountain City. The madman nodded. That's why I said that a lot of things vary from person to person. We can't condemn everyone just because there's a clown. Qin Feiyang said. The madman was stunned and frowned. From what you said, you seem to have a good impression of the Demon Palace. Whether it is Elder Hui, Chu Yun, or this Tower Master, they all showed that the Demon Palace is not as evil as its name suggests. So, we might as well get in touch with the Demon Palace more. This is also good for us. After all, it's not that easy to deal with the Blood Hall. Not to mention that Ice Dragon is standing behind the Blood Hall. Qin Feiyang said. This beast, sooner or later I will skin it alive. The madman snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. If it was that easy, they wouldn't be holed up in the Eastern continent and would have killed their way to the Blood Hall's headquarters in the Western continent. Chapter 30:15. Just as Qin Feiyang and Frenzy were chatting, a few young men and women hurriedly ran over from behind. Hurry, it's about to start. Don't let it be like last time. By the time we arrive, it's already been snatched away. One of the young men walked quickly and urged his companion beside him. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy looked at them suspiciously but didn't pay much attention. But gradually, There were more and more people, and all of them were rushing in the same direction. They all looked like they were on fire. Moreover, they were all dressed in gorgeous clothes and seemed to be rich and powerful young men. What's going on? Frenzy was suspicious. Qin Feiyang also looked at this scene with a puzzled expression. A young man in black passed by the two of them. Qin Feiyang hurriedly grabbed the arm of the young man in black and asked in confusion, "Brother, what's going on? Don't you know?" The young man in black was slightly stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The young man in black sized up Qin Feiyang and Frenzy and said with a smile, "Then this should be your first time in Tianfeng City, right?" "Yes." The two of them nodded. "There's something you don't know. Our Tianfeng City." At this point, the young man in black looked at the people around him and asked, "Why don't we talk as we walk?" "Okay." Qin Feiyang and Frenzy nodded and followed the young man in black and walked quickly along the crowd. The young man in black said, "You two might not know, but our Tianfeng City has a very famous place." "Famous?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "This place is called Tianyu Restaurant. Speaking of Tianyu Tower, there is no one in Tianfeng City who does not know of it. Because not only is the owner beautiful, but they also have a kind of wine called Drunken Immortal." The young man in black couldn't help but light up as he spoke. "Wine?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and immediately slowed down. Because to him, not to mention wine, even if it was a peerless divine brew, he wouldn't be interested. That's not right. This immortal intoxication shouldn't be called a fine wine. It should be called a divine brew. The black-clothed young man changed his words again. He was so intoxicated that he didn't even notice Qin Feiyang, who slowed down his pace. "I'm not interested in divine wine either." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Besides, what kind of divine wine could a mere restaurant in Tianfeng City have?" This was because Wind City was only a small city in the eastern continent. This Tianyu restaurant, the black-robed young man walked further and further away. Suddenly, he turned around and looked to his side. "Where is he?" He looked around suspiciously and didn't see Qin Feiyang and the madman. He pouted and said, "How rude. They didn't even say anything when they left." After saying that, he started running towards Tianyu Tower. In the crowd behind, Lunatic looked at the people who were constantly swarming towards Heavenly Joy Restaurant and said in disdain, "I think these people are just pretending to drink. They are here for the Tower Master of Heavenly Joy Restaurant. No matter how pretty she is, I'm not interested." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Of course you're not interested. You're already married, but I'm different. Right now, I'm still all alone." The madman pouted. "Didn't you say you don't care about these things?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "When did you hear me say I don't care? I didn't say it before because there was no girl in the ancient world that caught my eye." The madman glanced coldly at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. "So you're saying that you're going to settle your lifelong matter in the Tianyu domain? If there's such a chance, of course, it would be for the best." The madman chuckled. "Even so, what does it have to do with me?" Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. "What do you mean?" The madman frowned. "Are we brothers?" Qin Feiyang didn't answer. "Aren't you talking nonsense?" "Of course we're brothers." The madman stared speechlessly at Qin Feiyang. "Since we're brothers, why weren't you present when I got married?" Qin Feiyang said. "Ah." The madman was stunned and smiled. "Isn't it because I'm looking for the mystery of my origin in hell? The mystery of my origin is very important, but isn't the big day of my brother's marriage important?" Qin Feiyang pouted. Yes. I really didn't expect this. But you don't have to be so calculative. Besides, you guys haven't consummated your marriage yet, right?" The madman chuckled. "Isn't that just a matter of time?" Qin Feiyang said. "Without consummation, it can only be in name." The madman shook his head. "Even if it's in name, I'm someone with a wife now. As for you, I don't even know where you are." Qin Feiyang looked at him with disdain. "Damn. Are you deliberately provoking me?" The madman said angrily. "What? I'm just provoking you. If you don't like it, why don't you find one for me to take a look?" Qin Feiyang smiled proudly. You only care about the opposite sex. The madman glared fiercely at Qin Feiyang and dragged Qin Feiyang. Let's go to Heavenly Joy Building and see how beautiful the owner is. So many men are fighting to be the first to go there. Not going. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The madman frowned, but suddenly his eyes rolled and he chuckled. Don't forget your promise to the five-clawed golden dragon. Qin Feiyang was taken aback and asked suspiciously, what promise did I make to him? Wine. What did you promise him when you asked for the 100 jars of heavenly immortal wine? Do you want me to remind you now? The madman chuckled. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and nodded. All right, let's go take a look. That's right. The madman laughed. After passing through several streets, Qin Feiyang and the madman finally arrived at the Heavenly Joy Building that everyone was flocking to. This was a restaurant that was 10 stories high. It had an ancient style, and it was gorgeous yet elegant. Above the main entrance, there was a plaque with the words Heavenly Joy Building engraved on it. The words were beautiful and fresh, revealing a lively aura. It was obviously written by a woman. At this moment, there were already more than 100 people gathered outside the door. Almost all of them were young talents with extraordinary temperaments. There were 4 waiters at the door, welcoming them in one by one. Qin Feiyang and the madman also followed the rules and stood behind the crowd in line. A moment later, it was finally their turn. One of the waiters glanced at the restaurant hall and looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman, as well as the people behind them, and apologized. Sorry, today's restaurant is full, please come earlier next time. What? It's full again. I've already come 5 or 6 times, but I've been stopped outside every time. I'm even more pitiful. This is already the 7th time. It seems that next time, I'll have to come earlier. When the group of people heard this, they immediately turned around and left in disappointment. Qin Feiyang looked at the madman and shrugged. See, it's not that I don't want to accompany you, it's that they won't let you in. I'm really sorry. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, although he knew that Qin Feiyang was talking to his companion, the waiter still hurriedly apologized. All right. The madman sighed and was about to turn around and leave. I thought you guys wouldn't come. Come, I happen to be alone, there are 2 empty seats. But suddenly, a familiar voice came from inside. Qin Feiyang and the madman were stunned. They looked up and saw that it was the black-clothed youth from before. We meet again, it's really fate. Qin Feiyang smiled. The black-clothed youth walked out and looked at the waiter with a smile. They are my friends. The waiter retreated to the side and bowed. The 2 young masters, please come in. Thank you. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled, then entered the Heavenly Joy Building with the madman. They followed the black-clothed youth to the left corner of the hall. Where did you guys go? The black-clothed youth was suspicious. The madman coughed and complained. Isn't it because you walked too fast? I couldn't even catch up with you. That's my fault. The black-clothed youth was stunned. Ha. The madman grinned and scanned the hall full of guests. Then he looked upstairs and asked curiously, Brother, there are people upstairs too? Definitely. And the people upstairs are basically the children of big families. They all made reservations in advance. The black-clothed youth said. Qin Feiyang looked at the black-clothed youth and smiled. Brother, you also look extraordinary. You should be from a big family too. Me? The black-clothed youth was slightly stunned and shook his head. I'm not from a big family. I'm just a very ordinary person. Qin Feiyang smiled. Such a young ordinary person can have a half-step undying cultivation. The black-clothed youth's expression froze. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, You can see through my cultivation? Qin Feiyang was hiding his cultivation, so the black-clothed youth couldn't see through him. Although the black-clothed youth restrained his aura and looked very low-key, he didn't hide his cultivation. So Qin Feiyang could see through him at a glance. Qin Feiyang smiled and a trace of divine power appeared in his palm. However, it was like a flash in the pan and was immediately restrained. Although it was just a flash, the black-clothed youth still clearly caught it and smiled. It seems that the 2 brothers are also not ordinary people. Same to you. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. At this time, A waiter came and asked with a smile, "Young masters, what do you need?" "Immortal drunken wine, of course." The black-clothed youth smiled and stretched out his index finger. He looked at the waiter and said, "We'll each have a jar. As for the rest, you can do as you see fit." "Okay." The waiter nodded and then turned around and left quickly. The black-clothed youth looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman and smiled. "The two brothers came to the Heavenly Joy building, so you should be wine lovers." "It's all right." Qin Feiyang nodded. The black-clothed youth said, "Then I wonder what the two brothers' names are." "Qin Feiyang." Madman Mo Qin Feiyang and the madman spoke one after another. The madman's surname was from his foster father. His foster father was called Mo Wu Yuan, so he also had the surname Mo Madman Mo? The black-clothed youth looked at the madman in astonishment and smiled bitterly. "Brother, your name is really different. What about you?" the madman asked. "Yun Xiang." The black-clothed youth smiled. "Yun Xiang," Qin Feiyang muttered. There was no information about this person in Luo Tianshan's memory. However, it was not strange. The East Continent was vast and had countless people. Even a supergiant like Elder Hua could not know everyone, let alone a small figure like Luo Tianshan. However, he could conclude that Yun Xiang was definitely not simple. Because he could faintly feel a trace of dangerous aura from Yun Xiang. Chapter 30:16. A moment later. The waiter of the restaurant walked over with 3 pots of wine and 5 dishes. The wine pot was about the size of an adult's palm. It was crystal clear and filled with wine. The wine cup was small and exquisite. It could only hold 2 cups at most. It was made of a kind of snow-white jade and was exceptionally beautiful. Yun Xiang couldn't wait to open the wine pot and pour a cup. He put it at the tip of his nose and smelled it. His eyes suddenly lit up. Immediately after, he put it to his mouth and tasted it carefully. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy looked at each other and poured a cup each. "Not bad." Frenzy nodded. This wine was almost on par with the immortal drunk. Qin Feiyang secretly laughed. "I can get a few jars for little gold." "You want to send him away with a few jars?" Frenzy rolled his eyes. With the 5-clawed golden dragon's alcohol tolerance, dozens of jars were not enough. Yun Xiang also nodded at this time and praised, "The wine is pure and transparent, full and mellow, the taste is delicate and the fragrance is long." Not bad, but, speaking of this, Yun Xiang couldn't help but frown. "But what?" Qin Feiyang and Frenzy looked at him suspiciously. Yun Xiang said, "The only flaw is that there seems to be a little bitterness in it." "Bitterness?" Qin Feiyang and Frenzy were slightly stunned. Why didn't they taste it? So, the two tasted it again and still didn't find the so-called bitterness. Looking at the puzzled faces of Qin Feiyang and Frenzy, Yun Xiang smiled and said, "The two of you are obviously not wine lovers." "Why do you say so?" Qin Feiyang was curious. "Wine is the same as people. What is tasted is not the wine, but the inside hidden inside. This wine, if classified according to grade, can be considered a top-grade wine, but it is still a long way from being a divine wine. And in this wine, there is a bitterness that ordinary people can't taste. If I'm not wrong, this is tears," Yun Xiang said. "Tears?" Qin Feiyang and Frenzy looked at each other. "Not bad. I think this winemaker must have accidentally shed tears when he was making wine and mixed them with the wine. Furthermore, this winemaker is someone with a story." She felt very helpless and sad. Thus, there was a trace of bitterness in her tears. Yun Xiang smiled faintly. "You can taste so much from wine?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Of course. Tasting wine is also tasting people. There's a saying that goes, one's character is judged by one's drunkenness." Yun Xiang smiled. Qin Feiyang smiled in admiration. "Brother Yun's understanding of wine is truly beyond my reach. You flatter me. Wine is indeed a very wonderful thing. It also has its own culture, but you must not drink too much." Yun Xiang smiled. Frenzy didn't know, but Qin Feiyang really didn't understand. Because he didn't like to drink, he didn't know the so-called wine culture, and he didn't know what wine tasting was like tasting people. But when it came to drinking tea, he had his own insights. Humans. Everyone had their own hobbies and couldn't be forced. At this time, a few young men at the next table pulled a passing waiter and asked, "Where's your floor master?" "Yes. We've almost finished drinking this wine. Why haven't we seen your floor master appear yet? Hurry up and ask her to come out and play a song for us to liven things up." A few young men at another table followed suit. Looking at them, their eyes were full of expectation. "I'm sorry, the floor master has something to do today and will come out later." The waiter smiled apologetically. "Something to do? This is your fault. Since you have something to do, you should say it earlier. Aren't you making us wait?" As soon as the waiter's words came out, it immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of many people. Sorry, it's our Tianyu floor's fault. Please calm down, everyone, the floor master will come out soon." The waiter hurriedly apologized and smiled apologetically. "These people are really here for the floor master." Madman shook his head. It's human nature to not be intoxicated by the wine but by the beauty. Yun Xiang chuckled. Qin Feiyang asked curiously, "Brother Yun, have you seen this floor master before?" "No. To be honest, this is my first time in Tianfeng City. However, according to what I know, this floor master is said to be an outstanding beauty," Yun Xiang said with a smile. "Legend?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. The reason why it's a legend is that not many people have seen her real face. Yun Xiang smiled. "That's really mysterious." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. After all, it's very difficult for a woman to gain a foothold in a place without a background. So under certain conditions, maintaining a little mystery can make people wary. Yun Xiang said with a smile. "Makes sense." Qin Feiyang nodded. Dong. At this moment, a crisp and pleasant sound of a zither suddenly sounded, interrupting the conversation between the three. At the same time, it also broke the atmosphere of the restaurant. Everyone looked up and saw a rain of light sprinkling down from above. A graceful figure, along with the rain of light, slowly landed on the top of the hall. It was a woman. She was about 1.75 meters tall, with a tall and exquisite figure, wearing a snow-white long dress. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and under the light rain, she looked like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Her face was covered with a thin veil, and her crystal-clear facial features were faintly discernible, hazy, adding a sense of mystery. As soon as this woman appeared, Tianyu restaurant quieted down. Most of the men had a trace of amazement in their eyes. And in front of the woman, there was a white zither floating. The zither was like an ivory carving, shining with treasure light, exquisite beyond compare. The zither strings were like silk, flowing with light and vibrant colors, and the lingering sound was like the sound of nature, echoing in the restaurant for a long time. "I'm sorry to have kept everyone waiting." The woman stood above and smiled apologetically to everyone. Her voice was ethereal, as smooth as a pearl, clear and pleasant to the ears. "It's fine." Those who were chattering before seemed to be very magnanimous in front of this woman. "In that case, like in the past, I'll play a song to liven things up." The woman smiled and sat in the void. With a wave of her jade-like hand, the zither landed in front of her, and her slender fingers began to play unhurriedly. Immediately, a pleasant sound of the zither reverberated in Tianyu restaurant. The sound of the zither was as slow as flowing water, untainted by the world, making people feel as if they were in the midst of green mountains and clear waters, and could not help but relax and calm down. Not to mention others, even Qin Feiyang and Frenzy were attracted by the sound of the zither. They were no strangers to the sound of the zither. For example, Qin Rushuang and Miss Fairy could play the zither well. But in front of this woman, they seemed to be inferior. After the song ended, everyone seemed to be unsatisfied and looked at the woman expectantly. "That's all for today. Next time, I'll play for everyone." The woman bowed and floated away. Wait. But at this moment, a shout was heard. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man in purple walking out of a room on the 3rd floor. Behind the young man, there were a few young men in gorgeous clothes with extraordinary temperaments. In addition, there was an old man in black. This old man was stooped and stood beside the young man. His aura was restrained and seemed extremely deep. The woman stopped, turned to look at the young man, and said with a smile, "Young Master Wang, what can I do for you? I've admired you for a long time. Can you give me face and let me see your true appearance?" The young man in purple cupped his hands and smiled. Hearing this, the others also looked forward to it. The young man in purple pointed to everyone and said with a smile, "You've seen it, right? My request is also the wish of all the friends present." The woman scanned the crowd and shook her head. "Young Master Wang, I'm sorry. I'm ugly and I'm afraid of scaring you and everyone. That's not right. Mrs. Beauty has long been known in Tianfeng City. How could you be an ugly person?" The young man in purple said. "It's just a rumor. Don't believe it." The woman shook her head. The young man in purple said, "I can't just listen to your side of the story. Whether I'm ugly or not, I'll only know after I see it. Young Master Wang, please don't force me." The woman sighed. "Force me? Do you think that we came to Tianyu restaurant just for this bullshit drunken immortal? Stop trying to be mysterious. Today, I must see your face and see if it's ugly or charming." When he said the word charming, young Master Wang's eyes revealed a trace of a lecherous smile. "Young Master Wang, please respect yourself," the woman said with a trace of disgust in her tone. "Respect myself? It's not like you don't know my identity. If I really wanted to target you, would you have been able to stay in Tianfeng City for so long? I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to give me face or not?" The young man's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. The lunatic asked suspiciously, "Who is this person? He seems to be very impressive. He's the son of the city lord of Tianfeng City. His full name is Wang Feng. He's a famous profligate son here. The men behind him are all disciples of the major families in Tianfeng City. They follow Wang Feng and seek pleasure all day long." Yun Xiang smiled faintly. "I see." The lunatic nodded in realization. Profligate son? This type of person was indeed disgusting. Relying on their family background, they did not do proper work and were arrogant and domineering. If they did not have such a family background, what were they? It was too flattering to say that they were bugs. The woman remained silent. "Brother Wang, can you do it? No matter what, you're the son of the city lord. The entire Tianfeng City belongs to your family. But now, a mere woman in a restaurant doesn't even care about you." The young men behind Wang Feng could not help but jeer. Wang Feng's face turned cold and instantly felt embarrassed. He stared at the woman and smiled sinisterly. "It seems like you don't intend to give me face. Young Master Wang," the woman wanted to say something. "Shut up." Wang Feng raised his hand and interrupted the woman. "Do you know the consequences of angering me?" As Wang Feng's words left his mouth, the old man in black, who had been standing silently beside Wang Feng, took a step forward. His restrained aura surged out. Perfection Undying Realm. Chapter 3017. Grand Perfection Undead Stage. Yun Xiang's pupils constricted as he transmitted his voice. "Brothers, prepare to retreat." Retreat. Frenzy looked at Yun Xiang in shock. "We can't afford to offend the people from the City Lord Mansion. Besides, this Tianyu restaurant has nothing to do with us. There's no need to get into trouble." Yun Xiang secretly said. "Are you still a man? A woman being bullied? Can you just sit back and watch? What is the City Lord Mansion? I hate this kind of playboy the most." Frenzy snorted. As the foster son of Mo Wuyuan and the grandson of the Great Elder, he also had the capital to be a playboy. But was he like that? No. For example, Qin Feiyang, as the son of the great Qin Emperor, actually had the capital to be a playboy. But did he? Not at all. For a person, family background wasn't very important. What was important was one's character. Don't think about relying on your family. You have to rely on yourself. Looking at the woman again. Seeing the old man in black make a move, the woman's face changed as she hurriedly called out, "Young Master Wang." But Wang Feng didn't give the woman a chance to speak and shouted, "Tear off her veil for this young master." Shua. The old man in black suddenly took a step forward and landed in front of the veil. His dark eyes were like a pair of eagle eyes, emitting a sharp light. The woman panicked. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the woman. Yun Xiang was stunned. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched slightly. That's right. The person who appeared in front of the woman was Frenzy. This fellow really abhorred evil as if it were an enemy. However, he was powerless to stop what Frenzy wanted to do. Because Frenzy's character was like this. Once he was serious, even if the emperor came down, it would be useless. At the same time, the others were also slightly stunned. Facing Wang Feng, there was actually someone who dared to come out and help. Was he stupid? Is the City Lord Mansion someone you can offend? At the same time, the old man in black looked at Frenzy, who suddenly appeared, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he sent a palm towards Frenzy. Frenzy's hand like an eagle's claw, directly grabbing the old man in black's wrist. The physical body and strength of a supreme being was no joke. Let's take divine artifacts as an example. Lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, extreme grade, pinnacle grade, legendary grade, and supreme grade. There were a total of 7 levels. Let's talk about cultivation. Half step, initial, minor, great, perfection, and finally perfection undying. There were only 6 minor realms. Moreover, the madman himself was undying for half a year. There was only a difference of 5 minor realms between him and the black-clothed old man. Therefore, even the black-robed old man at the perfection imperishable realm couldn't compete with madman in terms of physical strength. Immediately, the black-robed old man's arm was forcibly held in the air by the madman's terrifying strength. What? The black-clothed old man's pupils constricted. We're in public. What are you trying to do? Madman chuckled. The black-robed old man's eyes turned cold. Divine power surged out and shook off the madman's hand. He retreated to Wang Feng's side and said in a low voice, "This person cannot be underestimated." Wang Feng's face was dark as he stared at the mad scientist. "Brat, I love to deal with hedonistic sons like you. So if you know what's good for you, scram immediately." The mad scientist looked at Wang Feng and laughed. Courting death. Killing intent surged in Wang Feng's eyes. As the son of the city lord, who dared to speak to him like this? No one dared. This was the first time. Kill him. With a roar, the black-robed old man took another step forward. Courting death. The mad scientist's eyes flashed fiercely. The blood demon domain instantly opened and enveloped the black-robed old man. Immediately, the black-robed old man's cultivation fell all the way to the half-step imperishable realm. What? The black-robed old man's expression changed. At this moment, the mad scientist took a step forward and landed in front of the black-robed old man. He grabbed the black-robed old man's head. With a crack, as the mad scientist exerted force, the black-robed old man's head exploded like a watermelon. The divine soul also shattered. Looking at this scene, everyone in the restaurant was shocked. Not to mention this person's guts, just his methods alone could kill a perfection imperishable realm expert. What was this? Everyone looked at the blood demon domain in shock. It could actually deprive the opponent of 5 minor realms of cultivation. Powerful. Somewhere in the void, an old man with fiery red hair was hidden. Looking at the mad scientist's performance, there was a trace of shock in his eyes. If Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist saw him, they would definitely recognize the old man at a glance. Because he was Elder Hua. The mad scientist's strength not only shocked everyone present, but even Yun Xiang was shocked. He looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled bitterly. "Your friend's methods are a bit scary." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. What was this? If this guy really attacked with his full strength, slaughtering the entire Tianfeng city would be a piece of cake. Looking at the mad scientist, he looked at Wang Feng with a mocking expression and said, "Kid, are you still arrogant?" Wang Feng trembled. The disciples of the large families behind him were also filled with fear. The mad scientist said with disdain, "Why don't you go and ask around, which playboy dares to be arrogant in front of me?" This was the truth. Just like those playboys in the northern region, who didn't see the mad scientist as if they saw the devil. When Wang Feng heard this, he was both terrified and angry. What an eyesore, scram. The mad scientist waved his hand in disgust. Okay, just you wait. Wang Feng left behind a ruthless sentence and fled in a sorry state. The disciples of the large families naturally didn't dare to stay any longer and ran out in fear. What a disappointment. The mad scientist pursed his lips and with a wave of his hand, he destroyed the old man's body, not leaving a single drop of blood. Thank you, young master. The girl seemed to have recovered at this moment and hurriedly looked at the mad scientist gratefully. A small matter. The mad scientist grinned and landed in the hall, sitting next to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said, "Are you satisfied?" The mad scientist said indifferently, "What can I be angry about? It's just that I don't like the look of it." You don't like the look of it, but it also brought us trouble. See for yourself. Qin Feiyang looked at the others in the restaurant. The mad scientist turned his head and saw everyone looking at the three of them from time to time, whispering about something. "Waiter, the bill." Suddenly, a young man at the next table quickly paid the bill and left. Bill. Following closely. The people at the other tables also paid the bill and hurriedly left Heavenly Joy restaurant. Not long after. In the entire Heavenly Joy restaurant, only Qin Feiyang's group, the waiter, and the girl were left. This is all because we are afraid of getting them involved. Yun Xiang shook his head. Then you. Aren't you afraid? The mad scientist looked at Yun Xiang with a playful expression. Of course I'm afraid. But seeing how confident you two brothers are, I'm even more curious. Where is your confidence coming from? Yun Xiang smiled faintly. The mad scientist's eyes flashed and he said meaningfully, "It's not that we have confidence, it's you." What confidence can I have? If I really had confidence, I wouldn't have said to retreat before. Yun Xiang waved his hand. At this time, accompanied by a burst of fragrance, the girl landed in front of the three of them and apologized. "I'm sorry for implicating the three young masters. It's fine. But if you really want to thank us, why don't you play another song for us?" Yun Xiang smiled. Cough, cough. Brother Yun, it doesn't seem like you're the one who helped us. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly. Yun Xiang smiled awkwardly and then said, "It's fate that we met, what's there to distinguish between us?" "Miss, don't you think so?" The girl looked at the three of them helplessly and sighed. The city lord's mansion can't afford to offend them. The three of you should leave quickly. If there's a chance in the future, I'll play a song for the three of you alone. Don't. There's no time like the present, let's do it now. Yun Xiang said. Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist looked at each other. It seemed that this person was also someone who wasn't afraid of anything. The girl looked at Yun Xiang and then at Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist, who didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. She nodded and said, "All right then," finished speaking. The girl turned around and walked to the table beside her. She asked the waiter to clean up the table and then placed the zither on the table. She sat beside it and began to play. The sound of the zither was still as slow as flowing water, but there was a trace of gratitude towards Qin Feiyang and the other two. Yun Xiang closed his eyes and listened to the beautiful zither music. He shook his head and said with a smile, "The accompaniment of the zither, good wine and delicious food, how delightful." Then, Yun Xiang opened his eyes and raised his cup to Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist. He said with a smile, "Brothers, to our fate, cheers." Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist looked at each other and smiled. This person was quite interesting. The eastern continent was also full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The mad scientist's eyes flashed and he transmitted his voice, "Old Qin, let's test this person's strength later." "Why?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The mad scientist secretly said, "Don't you think that he seems too enthusiastic?" "I'm sure, a little." Qin Feiyang secretly smiled. But thinking about it carefully, there shouldn't be any problem with this person. Because when they met, it was by chance on the street. And it was also him who took the initiative to stop this person and ask about the situation. If the other party really had a purpose, then he must have taken the initiative to approach them. Besides, at that time, when they slowed down, this person didn't turn around to look for them. This meant that this person's enthusiasm might be due to his personality. But the mad scientist's concerns couldn't be ignored. After all, the blood hall had already targeted them, so they had to be on guard. A moment later, the song came to an end. The woman put away the zither, got up, looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two, and said with a smile, "The three of you can leave now, right? If we leave, what will you do? If the City Lord Mansion can't find us, they will definitely find trouble with you." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The woman sighed. "If it's a blessing, it's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, it can't be avoided. You are a woman, why do you have to come out in public?" Yun Xiang looked at the woman suspiciously. "Why else? Everything in the world is for survival." The woman smiled slightly. "Everything in the world is for survival," Yun Xiang murmured and said with a smile, "It seems that you are really a person with a story." The woman was slightly taken aback, shook her head and said faintly, "Who in this world doesn't have a story?" There seemed to be a trace of sadness in her eyes. "That's true." Yun Xiang nodded and smiled. Chapter 30:18. Qin Feiyang also agreed with the conversation between the two of them. Everyone had a story. The only difference was that some stories were joyous while others were sad. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at the woman and said with a smile, "Miss, I have a presumptuous request." "Please say it." The woman smiled slightly. Qin Feiyang asked, "Can you sell me some of your wine?" The woman was stunned and asked, "How much do you need?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Not much, just 100 jars. Ah." The woman was stunned. Yun Xiang also looked at Qin Feiyang speechlessly. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "Brother, the better the wine, the harder it is to brew. Take this immortal drunken wine for example. Although it is only a superb wine, the brewing process is quite long. Otherwise, Tianyu Restaurant would not sell it for a limited time. You want 100 jars at once. Even if Tianyu Restaurant has ready-made ones, they can't give it to you. Because they have to sell it to other customers." Yun Xiang said. "Is it so troublesome to brew wine?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "You are a typical noob. The process of brewing wine is extremely complicated. It is undoubtedly more troublesome to brew a superb wine." Yun Xiang shook his head. Qin Feiyang looked at the woman and said with a faint smile, "Okay, take it that I said that." No. I should be grateful that the three young masters helped me out." The woman quickly waved her hand and then turned to look at the waiter standing at the door and said, "Go to the wine cellar and get 100 jars. "Yes." One of the waiter nodded and immediately ran into the back hall of the restaurant. "Thank you, miss. Do you want to pay with divine crystals or soul stones?" Qin Feiyang asked. "No, just take it as a thank you gift." The woman smiled slightly. "Is this okay?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Why not? Do you dislike it?" The woman smiled. No. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Yun Xiang looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and asked, "Brother Qin, I don't think you're interested in this kind of thing. Why do you want to buy so many?" "Brother Yun, there's something you don't know. Although I personally don't like drinking, I have a companion who likes it very much. This is all prepared for him." Qin Feiyang smiled. "I see. Then your companion is really lucky to have met a friend like you." Yun Xiang chuckled. Very soon, the shop assistant walked over with a Chenkuan pouch in his hand. "Young master, please accept it." The woman took the cosmos sack and handed it to Qin Feiyang. "Thank you." Qin Feiyang checked it and sent it to the Black Tortoise world. He thought to himself, "Little Jin, this is for you." "What is it?" The five-clawed golden dragon grabbed the Chenkuan bag suspiciously. "Won't you know if you take a look?" Qin Feiyang smiled. Hearing this, the five-clawed golden dragon was overjoyed. He immediately took out a sigh and gulped it down. "That's not right." But suddenly, he frowned. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang was startled. "This is similar to the immortal wine. Is there nothing better than the immortal wine?" The five-clawed golden dragon said. "Just be content. Tianfeng City is just a small city. It's not easy to find such a good wine." Qin Feiyang was speechless. He actually despised it. "All right, I'll make do. If there's a chance, you must get me some divine wine." The five-clawed golden dragon chuckled. "Sure. Qin Feiyang replied helplessly. What a drunkard. Young Master Su, please come in. Suddenly, the voice of the shop assistant at the door sounded. Young Master Su? Qin Feiyang and Madman were startled. They turned their heads and saw a young man in purple walking into the restaurant with his head lowered. However, he was completely different from the high-spirited young man they met at the Demon Tower. At this moment, his whole person seemed to be dispirited. Young Master Su raised his head and looked at the hall. His eyes fell on Qin Feiyang and Madman. When they saw young Master Su's face, Qin Feiyang and Madman were stunned. Young Master Su's whole face was bruised and swollen. What happened to you? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Young Master Su walked to Qin Feiyang and Madman's side, lowered his head and said, I'm sorry, I really can't find so many soul stones. Soul stones? Yun Xiang and the woman looked at the three of them suspiciously. It's okay. I didn't plan to ask you for it. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. I know. I just went to the Demon Tower. The Tower Master said that you just wanted to teach me a lesson. So I specially came to thank you. Young Master Su looked at the two of them and said, How did you know we were here? Madman was suspicious. Now the entire Wind City knows that you killed the people of the City Lord Mansion here. What's so strange about me knowing? Young Master Su said sullenly. The news spread really fast. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, Since you're here, then sit down and talk. What the hell happened to you? It's all because of my father. It wasn't easy for me to muster up the courage to go back and ask him for the soul stones. In the end, he called me a wastrel and directly punched and kicked me. If I didn't beg for mercy, I would have been beaten to death by him. Yes, it's my fault. But I'm his flesh and blood after all. Is there a need to treat me like this? My big brother, who is the young master of our Su family, has caused no less trouble than me. But I've never seen my father punish him, not even scold him. I really wonder if I'm his biological son. Young Master Su was getting angrier and angrier. In the end, he almost jumped up. Calm down, calm down. The house leader has already told me about your situation. This kind of thing is very common in big families. What you need to do now is not to be discouraged, nor to complain, but to work hard to prove to them that you're not worse than your big brother. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. I know, that's why I'm working so hard to refine pills, that's why I want to enter the Demon Palace. But now, I don't know if I can enter the Demon Palace with my little ability. Young Master Su shook his head and sighed. Where there's a will, there's a way. Qin Feiyang smiled. Unfilial son, get out here. But at this moment, an angry roar sounded outside. It's over, why is he here? Young Master Su's face suddenly changed. Who is it? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. The woman said, the Su family's patriarch, his father. What is he doing here? Is he looking for trouble with us? Madman frowned. Obviously not. He should have known that young Master Su came to find you. He was afraid that this would anger the City Lord Mansion and the Su family, so he came to find young Master Su. The woman said. So timid, and the patriarch of the family, what a joke. Madman's eyes were full of contempt. The woman couldn't help but smile bitterly. Who in Tianfeng City wasn't afraid of the City Lord Mansion? Not to mention Tianfeng City, other cities were the same. In a city, excluding the people from the Demon Palace, the City Lord Mansion was the biggest. Get out here, didn't you hear? The Su family's patriarch's angry voice sounded outside again. Young Master Su's neck shrank. Looking at Qin Feiyang and Madman, he bowed and said, Thank you again. After saying that, he turned around and ran out in a panic. On the street outside, because of the death of the old man in black, there were already many people around. Now, because of the arrival of the Su family's patriarch, even more people ran over to watch. In front of the crowd, there was a middle-aged man wearing a black robe, his whole person was like a furious lion. Beside him, there were a few guards. That's right. The middle-aged man in black was the Su family's patriarch. Father, young Master Su walked out of the restaurant, lowered his head, and walked in front of the Su family's patriarch with a face full of fear. Unfilial son. The middle-aged man in black raised his hand and slapped young Master Su's face. Slap. Young Master Su flew out on the spot and rolled on the ground in a sorry state. Do you know that they killed the City Lord Mansion's people and actually came to find them? Are you trying to kill our Su family? What an evil beast, see if I don't beat him to death. The middle-aged man in black was burning with anger, and he went forward to punch and kick him. Although the surrounding people showed sympathy, no one went forward to stop him, as if they were already used to it. Young Master Su roared, "Father, I just came to thank them." Thank them? They tricked you, and you still come to thank them? I think you're not only a waste, but also a fool with no intelligence, idiot. The Su family's patriarch was even more annoyed. They're not like that, and they didn't ask me for more soul stones, young Master Su roared hysterically. The Su family's patriarch was stunned, stopped the movement of his hand, and said in surprise, "They didn't ask you for more soul stones?" "Yes." Young Master Su nodded. "They don't even want soul stones, are these too stupid?" The Su family's patriarch glanced at the restaurant, thought for a while, and coldly snorted, "Even so, you shouldn't have come to find them. Do you believe that I won't expel you from the Su family now?" Young Master Su's eyes trembled. Even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. I've never seen a father who treats his own son like this. In my opinion, if he is really expelled from the Su family by you, it will be a good thing for him. At this moment, Qin Feiyang and Madman walked out, looked at the injured young Master Su, then looked at the Su family's patriarch, and said lightly, "Originally, this was a family matter of the Su family, he didn't want to interfere, but this person was too much. Beating him in the street, he didn't give his son any face at all. In the future, how can young Master Su stay in Wind City? I'm afraid that when he sees people, he will have to lower his head in inferiority." The Su family's patriarch raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman, his eyebrows slightly raised, and asked, "You two are the two who tricked this unfilial son?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "You guys really have guts. Although this unfilial son is a good-for-nothing, he is still a member of my Su family. You actually dare to scheme against him." A cold light flashed in the Su family's patriarch's eyes. "You also know that he is a member of your Su family? You beat him in the street like this, aren't you slapping your Su family's face with your own hands? Besides, he doesn't seem to have done much wrong," Qin Feiyang said lightly. The Su family's patriarch shouted, "He was cheated of so many soul stones by you, and it's not a big mistake? But we didn't ask for it, did we?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "You have to dare to ask for it." The Su family's patriarch sneered. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other. What does he mean? Does this person think that they don't want the soul stones because they are afraid of the Su family? Chapter 30:19. What's the big deal? It's all in the past. What's there to argue about? Let's all take a step back and stop pursuing this matter. Seeing that Qin Feiyang and Madman's expressions were getting gloomier and gloomier, Yun Xiang and the woman quickly came out to smooth things over. They even dared to kill people from the City Lord's mansion, let alone a mere patriarch of the Su family. They were worried that Qin Feiyang and Madman would kill again. But the patriarch of the Su family didn't appreciate it. Not only did he not appreciate it, but he also looked at the two contemptuously and said, "Are you qualified to speak? It's really a filthy place. There are all kinds of monsters here." The woman immediately raised her eyebrows and looked at the patriarch of the Su family. "Patriarch of the Su family, you have to make it clear. My Tianyu building doesn't rob or steal. We do business seriously. How is it a filthy place? Doing business in a proper way? If you're serious, why do you wear a veil all day? Do you think everyone doesn't know that you're doing this just to pretend to be mysterious and attract the attention of men? This way, more people will come to your Tianyu building. May I ask, a woman like you, saying that you're serious, don't you think it's ridiculous?" The patriarch of the Su family had a look of ridicule. The woman's gaze immediately darkened. Tianyu restaurant had always been doing business in a serious manner. They had never done anything immoral or immoral. At this moment, he actually said this to her. This was an insult to her personality. Interesting, Madman suddenly grinned. Yun Xiang and the woman looked at each other and fell silent. They didn't want to persuade him anymore. Because people like the patriarch of the Su family weren't worth their saliva. Madman looked at the patriarch of the Su family and laughed. We don't dare to take your Su family's soul stone. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with trash like you. The patriarch of the Su family snorted and looked at young Master Su. Get out of here right now. Young Master Su's eyes trembled. He quickly got up and turned to leave. Qin Feiyang and Madman ignored young Master Su and kept their eyes on the patriarch of the Su family. The patriarch of the Su family glanced at the two disdainfully and was about to leave. But at this moment, don't rush. I haven't said anything yet. The madman spoke, his eyes filled with mockery. The Su family's patriarch's gaze turned cold. He turned to look at Madman and said, "Brat, don't act recklessly." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. His disdainful attitude was as if he was looking at an ant. You're courting death, all right. Let's see how your Su family will kill me today. I'm telling you. Give me 100 billion soul stones in 1 hour. Otherwise, I'll flatten your Su family. The madman's eyes flashed with killing intent. What? 100 billion soul stones. A commotion broke out among the crowd. Even if the Su family was a big family in Tianfeng City, it was impossible for them to take out so many spirit stones at once. 100 billion. This was simply the rhythm of destroying the Su family. The Su family's patriarch suddenly froze and stopped in his tracks. His face suddenly turned gloomy to the extreme. Young Master Su also turned to look at Madman in shock. Madman glanced at young Master Su and said, "This has nothing to do with you." Young Master Su smiled bitterly. That was right. Indeed, it had nothing to do with him now. But his father wouldn't think this way. The Su family's clansmen wouldn't think this way either. They would only think that this was the trouble he brought to the Su family. Remember, 100 billion, not a single one less. Madman looked at the Su family's patriarch and laughed. Swish. The Su family's patriarch suddenly turned around and stared at Madman. Do you know the strength of my Su family? Do you know that I have a child in the demon palace? So what? Madman chuckled. You're courting death. The Su family's patriarch laughed sinisterly. Is that so? Then I'm looking forward to how you'll die. Madman smiled. Good, good, good. You're arrogant. Let's see how long you can be arrogant for. Soul stones. You bastards, don't even think about it. If you have the guts, come to the Su family and see if you can raise my Su family to the ground. The Su family's patriarch sneered and walked to young Master Su without looking back. He directly kicked him. Bastard, why aren't you leaving? He was completely using young Master Su as a punching bag. Swish. It was also at this moment. A figure suddenly descended from the sky. It was a middle-aged man in black armor. He was serious and dignified. It's the commander of the City Lord Mansion. I heard that his strength is the strongest in the entire City Lord Mansion, except for the City Lord. Everyone's pupils shrank as they whispered. When the Su family's patriarch saw the appearance of the middle-aged man in black armor, a trace of gloating appeared in his eyes. Qin Feiyang and Madman also looked up, but there was a trace of disdain in their eyes. The strongest existence. But he was only at the great perfection undead stage. I thought that the City Lord would come personally, but I didn't expect that he would only send a small character like you. What? Is he looking down on me and not even interested in making a move? Madman snickered. The middle-aged man in black armor's eyes suddenly turned cold. When the surrounding people heard this, they all looked at Madman in disbelief. They never thought that this person would dare to be so arrogant in front of the City Lord Mansion's commander. He didn't put the City Lord Mansion in his eyes at all. If you want to apologize, then let your City Lord come personally. You can't replace him. Madman shook his head, then turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, why don't we continue drinking? Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. The two immediately turned around and walked towards the entrance of Tianyu restaurant. Apologize. Everyone was stunned. What did he mean by that? Did he think that the City Lord Mansion's commander was here to apologize to them? Was there something wrong with his brain? They killed someone from the City Lord mansion and asked the City Lord to personally apologize to them. They were convinced. They were really convinced. What kind of people were they? Shouldn't there be a limit to their arrogance? By the way, Madman suddenly turned to look at the Su family's patriarch and grinned, "Don't take my words as a joke." After saying that, he laughed and turned to enter Tianyu restaurant without looking back. The Su family's patriarch clenched his hands and rushed to the middle-aged man in black armor. He said angrily, "Commander, look, is there any law?" The middle-aged man in black armor's face was extremely gloomy. First time. This was really the first time that someone dared to look down on the City Lord mansion like this. Boom. A monstrous aura suddenly erupted. When the Su family's patriarch saw this, he silently retreated to the side with a sneer in his eyes. "Follow me to the City Lord mansion immediately." The middle-aged man in black armor stared at Tianyu restaurant and shouted coldly. However, there was no response. "You're courting death." The middle-aged man in black armor roared and a wisp of divine power emerged and blasted towards Tianyu restaurant below like lightning. Boom. With a loud bang, Tianyu restaurant suddenly collapsed. Qin Feiyang and the others, as well as a group of people, ran out with their faces covered in dirt. "Commander, why are you doing this?" The woman glared at the middle-aged man in black armor. "All of this happened because of you, so you can't escape the blame. Follow me to the City Lord mansion." The middle-aged man in black armor looked at the woman and said gloomily, "Who do you think you are? How dare you act like a tyrant in front of me?" Madman stepped into the sky and exuded a monstrous aura like a demon god descending to the world. The middle-aged man in black armor also surged with killing intent and shouted, "City Lord, please take action and kill these arrogant people." "What? The City Lord is also here? Where is he?" Everyone looked at the sky in surprise. However, Madman turned a deaf ear and slapped at the middle-aged man in black armor. The middle-aged man in black armor smiled disdainfully and used an auxiliary divine art to retreat like lightning. Boom. At the same time, a terrifying divine might appeared and surged towards Madman from all directions. Following closely, a middle-aged man appeared out of thin air in the sky. He was about 1.8 meters tall and had a thin body. His cold face was filled with an intimidating majesty. His aura was like the ocean and unfathomable. "It's the City Lord." "Greetings, City Lord." Everyone present bowed and saluted. "City Lord." Qin Feiyang and Madman sized up the middle-aged man. This was the City Lord of Tianfeng City? Half-step sovereign realm? The middle-aged man stood in the sky like a god and the world trembled. Divine power enveloped Madman. Madman was immediately imprisoned in the void and couldn't move. "I thought it was some important figure who dared to act recklessly in my Tianfeng City. So it's just a few unknown clowns." The middle-aged man said coldly and pointed at Madman. A wisp of divine power appeared and shot towards Madman's forehead with an apocalyptic aura. "You're a half-step sovereign?" Madman immediately turned pale with fright. "That's right." The middle-aged man nodded. "Half-step sovereign." Qin Feiyang glanced at Yun Xiang with a trace of fear on his face. "Brother Yun, I didn't expect the City Lord of Tianfeng City to be so strong." "Yeah." Yun Xiang nodded. Madman roared anxiously, "What are you thinking? Come and save me." Yun Xiang looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Brother Qin, go and help. The other party is a half-step sovereign. How can I help?" Qin Feiyang roared. Yun Xiang was stunned and said, "I don't believe that you only have this little ability. What a joke. The other party is a half-step sovereign, but I can't abandon my brother." Qin Feiyang's face was filled with fear as he charged forward. However, when he arrived in front of Madman, he was also restrained by the City Lord's aura. Seeing this, the woman hurriedly said, "Young Master Yun, think of something, or they will definitely die." Yun Xiang couldn't help but frown. These two really only have this little ability. In the blink of an eye, the City Lord's divine power had already arrived and a fatal danger enveloped Qin Feiyang and Madman. Not far away, the Su family patriarch sneered. With this little ability, they dared to act presumptuously in Tianfeng City. They really overestimated themselves. Seeing the divine power crazily charging over, Madman said angrily, "This Yun Xiang can really keep his composure. Maybe we're thinking too much. He doesn't have the ability to fight against a half-step sovereign." Qin Feiyang transmitted. That's right. They were actually using this opportunity to probe Yun Xiang's strength. As for the city lord, this half-step sovereign, they really didn't put him in their eyes. However, Yun Xiang didn't seem to have any intention of making a move. Chapter 30-20. Then let's fight back. The madman's eyes flashed with killing intent. En. Qin Feiyang responded and was about to summon the sunset divine bow and other heaven-defying divine artifacts. Boom. But at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from below. Following closely, a figure appeared in front of Qin Feiyang and the madman. Who else could it be but Yun Xiang? En. Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at Yun Xiang's back in surprise. Since we are friends, I naturally can't leave you in the lurch. Yun Xiang smiled without turning his head. Accompanied by a loud clang, a black dagger suddenly appeared in front of Yun Xiang. Immediately, a monstrous sharp aura swept out in all directions, directly shattering the pressure that shrouded this space. Qin Feiyang and the madman felt their bodies lighten as they looked at the black dagger in surprise. The dagger was only about a foot long and was completely black, flickering with a dazzling divine light. This is a heaven-defying divine artifact. Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at each other. There was also a trace of surprise in the city lord's eyes, but then it was filled with disdain. But at the same time, Yun Xiang grabbed Qin Feiyang and the madman and rushed to the woman's side like lightning. Then he wrapped the woman up and opened a space-time crack, disappearing without a trace. What? Space-time law. The city lord looked at the space-time crack in shock. He never thought that there would be someone among these people who had comprehended the space-time law. Not to mention the city lord, even Qin Feiyang and the madman were shocked. Forget about the heaven-defying divine artifact, he actually grasped such a terrifying power of law. This Yun Xiang was really unfathomable. The middle-aged man in black armor flew to the city lord's side and frowned. "Sir, are we just going to let them run away like this?" He grasped the space-time law. "What can I do?" The city lord glared at him angrily. The middle-aged man's pupils shrank. However, because it was too sudden this time, I didn't know that he had grasped the laws of space-time. The next time we meet them, we'll be prepared, and they won't have this chance. The city lord sneered and turned to leave. Outside the city, somewhere in the mountains, a space crack appeared, and 4 figures walked out one after another. It was Qin Feiyang and the other 3. Where is this? Qin Feiyang and madman looked down suspiciously. Outside the city. Yun Xiang smiled. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and Li Wuyo breathed a sigh of relief. Then, they turned to look at the space crack that was healing. There was also a hint of surprise in the woman's eyes. "What's wrong with you guys?" Yun Xiang looked at the 3 of them suspiciously. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Yun, you really hid deeply. Hiding his strength." Yun Xiang shook his head with a smile and said, "Isn't it just the laws of space-time? It's no big deal." Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said speechlessly, "As far as I know, in the entire Sky Cloud realm, there aren't many who have comprehended the laws of space-time." "Is that so?" Yun Xiang was taken aback and said with a smile, "I haven't learned about this, but I've only comprehended the first profound ability of the laws of space-time." "That's also very powerful," Qin Feiyang said. The first profound ability of the laws of space-time was space-time teleportation. "Old Qin, there's a problem that I don't understand," Madman suddenly said. "What problem?" Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. "Isn't it said that as long as someone completely comprehended a law and stepped into the half-step ruler realm, they would be able to bestow a divine artifact with the power of space-time? And a divine artifact bestowed with the power of space-time is a heaven-defying divine artifact. Logically speaking, this city lord is a half-step ruler, so he should have as many heaven-defying divine artifacts as there are hairs on an ox. But why didn't that commander or that black-clothed old man I killed have a heaven-defying divine artifact?" Madman frowned. This problem, Qin Feiyang looked at Yun Xiang. Although there was some relevant information in Luo Tianshan's memories, Luo Tianshan was just a small figure after all. What he knew was only hearsay, so he couldn't take it too seriously. Moreover, he didn't read Luo Tianshan's complete memories at that time, so he only had a rough understanding of the basic situation of the Sky Cloud realm. "Why are you looking at me?" Yun Xiang put away the black dagger and said suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "We're waiting for you to explain it to us. Many people know about this, but you don't. I'm curious, are you people of the Sky Cloud realm?" Yun Xiang was suspicious. Qin Feiyang and Madman's hearts trembled. Qin Feiyang said with a half-joking smile, "Then, Brother Yun, just treat us as if we're not from the Sky Cloud realm." Yun Xiang was stunned and asked curiously, "Then where are you from? Did you jump out of a stone?" "You're the one who jumped out of a stone." Madman rolled his eyes. "Ha ha," Yun Xiang laughed and said, "It's not that simple to bestow divine artifact with the power of law." "What do you mean?" Madman was curious. Yun Xiang said, "It's not enough to just comprehend one type of law. It also requires a very strong cultivation." "How strong?" Madman was suspicious. Yun Xiang said, "Great perfection sovereign realm." "What?" Madman was shocked. If comprehending one type of law can bestow divine artifact with the power of law, then wouldn't the heaven-defying divine artifact be worthless? So, it's not that simple. The power of law and the cultivation of great perfection sovereign realm, these two conditions are indispensable. Yun Xiang smiled. "I see." Madman muttered and turned to Qin Feiyang and smiled bitterly. "It seems that we were just guessing before." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Luo Tianshan's memories also said so. Indeed. In the past, there wasn't even a half-step sovereign in the ancient realm. For example, divine artifacts like the Sunset Divine Bow were only heaven-defying divine artifacts. They probably didn't know much about sovereign realm experts. Therefore, they could only imagine everything that had happened. They thought that after comprehending one type of law, they could bestow the power of law to a divine artifact and let it evolve into a heaven-defying divine artifact. But in reality, this wasn't the case. Even revered Dragon probably didn't know about this. Even if she knew about it from Ice Dragon, she wouldn't tell others the truth. After all, in the ancient realm, sovereign realm existences were legends. Indeed, it was true to the old saying. Only when you truly came into contact with it would you know the hidden truth. However, although half-step sovereigns can't bestow the power of law, their strength is comparable to ordinary heaven-defying divine artifacts. Even some heaven-defying divine artifacts might not be a match for them. That's why I took you and fled. Firstly, I wasn't confident. Secondly, I didn't want to bring disaster to Wind City and those innocent people. Yun Xiang smiled. Qin Feiyang and Madman nodded. This was the truth. If they really fought in Wind City, the entire city would probably be affected. Then the Demon Palace, Blood Palace, Sky Palace, and Divine Palace should have peak sovereign realm experts, right? Then the 4 superpowers should have an uncountable number of heaven-defying divine artifacts, right? Madman asked suspiciously. Yun Xiang nodded and smiled. Of course the 4 superpowers have a lot of heaven-defying divine artifacts, but you'll have to ask them to know how many they have. Madman asked suspiciously, "Then tell me, how can a heaven-defying divine artifact evolve into a sovereign weapon?" Qin Feiyang was also stunned. This wasn't in Luo Tianshan's memories at all because he wasn't qualified to come into contact with these things. Evolve into a sovereign weapon? Yun Xiang was slightly taken aback and shook his head. "How would I know about this? But I've heard some rumors." "It's fine, tell me," Madman said. In his and Qin Feiyang's understanding, only after fusing with a world could a sovereign weapon evolve into a sovereign weapon. Just like the ancient castle fusing with the Black Tortoise world. After the ancient castle fused with the Black Tortoise world, it quickly evolved into a sovereign weapon. This was something that could be confirmed. Because they saw it with their own eyes. But they didn't know if there was any other way to evolve a divine artifact into a sovereign weapon other than fusing with a world. Yun Xiang pondered for a while and smiled. There are rumors that a divine artifact can quickly evolve into a sovereign weapon after fusing with a world, but this is almost impossible. Why? Madman was stunned. Why else? Think about it, other than the creator of this world, who else can own a world? Yunxiang said. That's not necessarily true. The madman smiled meaningfully. The person standing next to him had an independent world. Hearing this, Yunxiang looked at Madman in surprise. What I want to say is that there are too many unbelievable things in this world, nothing can be absolute. Maybe someone will be lucky enough to obtain a world. Madman smiled. Then this luck is heaven-defying. Yunxiang smiled. Madman asked, then, other than fusing with a world, is there any other way? I heard there is. Yunxiang nodded. What way? Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other and looked at Yunxiang expectantly. Yunxiang said, seize the fortune of heaven and earth and absorb the world's origin energy. Qin Feiyang and Madman were stunned. That was possible. But why did Little Naughty and the Sunset Divine Bow say that absorbing origin energy can only make the heaven-defying divine weapon a little stronger and can't evolve into a dominator divine weapon? Could it be that they didn't tell the truth? Or even they didn't know and just guessed it out of thin air? It is said that this origin energy is everywhere. For example, the essence energy of heaven and earth, battle chi, law force, and divine force are all formed from the origin energy. The origin energy is also the strongest energy in the world. The law force is very strong, but the origin energy is many times more terrifying than the law force. So, it is said that as long as a heaven-defying divine weapon is endowed with the law force, it can evolve into a dominator divine weapon. Remember, it's possible, not absolute. And the evolution process is also very slow. Tens of billions of years, or even hundreds of billions of years, it might not succeed. Of course, if you can directly absorb the origin energy, the evolution speed will be much faster and the success rate will be higher. Yunxiang said. Madman nodded in realization and said, just now, I heard you say ordinary heaven-defying divine weapons. Could it be that these heaven-defying divine weapons also have grades? Yunxiang was stunned. You don't even know this. Can't this old man come from the countryside? Madman joked. Okay. Yunxiang nodded helplessly. Shouldn't he have the attitude of asking for advice? His tone sounded as if he owed him something. Chapter 30:21. Don't mind him. This senior brother of mine is like that. If he's polite to you, he won't treat you as a friend. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yunxiang shook his head and smiled. There are indeed grades for heaven-defying divine artifacts. They are elementary, intermediate, advanced, pinnacle, legendary, and supreme. There are 6 more grades. Madman was surprised. The difference is the cultivation level. Elementary heaven-defying divine artifacts correspond to half-step dominators. Intermediate heaven-defying divine artifacts correspond to beginner dominators. Advanced heaven-defying divine artifacts correspond to beginner dominators. Pinnacle heaven-defying divine artifacts correspond to great mastery dominators. The legendary and paragon rank heaven-defying divine artifacts correspond to the paragon and paragon sovereign realm. As for dominator divine artifacts, although they have the word dominators, they have already surpassed dominators. In the entire sky cloud realm, they can be counted on one hand. Each of them has the ability to destroy heaven and earth. Yunxiang smiled. Madman heard this and transmitted his voice to Qin Feiyang. Then wouldn't the Sunset Divine Bow and other heaven-defying divine artifacts have already evolved into advanced heaven-defying divine artifacts? Qin Feiyang nodded and glanced at Yunxiang from the corner of his eyes. He sent a voice transmission to Madman. Do you think this person said these things based on hearsay or is it true? What do you mean? Madman was suspicious. If it's hearsay, then it's nothing. But if what he said is true, then his identity isn't simple. After all, this information is basically secret. Without a certain identity and status, it's impossible to come in contact with it. Qin Feiyang secretly said. Makes sense. Madman secretly responded and then said, but looking at his appearance, it doesn't seem like he's deliberately approaching us. That's why I can't see through him. Just in case, it's better to take precautions in the future. Qin Feiyang warned. We'll part ways with them later. What's there to be afraid of? Madman had a completely indifferent attitude. However, this was indeed the case. As long as they went their separate ways, Yun Xiang would not have a chance even if he had a purpose. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he looked at Yun Xiang and said, Brother Yun, I have another question that I would like to consult you about. Yun Xiang pointed at Qin Feiyang and looked at Madman. Brother Madman, do you see that? This is the attitude of asking for advice. Madman ignored him. Yun Xiang shook his head and smiled bitterly. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Tell me. Qin Feiyang asked, if the heaven-defying divine artifact needs to be imbued with the power of law, then what about the heaven-defying divine art? Oh, this. Yun Xiang pondered for a moment and said, I've heard of it before. It seems to be the fusion of the power of laws. Fusion. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Yes. Divine weapons are bestowed, while divine arts are fused. There is a qualitative difference between these two. In other words, the heaven-defying divine art is to fuse the power of law into the moves of the divine art. In this regard, there is no cultivation limit. As long as you completely comprehend a kind of power of law, it will be fine. But it's not that simple. This requires an astonishing comprehension ability, and of course, it will also take a long time. But there is another possibility. If you are lucky and accidentally enter a state of epiphany, then you will immediately be able to master it. Moreover, the heaven-defying divine art is also divided into ranks, just like the heaven-defying divine artifact. Yun Xiang said. Is that so? Qin Feiyang suddenly understood, and an imperceptible crystal light flashed in his eyes. Although Yun Xiang repeatedly mentioned that it was only hearsay, when he said it, his tone was very confident. This meant that most of what Yun Xiang said was true. In this way, Yun Xiang's identity was naturally not simple. All right then, let's part here. The madman looked at Yun Xiang and the woman and said. Yun Xiang and the woman were stunned. Why are you looking at me like that? The madman looked at the two in confusion. Brother Madman, we have gone through thick and thin together. Are you going to abandon us just like that? Yun Xiang looked at the madman with a bitter expression. The madman's mouth twitched, and he asked, Then what do you mean by this? Let's not talk about anything else, but at least we have to help this lady solve her problem. Yun Xiang pointed at the woman beside him. I'm fine. I've already caused you a lot of trouble, and I'm sorry to trouble you again. At most, I'll leave Tianfeng City and go to another city to make a living. The woman quickly waved her hand and smiled. Although the Tianfeng City Lord lives in a remote corner, as a half-step sovereign realm expert, he definitely has friends in other cities. If he finds out, will he let you go? Yun Xiang said. The woman hesitated. Yun Xiang smiled, so this matter has to be solved from the root. The madman said, Then we can only kill the Tianfeng City Lord. That's right. Yun Xiang nodded. We can't do that. The madman hurriedly shook his head. You haven't even tried, how do you know you can't do it? Yun Xiang was speechless. Is there a need to try? The Tianfeng City Lord is a half-step sovereign. Even someone like you who has a heaven-defying divine artifact doesn't have the confidence to kill him, let alone us. The madman curled his lips and suddenly asked, What grade is your heaven-defying divine artifact? Low grade, the most ordinary grade. Yun Xiang said. Then there's the problem. If you're mid-grade or high-grade, we can try. The madman said. But, Yun Xiang frowned. Stop. The madman raised his hand to stop her. Fate ends here, we'll meet again. Then, she pulled Qin Feiyang and left like a bolt of lightning. Yun Xiang was stunned and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. The woman smiled. Big brother Yun, it's fine. I'm alone, I can go anywhere. There's no need to risk your life for me. How can I do that? I'm a man, how can I leave a woman like you? Yun Xiang shook his head. The woman hesitated and bowed, then I'll thank Big Brother Yun. No need to be so polite. Since we've met, it means we're fated. It's not about helping each other, it's about taking care of each other. Yun Xiang smiled faintly. He then looked in the direction Qin Feiyang and the other man had disappeared. He shook his head and said, I really misjudged them this time. I originally thought that they were two decent people, but I didn't expect, they weren't wrong. After all, they had to face the city governor of Skywind City, so it's understandable. Not to mention that we've only met by chance, and there's no relationship between us. It's already very generous of them to help me once in Heavenly Joy Pavilion. The woman smiled. Yun Xiang shook his head and said, now that you've said that, it makes me seem narrow-minded. I didn't mean that. Big brother Yun, please don't misunderstand. The woman hurriedly waved her hand. I'm just joking. Yun Xiang grinned and pondered deeply for a moment before he said, I'm quite familiar with Ocean of Cloud City. Why don't I take you there? Ocean of Cloud City. The woman was instantly shocked. That's one of the largest cities in the Eastern continent. I heard that the city governor of Ocean of Cloud City is even a terrifying existence at the perfect sovereign realm. No matter how strong the city governor is, it has nothing to do with us. We're there to make a living. Yun Xiang smiled. That makes sense. The woman nodded and pondered deeply for a moment before she said, then, all right. I'll be troubling Big Brother Yun in the future. It's fine. Yun Xiang waved his hand and activated a teleportation altar to leave. At the same time, on the other side, Madman and Qin Feiyang stood at the peak of a mountain and gazed towards Skywind City. Qin Feiyang frowned. Senior brother Madman, isn't it a little inappropriate for us to do this? What's inappropriate? We're not familiar with them. Besides that, Yun Xiang really makes me feel uncomfortable. It feels like I'm being targeted by a venomous snake when I stand by his side. Madman shook his head. You feel the same way as well? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Do you feel the same way? Madman was stunned. Yes. I sensed a dangerous aura from him when we were at Heavenly Delight Pavilion. Qin Feiyang nodded. Madman said, then it's definitely true. We have to stay away from him. What's next? Qin Feiyang asked. Next, Madman laughed and said, who are we? Those two are madmen. If they say it, they must do it. No, I'm not a madman. Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand. What's the difference between you and a madman like me? Madman rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled. Let's go, kill our way to the Su family and rob their treasury. Madman waved his hand and roared in high spirits. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. It seemed that the fate of the Su family was destined. By the way, do you know where the Su family is? Madman asked. I know, it's in Luo Tianshan's memory. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then let's kill our way there. Madman chuckled. The Su family. This luxurious mansion was located in the center of the eastern part of Skywind City. Inside the mansion, the palace was majestic and grand. It could be said that, whether it was the scale or luxury of the Su family, it was not inferior to the imperial palace. In a certain hall. Bastard, I really regret giving birth to you. If I knew you were so useless, I would have strangled you to death. The Su family's patriarch sat on the throne above and roared angrily. Below, young Master Su knelt on the ground, trembling. There were many maids and guards outside the door. Looking at the embarrassed young Master Su, not only did they not have the slightest sympathy, but they all had a face of ridicule. Even the servants had such an attitude. It could be seen that this young Master Su was not welcomed in the Su family. The Su family's patriarch said gloomily, tell me the truth, did you really just go to thank them? Yes. Young Master Su nodded. Even if it's to thank them, it's absolutely not allowed. At this time, a graceful and luxurious woman walked in and looked at young Master Su with eyes full of coldness. Madam, why are you here? The Su family's patriarch greeted her. Greetings, Auntie. Young Master Su respectfully bowed. Don't call me Auntie, look at yourself, are you worthy of being my son? The woman's face was full of contempt. Hearing such sarcastic and insulting words, young Master Su's hands could not help but retract into his sleeves and tightly clenched together. Chapter 30:22. What's wrong? Looking at you, you seem to be very dissatisfied with me. The woman looked at young Master Su coldly. I don't dare. Young Master Su quickly lowered his head. Useless thing. The woman snorted coldly and looked at the Su family head. Husband, although the other party didn't come to us for the soul stone this time, of course, they didn't dare to come to us for it, but this matter has seriously affected our Su family's reputation. Hearing this, young Master Su's eyes immediately sank. Based on his understanding of this woman, she would definitely take the opportunity to make things difficult for him. And this time, she might even kill him. Madam, what do you mean? The Su family head looked at the woman suspiciously. Expel him from the Su family. Only by severing ties with him, the City Lord Mansion won't make things difficult for us in the future. The woman said. What? Young Master Su's eyes trembled. This woman is too vicious. He quickly looked at the Su family head. Hearing this, the Su family head also looked at young Master Su with a trace of hesitation in his eyes. Young Master Su shouted, Father, I'm not adopted, I'm your biological son. Shut up. The woman suddenly shouted coldly, if you're really a member of our Su family, you won't cause us so much trouble, and I'm even thinking. Speaking of this, the woman's eyes were filled with coldness. What are you thinking? The Su family head asked. Husband, I think he might have deliberately gone to Tianyu building to look for those two people. The woman said. Deliberately? The Su family head was taken aback. Yes. He deliberately went to look for those two people to make everyone think that our Su family is related to them. In this way, our Su family will bear the crime of being an accomplice, and the City Lord Mansion will naturally not let us go. The woman said. No, I really didn't, I just went to thank them. Father. If I have half a lie, may the heavens strike me 5 times and I'll die a horrible death. Young Master Su hurriedly looked at the Su family head and shouted. He didn't think of this at all. He went to Tianyu building to look for Qin Feiyang and Madman purely out of gratitude. Although his talent wasn't good and he was a waste in the eyes of others, he still knew how to repay kindness. If you don't even know the basic concept of gratitude, then do you still deserve to be a human? However, the Su family did not listen to his explanation at all. Their eyes were gloomy to the extreme. He's already so scheming at such a young age. What will happen when he grows up? Husband, we can't let him off so easily this time. We must chase him out of the Su family. After all, you know the City Lord's personality. He is suspicious and vicious. Although you were there at the time and made your stand clear, he might not believe you. Even if he believes it, in his heart, he will definitely be estranged from the Su family. This is very disadvantageous to the future development of our Su family. The woman said worriedly. The Su family's patriarch's face sank slightly. He nodded and said, Madam's words make sense. Father, young Master Su looked at his father in disbelief. Although the Su family's patriarch usually beat, scolded, and humiliated him, in his heart, there was still no hatred. Because this person was his father. He had always believed that his father had beaten and scolded him because he expected better from him. But he never thought that his father would actually abandon him this time. Shut up. The Su family's patriarch shouted angrily. I didn't do anything. Why? Why? Young Master Su roared. At this moment, he exploded. The humiliation and anger that had accumulated for countless years could no longer be held back. This was also the first time in his life that he yelled at the Su family's patriarch. He didn't want to be silent anymore. He had been silent for too long. He had almost forgotten that in fact, he also had dignity. However, his first attempt to argue for what was right was met with a merciless beating in return. The Su family's patriarch immediately slapped him hard in the face. His whole body flew out directly. His face instantly swelled up and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. You actually dare to yell at me? I think you're a natural rebel. See if I don't beat you to death, you evil beast. The Su family's patriarch stepped forward and punched and kicked without mercy. Young Master Su curled up on the ground, holding his head. While wailing, he shouted, kill me, kill me. Anyway, since my mother passed away, I don't want to live anymore. Let me reunite with my mother. Okay. I'll fulfill your wish. The Su family's patriarch was furious and his attacks became heavier and heavier. Crack. The bones in young Master Su's body began to break. His whole body was dripping with blood. The woman watched from the side gloatingly. After a while, she stepped forward and pulled the Su family's patriarch, saying, "Husband, don't beat him. If you really beat him to death, you will bear the reputation of being a murderer." The Su family's patriarch said angrily, "It's natural for a father to beat his son. Who has the qualifications to talk about it? Yes, yes, yes. But we can't shut other people's mouths, right? How about this? You give the order to expel him from the Su family, then cripple his cultivation, tie him up, and personally send him to the city lord's mansion. This way, the city lord will be able to see the sincerity of our Su family. At that time, maybe not only will he not pursue the matter, but he will be even friendlier to our Su family than before." The woman laughed. "Cripple his cultivation and send him to the city lord's mansion." Young Master Su's eyes trembled. Was there still a way out? It was obvious that he wanted to kill him. "You're so vicious." He struggled to get up. Like an angry beast, he stared at the woman and roared, "How dare you scold me?" The woman's face suddenly turned cold and she kicked young Master Su's lower abdomen. Young Master Su immediately flew out of the hall like a meteorite and smashed into the garden in front of the hall. None of the maids and guards outside came forward to help him. He lay in the pit, his body bloody and his whole person incomparably miserable. Why did you do this to me? What did I do wrong? Since you hate me so much, why did you give birth to me in the first place?" He stared blankly at the sky, his eyes full of despair and anger. Suddenly, under his almost blurred vision, he saw that two people seemed to have silently appeared in the sky. "Who is it? Can you help me?" He was already powerless to shout, and could only silently say it in his heart. At this time, the Su family's patriarch and the woman also walked out. Looking at young Master Su at this moment, the woman's eyes were full of sneers. Although young Master Su was not liked, he was still a descendant of the Su family and had the Su family's bloodline power. In the future, whether it was the Su family's property or other things, he would more or less have a share. Therefore, she had long wanted to get rid of young Master Su, but she had never found the right opportunity. Of course, the biggest reason was young Master Su's mother. Once, after the Su family's patriarch married young Master Su's mother, she suffered a lot of grievances, so she bore a grudge. Although she was now dead, in her eyes, young Master Su was still a threat. This time, she finally found an opportunity, so she naturally would not be merciful. The woman said, "Husband, it's best to send him to the city lord's mansion now." "Okay." The Su family's patriarch nodded and shattered young Master Su's sea of chi with one palm. He shouted, "Pass down my order, from today onwards, Su Yang is no longer a member of the Su family." "Yes." A guard next to him respectfully replied. "What's going on?" In the sky, indeed, two people appeared. And these two people were Qin Feiyang and Madman. When they saw the scene below, both of them were a little stunned. "Isn't that the Su family's patriarch and young Master Su? Wait, isn't this matter already over? Why did you expel young Master Su from the Su family? Also, I heard the two of them say that they wanted to send young Master Su to the city lord's mansion. What does that mean?" Below, the Su family's patriarch grabbed young Master Su and opened a teleportation altar. "Husband, you must be polite. Although Feng is a disciple of the Demon Palace, our Su family is still in Tianfeng City." The woman reminded. "Don't worry, I still know this." The Su family's patriarch nodded. "Then go quickly and come back quickly." The woman smiled slightly. The Su family's patriarch nodded and stepped onto the altar. How lively. But at this moment, a faint laugh rang out. Qin Feiyang and Madman slowly descended. The Su family's patriarch raised his head and was shocked. He quickly jumped down from the teleportation altar and shouted, "When did you guys come?" "Not long ago. But you guys seemed to be too busy and didn't notice us." Madman smiled mockingly. The surrounding guards also immediately stepped forward and surrounded the two of them. Their eyes flashed coldly. The woman glanced at Qin Feiyang and Madman, then looked at the Su family's patriarch and asked, "Is it them?" The Su family's patriarch nodded. You guys have guts. How dare you barge into our Su family so brazenly? Don't you know that the City Lord's mansion is looking for you? The woman shouted with a stern expression. So what? Madman chuckled. The Su family's patriarch said in a deep voice, "What are you doing here?" "Nonsense. Of course we're here to collect the debt. Have you prepared the 100 billion soul stones?" Madman said. Courting death. The Su family's patriarch's eyes were filled with killing intent. They actually came to the Su family to ask for the 100 billion soul stones. "Two brothers, save me, I don't want to die, please," at this moment. A weak voice sounded. It was young Master Su. He heard Madman's voice clearly. As if grabbing onto a life-saving straw, he used his last bit of strength to ask Qin Feiyang and Madman for help. Madman looked at young Master Su and shook his head. "TSK, TSK, TSK, how pitiful. Save me," young Master Su kept muttering, but his voice could no longer be heard. He really had no strength left and was extremely weak. Qin Feiyang frowned and looked at the Su family's patriarch. "He is your son after all, is it appropriate for you to treat him like this? This is my family's matter, you don't need to worry about it. Get lost immediately." The Su family's patriarch shouted angrily. "Sure. Give us the soul stones and we will leave immediately. We won't hinder you from pleasing the City Lord." Madman bared his teeth. Good, 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 you guys have guts." The Su family's patriarch was so angry that he laughed and shouted, "Cripple them and bring them to the City Lord's mansion." Chapter 30:23. As soon as the Su family's patriarch finished speaking, a group of guards immediately rushed towards Qin Feiyang and the madman. What a bunch of reckless things. Madman's eyes flashed fiercely, and the blood demon domain instantly opened, enveloping the entire place. Immediately, everyone's cultivation began to plummet. The strength of these guards was not strong to begin with, and each of them was only at the peak 9th heaven realm. The Su family's patriarch's strength was quite strong, at the minor undead realm. But, under the blood demon domain, his cultivation directly plummeted to the 9th heaven realm. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. The woman screamed, "Go and inform the people of the City Lord mansion." Noisy. Madman stepped forward and directly kicked the woman's lower abdomen. "Ah!" The woman immediately screamed and flew out, her chi-si shattered on the spot. "Madam," the Su family's patriarch hurriedly left the dying young Master Su and ran over. "You still have the mood to care about her?" Madman laughed and landed in front of the Su family's patriarch and kicked. "Ouch!" The Su family's patriarch also screamed and flew out, his chi-si also destroyed on the spot. Seeing this scene, the guards and maids all turned ghastly pale. Too strong. Could it be that he dared to kill the people of the City Lord mansion? At the same time, Qin Feiyang walked in front of young Master Su and looked at the injuries on his body. He couldn't help but frown, then took out a divine life pill and threw it into young Master Su's mouth. The majestic life energy immediately exploded in young Master Su's body, healing his injuries. After all, this was a divine life pill with 4 dragon-shaped pill chi. After a while, he recovered. Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "What's going on? Just because I went to the Tianyu building to look for you, they wanted to kill me," young Master Su said weakly, his face full of resentment. "At that time, your father was outside the Tianyu building, didn't he already state his position in front of everyone?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Yes. But this woman is vicious, she had to take the opportunity to get rid of me. If you didn't appear, I would definitely have died in their hand." Young Master Su looked at Master Su and his wife with grief and indignation. The couple was also filled with fear. "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded and sighed. "I have to say, you are the most pitiful person I have ever met." "I am not pitiful. I only hate myself for being useless, for being weak, and for being stupid. I thought that as long as I continued to endure, I would be able to slowly move them, but the reality was not like that. My tolerance has become their capital to become even worse." Young Master Su roared. Qin Feiyang looked deeply at young Master Su and said with a smile, "Then do you know where your Su family's treasury is?" "Treasure vault." The Su family's patriarch and his wife's eyes trembled. They immediately glared at young Master Su with undisguised threats in their eyes. Young Master Su looked at the two of them and saw the threat in their eyes. The anger in his heart grew even stronger. He then looked at Qin Feiyang and nodded, understood. If it was in the past, he would definitely not have answered Qin Feiyang truthfully. But now, for the Su family and the Su family's patriarch, he was already disheartened and no longer had any thoughts. Okay. Take me there. When the time comes, I promise to do one thing for you. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Young Master Su nodded. Unfilial son, unfilial son. The Su family's patriarch suddenly roared. I have already been expelled from the Su family by you. What's the point of saying this? Since it's a break, then don't blame me for being heartless. Young Master Su smiled coldly and looked at Qin Feiyang. The treasury is at the back of the mountain, I will take you there. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at Madman with a smile. Senior brother, take them with us. This is too troublesome, just kill them. Madman frowned. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang looked at young Master Su and asked, what do you think? The Su family's patriarch and his wife suddenly looked at young Master Su. They never thought that their life and death would fall into the hands of this evil creature. Young Master Su looked at the two with resentment in his eyes and said, let them stay first. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Really troublesome. Madman shook his head. So, under the leadership of young Master Su, the group rushed to the back of the Su family's mountain. And only the Su family's patriarch and his wife were brought along. As for those guards and maids, Madman didn't even have the mood to kill them. Go and inform the city lord's mansion. With the departure of Madman, the blood demon domain also disappeared, and a group of guards immediately roared. Su family's back mountain. This place was bigger than the back mountain of the imperial palace. The mountains were undulating, and the vegetation was lush. But in the mountain, there were no fierce beasts. But at the entrance of the back mountain, there were guards guarding. When they saw Qin Feiyang and the others, the guards guarding the entrance suddenly had a look of surprise. How did the patriarch and his wife fall into such a situation? Patriarch, the guards rushed up. Get lost. Madman shouted coldly, and with a slap, those guards were immediately slapped away and smashed into the ground. So powerful. Young Master Su murmured, then raised his head to look at the back mountain with a trace of deep fear in his eyes. He whispered, two brothers, you have to be careful, this back mountain is not simple. Not simple? Qin Feiyang and Madman were stunned. Yes. The Su family's elders are all cultivating in the back mountain. Their cultivation is at the imperishable stage. The Su family's ancestor is an imperishable stage expert at the perfection stage. Young Master Su said. Perfection stage? Madman was slightly stunned, and his face was full of disdain. Qin Feiyang also smiled slightly, and then stepped straight into the back mountain. Seeing the calm attitude of the two, young Master Su's eyes also had a trace of surprise. What kind of means did these two have to be so fearless? What should we do next? Qin Feiyang looked at young Master Su, who was in a daze, and asked. Young Master Su came back to his senses and hurriedly pointed to the front. Go deeper, we'll see a group of pavilions. Qin Feiyang immediately used the walk word art and rushed deep into the back mountain. In just 10 breaths, a group of pavilions came into sight. The pavilions were located in the mountains, surrounded by green vegetation and streams, like a fairyland. And in those pavilions, Qin Feiyang sensed at least 100 imperishable stage auras. Among them, there was one at the perfection stage. There were 10 auras at the perfection stage. The rest were at the greater success, initial success, and half-step imperishable stage. Madman smiled. You don't say. The Su family's foundation is not simple. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. A perfection stage imperishable stage expert, a full perfection stage expert, in terms of quality, was stronger than the dragons. However, in the end, it still couldn't compare to the dragons. Because the dragons had a total of 2 sovereign divine weapons. 2 sovereign divine weapons. Even the super forces like the Demon Hall and Blood Hall of the Sky Cloud Realm didn't dare to underestimate them. Who is it? When Qin Feiyang and the others entered the sky, The Su family elder who was meditating here immediately sensed their auras. Whoosh! A figure rushed into the sky. It was a middle-aged man with a greater success stage imperishable stage cultivation. When he saw the Su family head, the woman, and young Master Su, the middle-aged man was stunned and frowned. "What's the matter with you?" "It's a long story. Quickly inform the old ancestor that this unfilial son Su Yang has brought these two people to rob the Su family's treasury." The Su family head roared. "What?" The middle-aged man looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman and frowned. Half-step imperishable stage? What kind of joke was this? Half-step imperishable stage dared to rob the Su family's treasury? Whoosh! Before the middle-aged man could speak, figures rushed out from the pavilions below. There were men and women, and all of them were murderous. Because they all heard the Su family head's voice. Come to rob the Su family's treasury? They must be tired of living. However, when they saw the cultivation of Qin Feiyang and Madman, they were stunned like the middle-aged man. Seeing this, the Su family head looked at a white-haired old man and roared, "Old ancestor, don't underestimate them. They are very strong and even dared to kill people from the city lord's mansion." This white-haired old man was the Su family's old ancestor. What? They dared to kill people from the city lord's mansion? The group of elders looked at the two in shock. The white-haired old man's eyes were also full of surprise. But Qin Feiyang didn't pay attention to them. He looked at young Master Su and asked, "Where is the treasury?" Young Master Su swallowed his saliva and said, "It's below the old ancestor's pavilion. I'll take you there." Even though Qin Feiyang and Madman appeared to be so calm, he was still quite afraid in the face of so many elders. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Madman and smiled, "Then senior brother, I'll leave this place to you." "No problem." Madman waved his hand. "Let's go." Qin Feiyang looked at young Master Su and smiled. Young Master Su nodded and flew down in fear. Qin Feiyang also left behind the Su family head and the woman and followed behind him. As for those elders, they were completely treated as air. "Brat, you dare." Seeing this, an elder suddenly shouted and rushed towards Qin Feiyang and young Master Su. Young Master Su suddenly panicked. "Don't be nervous, with my senior brother here, no one can hurt you." Qin Feiyang smiled and comforted him. "Is that so?" Young Master Su was a little suspicious. Jejia, at the same time, Madman bared his teeth and smiled. The blood demon domain opened again and enveloped the group of elders. The Su family head suddenly changed his expression and shouted, "Don't be enveloped by this barrier." The group of elders was stunned and looked at the blood demon domain suspiciously. This barrier can forcibly deprive 5 small realms of cultivation. The Su family head roared. "What? Deprive 5 small realms of cultivation?" The group of elders suddenly changed their expressions. Even the old ancestor of the Su family was the same. However, it was already too late to realize this. The blood demon domain instantly fell and all their cultivation began to plummet. At the same time, Madman took a step forward, and like a ghost, he arrived behind the elder who was charging towards Qin Feiyang and Qin Feiyang. With a palm strike, the elder's sea of qi shattered on the spot with a cracking sound. This power, the elder was shocked and immediately judged the strength of Madman's body and quickly reminded, "Be careful, his body and strength are different from ordinary people." The old ancestor of the Su family roared, "Even so, so what? Kill him." Boom. The group of elders suddenly burst out with a terrifying aura and madly rushed towards Madman. As for the old ancestor of the Su family, with monstrous anger, he rushed towards Qin Feiyang and young Master Su. His old eyes were filled with strong killing intent. Chapter 30-24. Not good. Seeing the old ancestor of the Su family coming, young Master Su became nervous again. Because in the Su family, the old ancestor of the Su family was a godlike existence, everyone was afraid of him. "It's really nothing, just lead the way." Qin Feiyang was helpless. This was too cowardly. Just like this, he still wanted to enter the demon palace. Dream on. Although he had never been to the demon palace, he could imagine that it must be a very cruel place. In this kind of place, without some means and courage, it was impossible to survive. Hearing this, Young Master Su continued to fly downwards in fear. This was a fear that had accumulated for many years, so no matter what Qin Feiyang said, he couldn't help but panic. "Old man, do you think I don't exist?" Madman glanced at the old ancestor of the Su family and took a step forward. His aura roared in all directions, and the group of elders who were charging towards him were instantly thrown off their feet. Because these people's cultivation had already plummeted to the Nine Heavens realm. With the cultivation of the Nine Heavens realm, how could they withstand his aura? Shua. Following closely, Madman took a step towards the old ancestor of the Su family. The old ancestor of the Su family still had a half-step Undying Realm cultivation. After all, he was at the great perfection Undying Realm. His speed was not inferior to Madman's. Because he also had a supreme-level auxiliary divine art. He also thought that Madman couldn't catch up to him. After all, their cultivation and divine art were the same. But he underestimated Madman's means. Boom. The blood demon technique was activated. Madman's cultivation directly soared to the initial Undying Realm. Yes, he didn't fully activate the blood demon technique, but only raised it by a small realm. Because the blood demon technique was fully activated, it could raise it by 3 small realms. However, it was enough to raise it by 1 small realm, Shua. Immediately, his speed soared, and in an instant, he was in front of the old ancestor of the Su family. In the Undying Realm, the difference between each small realm was like heaven and earth. Although Madman was now 1 small realm higher than the old ancestor of the Su family, his speed was completely crushing. What? The old ancestor of the Su family looked at Madman, who suddenly appeared in front of him with a face of disbelief. "Ignoring me and going straight to old Qin, how much do you look down on me?" Madman's eyes turned cold as he slapped towards old ancestor Su's head. Old ancestor Su gritted his teeth and punched towards Madman. Originally, he didn't dare to clash head-on with the Madman because the elder had warned them that the Madman's physical body was different from ordinary people. However, he had no other choice. He had to get rid of the Madman before he could stop Qin Feiyang and young Master Su. However, he had overestimated himself. Fist and palm met in an instant. The Madman's monstrous power instantly surged forth with a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Puff. The old ancestor of the Su family immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. "You're courting death." He was unable to restrain his anger. With a loud clang, a giant golden sword appeared and slashed at the Madman. A mere supreme-grade god artifact is not enough. Madman's lips curled up as he grabbed the giant sword and punched towards old ancestor Su's stomach. "Ah!" Accompanied by a scream, the Su family's old ancestor's sea of chi shattered on the spot. "He's too strong. He's my idol." Looking at the invincible lunatic, young Master Su's face was filled with admiration. Meanwhile, somewhere in the void, Elder Hua looked at the Madman's performance with a trace of surprise on his face. Depriving 5 small realms of a terrifying god art, as well as a god art that could increase cultivation, if he didn't have a god artifact and god art, who in the undead realm would be his opponent? In other words, the Madman's strength was enough to dominate the undead realm. What surprised him the most was the Madman's battle awareness. With one look, he knew that he had climbed out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It seemed that this man was indeed a talent. However, he seemed to be a little bit away from being a genius. Compared to Qin Feiyang, there seemed to be a little bit of a gap. What he didn't know was that what he saw now was just the tip of the iceberg of the Madman. Even the blood demon art was not complete. He also didn't know that the blood demon realm and the blood demon art, these terrifying god arts, were created by the Madman himself. If he knew, then he definitely wouldn't think so. Outside, the Madman was like a demonic god, causing all the elders of the Su family to be in a state of panic. Qin Feiyang and young Master Su went straight into the attic of the Su family's old ancestor. The layout of the room was quite simple. Young Master Su went straight to the center of the hall, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "The treasure house is below." "Then do you know how to open it?" Qin Feiyang asked. "I don't know about this." Young Master Su shook his head. Qin Feiyang scanned the hall. "There must be a mechanism in this place, But there was no need to find it now. He summoned the golden scale sword and directly slashed down. The ground immediately cracked open. What kind of god artifact is this, so sharp? Young Master Su was dumbfounded. This ground was unusual. The Su family's old ancestor used divine power to refine it. Even if they were in the peak undead realm, they might not be able to break it. But the sword in this man's hand was as simple as cutting tofu. The golden scale sword did not awaken, nor did it have any aura, so young Master Su did not recognize that this was a god artifact. Qin Feiyang did not explain. He put away the golden scale sword and looked down. A secret room of about 100 feet immediately came into sight. In the stone room, there were no less than 1,000 interspatial rings and even more interspatial bags. Not bad. Qin Feiyang chuckled, waved his hand, and sent all the interspatial rings and interspatial bags to the Black Tortoise world. He said, "Big Black Wolf, you guys tidy it up." "Okay." Big Black Wolf replied. Now Big Black Wolf, Black Panther, Pai Lupi, and Theta Wang were in charge of the affairs of the Black Tortoise world, so there was no need to look for Fire Lotus for such a small matter. Then, Qin Feiyang turned and walked out. Young Master Su hurriedly followed behind Qin Feiyang. "Done." Seeing Qin Feiyang come out, Madman grinned. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "I just took a look, there are still a lot of spirit veins and crystal veins underground, why don't we take them away?" Madman said. "Spirit veins, crystal veins," Qin Feiyang murmured as he scanned the ground under his feet. Although there were already a lot of spirit veins and crystal veins in the Black Tortoise world, the Black Tortoise world was growing every day, becoming more and more vast. So in the future, there would be more and more spirit veins and crystal veins. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang released his divine sense and rushed into the ground. Immediately, there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. The spirit veins and crystal veins below were at least rank 5 divine level, and there were a lot of them, about 5 to 600. A mere family in Tianfeng City actually had so many spirit veins and crystal veins. Then as the strongest force in the Eastern continent, how many did the Demon Palace have? Qin Feiyang shook his head. Why did he unconsciously think of the Demon Palace? What was he thinking about all day long? Was the Demon Palace someone he could offend? He had to get rid of this thought quickly. He had already offended a blood hall. If he offended the Demon Palace, then there would be no place for them in the Qianyun realm. Qin Feiyang soared into the sky, and his divine power poured into the ground. What is he doing? Could it be? "You bastard, my Su family will not let you go." The Su family patriarch and the others looked at Qin Feiyang's actions and immediately roared. But Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to them. With a wave of his hand, spirit veins and crystal veins quickly appeared from the ground. Then, he sent them all to the Black Tortoise world. Damn it, the Su family's old ancestor was furious. But since his Qi was destroyed, he could only watch as Qin Feiyang frantically looted. In just a few breaths, the meridians and spirit veins in the back mountain were all looted by Qin Feiyang. At this time, Qin Feiyang just looked at the group of people from the Su family and laughed. "You can't blame me for this, it's you who didn't take the 100 billion spirit stones. So it's still our fault." The Su family patriarch roared. "Otherwise, it's still my fault. You guys, why do you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? You have to force us to be serious. This is great, the treasury is gone, the spirit veins and crystal veins are also gone. The next time you encounter something like this, you have to remember, it's wise to give up the small for the big." Qin Feiyang laughed. Fart. The Su family patriarch was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. "You spat out blood just like that? You're too weak." Madman sneered. Boom. But before he finished speaking, 2 terrifying divine powers descended. Qin Feiyang and the others looked up and saw 2 middle-aged men appear in the sky. City Lord, Commander, everyone in the Su family suddenly seemed to have seen their savior. At the same time, Madman landed in front of Qin Feiyang and without any hesitation, he took young Master Su and flew away. "City Lord, these people are too arrogant. Not only did they loot our Su family's treasury, But they also took away all our spirit veins and crystal veins. You must make a decision for us. The Su family patriarch roared. The city lord looked at the direction where Qin Feiyang and the other two left and asked, "Then what's going on with your son?" "This is an unfilial son. I originally wanted to take him to the city lord's mansion personally to apologize. But this unfilial son actually brought them to loot our treasury," the Su family patriarch said angrily. The city lord said, "Did the other person who mastered the law of space and time appear?" "I didn't see him. But looking at the situation, they should have separated. Otherwise, he would definitely appear now and use the law of space and time to escape," the Su family patriarch said. "Without that person, it's easy to deal with." The city lord smiled coldly and took the commander with him as he stepped into the air. "I'll follow and take a look." The Su family old ancestor took out a spirit sea pill and threw it into his mouth, then used his divine sense to chase after them. Back to Qin Feiyang. The three of them had already escaped outside the city and entered the mountain, but they didn't relax at all. Because the city lord had already caught up. It was too easy for a half-step ruler to catch up with them. And young Master Su was even more panicked. These two people were very strong, but he also saw with his own eyes that they couldn't fight back in front of the city lord in Tianyu building. What should he do? Madman suddenly opened his mouth and laughed. "Old Qin, this person is always a disaster." "I'm a disaster?" Young Master Su was stunned. "I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about the city lord." Madman rolled his eyes at him. "Is that so?" Young Master Su breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he was talking about him,